Right?
He
This
tells
is
me he's not savvy.
serious setup.
Yes. All right, everyone. Welcome to Political Head Trauma. I'm hoping the sound is good because we've got to bundle through OBS today for all sorts of fun reasons. But this is where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would sound like this. We're kicking off right now, hot and heavy. We have Natalie Cline on, who is currently USBE number 9, right? District
Correct.
9. They call it the district in
District
the
9. Uh-huh.
Okay. And we also have Monica Wilbur, who is running to be our representative. We are in District 10 out here in Tooele. And these ladies are running headlong into the fight to, I think, best way to put it would be save our children.
Protect our kids.
Yeah,
Preserve their innocence.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you for tuning in today. I hope you guys have a chance to like and subscribe us on YouTube if you are. And also, please follow our page if you haven't yet at Political Head Trauma on X as well as on Facebook. And we'd like to thank the Main Street Media Group who will be joining us shortly with a call. So if you have any interest in commenting, do so live, or the phone number to call in will be on shortly. And we want to hear from you.
Your mic was off the whole time.
That's awesome. Thank you to our producer, Jared.
Yes.
Not tech
I'm
savvy.
sitting there going, there is,
Too echoey.
there it is. You showed up.
Anyway, like and subscribe, guys. We're really excited about our guests today. Both of these ladies are tirelessly fighting.
They're taking arrows for us.
It's true.
They're taking the hits. And I don't know. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. And I think it'll be interesting because, Natalie, you've been kind of manning the bulwarks by yourself for a while. Right?
Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. But I've been at the board now for just over 3 years and fighting with all I've got, day and night and day, helping parents. And
there's no other people on the board that are really helping you, is there?
There are different individuals on the board. Some are very hard left and pushing the agenda hard. Others,
What, on an education board?
Right.
Oh.
But then you've got others who are kind of the mushy middle that don't always understand, I think, what is happening, because I do so much research, and Monica and I both do a tremendous amount of research about education from the national and global levels, and the education associations and entities that, we read these long, arduous white papers that nobody would want to read. If you want to know what's really going on, read the white papers that companies put out, that's the best place they can hide it. Right. Because they know nobody's going to want to read that because it's just long and it can seem boring until you know what it is you're looking for.
Yeah. And communists, they really write slogs.
Yes.
They do. And Monica, you're seeking a position on the school board.
That I am.
Then we would have 2 people up there going through this stuff. Because I see it. There are a lot of hard left in education, period.
Oh, yeah.
The schools, they've adopted, what is it, Paulo Freire's model, and that has bled through. You won't find hardly any teachers, maybe a rare gym teacher or a history teacher that teaches from the heart, not from a lesson book, that aren't hard left. You just won't, because it's been indoctrinated into the teaching schools.
Right.
There was a book written, what was that lady's name? I got the book in the other room, but she wrote about the problem with our ed schools, and she was calling this out in the late 80s. She discovered this. So
Right.
It's bled in all the way now, but to have 2 people in there fighting, I think that'd be great. I've been to at least I think 2 of your presentations now. And you come armed, you come with PowerPoint projections and they're full. You're like, this is happening. And you break it down. It's not all one thing happening down the line. It's like one school district will have National Department of Education taking it over, and another school will have the state taking it over, and different things. And so it's shocking when you see it. So maybe it's on purpose. It makes it hard to come up with a plan of attack.
Well, that's something that Monica and I have really honed in on, is the systems takeover, so that, even if you have pockets of, where there are good schools and good teachers, the system itself has been taken over, the entire education system. And so everything comes down from the top, and they've set up the system to be controlling, so that you can't really get away from doing
good teachers' hands get tied.
Right. They call it implementing with fidelity. That's what's all throughout the literature, is that they expect teachers to implement these programs and policies and pedagogies with fidelity. So they've put a system in place that creates that accountability for teachers, so that it's hard for them to not go along without suffering the repercussions. And they've also brought in, the system has also transformed to be tech-centered, so that the tech is doing most of the teaching, and the teachers are reduced to mere facilitators of tech in large measure, so that this helps the system bypass what they call barriers. In this case, possibly conservative teachers or conservative parents that might otherwise get in the way if the teacher were free to teach the lessons through their own lens, right? So if you've got the tech doing all of the teaching, the teachers oftentimes don't know what is being taught to the student, and the parents certainly don't. Yeah. And so it's just that's how they overcome a lot of the barriers, so that you're seeing the same problems in maybe conservative Idaho and Utah that you're seeing in more liberal California and New York now, since the takeover of education with tech that largely happened during COVID.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. I think I spoke to you about this, Monica, is I didn't even realize until COVID, when I'm over a shoulder of my child, some of the curriculum and stuff. Now, I consider my kids at school very conservative, and they do listen when we bring up problems or questions with the curriculum. But again, I think it's very mucky and murky where curriculum comes from, who writes it, who approves it. And I was told, we'll go to your state school board because we're a charter. And so I'm just wondering, do you guys sit down and approve curriculum and books that are in schools, or is that done around you by bureaucrats?
Well, I was listening to the Standards and Assessment Committee meeting this morning, and where they create the standards that the schools have to, the teachers have to teach to the standards, and the assessments are aligned to the standards. But one thing came out in that meeting that, it was very telling, as far as, they were trying to put in more detailed information in the standards, and they said, no, that's how it's taught. We're just telling them what they have to teach, and it's up to the teacher how they teach it. Meaning, and what they were discussing, they didn't want the details added that were trying to be put in, because it would not allow the teacher to teach through the lens that they want the teacher to teach through, right? So you can put things in the standards that are that look fairly concrete, but not really. There's a lot of subjectivity added to that, and that's to allow teachers to teach to the standards while also doing it through a lens that parents wouldn't be okay with. So what's on paper looks okay, but how it's taught, the lens through which it's taught, it becomes the problem.
Well, this is something that I think is a double-edged sword, because we don't want teachers to go in and have to be robots. We want them to teach and to be themselves, and to use, because certain teachers get to some kids and certain teachers don't. There's certain teaching ideas, and certain teachers inspire and others don't.
Right.
So
it gets back to the teaching colleges. Like he
Absolutely.
said, like, traditionally, that's how we would want it, is the teacher allowed to teach it the way that meets the needs of the students, right?
That
And that's how,
inspires and-
right. That's what we want. But at the same time, you have teachers that have gone through all of the teacher colleges
You have
and
activists.
all the professional development trainings that teach them to do it through an activist lens.
And
so
it's by
then
design.
how do you fix that problem? Because we want teachers to have that autonomy to be able to teach to the needs of the student, but we don't want teachers teaching through a radical lens either. So it kind of puts us in a pickle, right?
Well,
Well-
and to add to what Natalie said there, there are this activist angle that I think a lot of these teaching colleges, I went through a teaching college and I didn't realize it at the time because I was kind of young, but you go back and you look
Is
at the
day
texts.
one, they you gotta snap that
Dye
fist
your
up
hair
just
blue.
right.
Right. Yeah. Learn how to snap the fist.
Dye your hair blue. Everyone's got to have a different color hair.
Thumb over all the fingers, not crossing many of them, just
We're
over
immature, so please tolerate us.
I missed that day, so I don't think I got that one down. And
Okay.
but there were the texts, and if you look at the texts, they were teaching teachers at that time to look at things through. At that point, it was phrased as a multicultural lens. It's the same thing as DEI today.
Yes.
It's absolutely the same thing, and they want you to basically, not only. They're not just teaching you how to implement the curriculum, but there's also this idea of hidden curriculum and null curriculum. So hidden curriculum is it's what the teacher really is trying to teach, but using that open or transparent curriculum in order to do it. So for instance, here we'll give the kids a poem about inner city violence. And now we use that as a platform or a springboard for, now let's talk about economic inequality.
So that's I've heard it called praxis.
Yes.
That's we're not actually teaching that, but everything they teach has a subliminal message of
Was that Biden?
of kind of inequality we need to pay attention to.
Sure.
It's DEI.
Redistribution, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Understand your privilege.
So we're in the
Yeah,
long
yeah.
march through the institutions. I
Yeah.
get, we're in the end of the long march,
Yes. Yes. And it's, and then you have the null curriculum and so you have the hidden curriculum, and the null curriculum is what is taught by what you decide to not teach. So it's what you deliberately leave out of the curriculum. And we're seeing that happen with, I believe, classical works. We're seeing that happen with foundational historical knowledge. It's just not there. They say here, the instruction should be inquiry based. Teach the kids based on whatever questions they ask you. Well, if you don't have a foundation to base, your questions on, you're going to be asking questions like, can I just watch a TikTok video about this? Like, you're not, you're not going to be asking like, what was the Treaty of Versailles? You're not going to
question your science teacher about the global warming catastrophe they're warning you about,
Yes.
and why your grandma's going to die in Florida in 5 years. This is real. It's all catastrophic climate change, and it's been taught to them since they were a youth.
Oh, yeah.
So they're just right on board with it, and they're not critically thinking, hey, why do we have more trees? And when carbon is higher, doesn't that mean oxygen is cleaner? Because trees eat off carbon. Like, what is this photosynthesis you taught us years ago?
Right.
Yeah. Kids don't have that critical thinking taught to them. They're just shoved down this information as fact instead, because the curriculum is teaching them this.
Yeah.
And they're not inspired to ask. They're just told.
Yes.
Unless they get a good teacher that still does the curriculum. Look, I'm teaching you this theory of climate change being catastrophic. Here's their evidence, and here's the counter evidence. What are your questions? You got both.
Yeah.
We don't teach that way anymore.
Well, the problem is the assessments aren't written that way.
Yeah.
And if the teachers have to teach the assessment in order to be able to prove that they're good teachers, then there is no incentive for them to teach them the other side of it.
Right.
assessment only
They're
asks
teaching
them
them to learn to
about a
test,
certain
and that's it.
ideology. Mhm.
Sure.
And then we're teaching kids that you study, 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 retain the information for tests. You lose the information. You get to college where you study, 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 same thing. And it's just for the now. They're retaining nothing and they're not getting critical thinking strategy. They're not encouraged to, I don't know, to stand with boldness.
Well, part of the problem is they have digital literacy classes, which is supposed to teach them how to be good digital or global citizens, right? Digital citizens, which whatever that is, means you're beholden to somebody out there in
I
the
thought it was
ether.
to teach you how to use like computers, to
Responsibly.
be digitally
But-
literate.
That's what parents think, right? And they want you to assume your own definition so that you don't actually ask, what do they mean by this? What does the system mean by this? The system means we're going to teach children, students, what sources on the internet to go to for their information.
For facts.
Yes, for facts. What approved sources, right? Reliable sources. And all of these, if you follow any of those curriculums, take you to the liberal media sources.
Of course.
They don't take, so they're only getting one side. And if a student looks up something else, they get docked for not going to an approved site or a credible site. That's digital literacy.
That's insane. My kid was able to take digital literacy or gym, and they chose that. And this whole time, I thought it meant teaching you computer skills and how to use a computer
Well,
and
and
be
it's,
literate in digital.
and I mean, it also brings in, because in the tech world of education, they're starting to globalize it. They literally have like global classrooms now, like that Facebook has created and Google has created, the Google Classroom. So that's why they're teaching kids about multiculturalism, because they want them in classrooms with kids from all over the world, right? And then collaboration is one of the major things that they're trying to. I mean, it used to be that school was about math and science and reading and literature. Now it's about collaboration and critical thinking and creativity. But all of those C words that come straight from the NEA, the National Education Association, and other global entities are about getting kids to sit with a group of diverse students, not just diverse students in their class, meaning from different religions or ethnicities or races or socioeconomic backgrounds or whatever, and sit there, and then they have to collaborate and come together on something. Meaning, Monica and I have a group that we created called Higher Ground, because this collaboration kind of talk is about finding common ground, not in the way we used to think of common ground, but in letting go your convictions,
right,
and your values and your attitudes and beliefs, and having this new kind of melting pot, which is now what we would have typically called groupthink.
It's blind
where you
acceptance.
don't question anything, and you come together and you water everything down that you believe until you really believe in nothing anymore, and you stand for nothing.
You stand for nothing.
When
fall for
I
everything,
shear a
right?
sheep,
Because you don't want to
Yes.
offend anybody.
I like
in
the
the group.
sheep to be nice and docile.
So this group Higher Ground, what is it that you guys do?
Well, first of all, it just started out as a platform for our research. And so we formulated kind of how all these systems are coming together. And I think I discussed it with you guys last time.
Mhm.
You have the social, psychological, and behavioral conditioning. You've got the erasing sexual inhibitions and boundaries. You have controlling outcomes through standardization. You have outsourcing decisions on children to experts. And you have the exploiting children for socioeconomic agendas. And then we also have leveraging government force for compliance.
That's
as
so
well.
much.
It's a lot.
Is
So
this
much.
an organization that the public can join and assist with, or is this something for teachers? What is it?
It's a website, higherground.work. That's WORK.
Yeah.
And it's a place where you can go. You can sign up for our newsletter on there. to get notifications when we put things out or when we are doing presentations. But mostly it's a place that people can go and get up to speed really quickly on what all of these agendas are. And it's organized in such a way that to help individuals kind of be able to better wrap their heads around it, because it is such a huge
it's
tsunami of systems that are taking over and
So-
transforming the education system.
so many parents right now feel helpless. I stood in front of my precinct and I talked about education, and I talked about how it should affect every one of you. I don't care how old you are. How our kids are being educated will affect your future, because
Mhm.
they are our next generation.
Yeah.
They decide for us what the value of our lives are. And right now, we're not even teaching human life is valuable. And it's bleeding into the social construct of our kids. And they're not thinking that life is important. Well, you can kill a baby. Okay. You can change your gender. Okay. You can, it's almost like you're shining a bright light on body dysmorphic disorder, anorexia, bulimia, cutters, depression. These are all real serious issues. But if we're going to accept that a child can be a cat in the classroom, then we can accept that being a cutter is just as normal. And let's not focus on helping this child. We're going to sit down and say, no, don't cut there or there, because that could kill you. But cutting here is okay. I mean, we're in a circus
Insane.
world. And these parents, most of them only know what their child tells them, because they don't have time and energy to be hyper aware of what's happening in schools.
Right. I mean, we live in a time of moral equivalence, moral relativity. That's exactly what you're describing right there. It's just all choices are valid as long as you consent to whatever it is you're submitting yourself to.
Anarcho-tyranny.
But that's a big word. Most of us moms are like,
That
we can
means-
barely afford groceries, so we're taking on a second job. My kid, I hope he
Right.
did his homework. And
That means you have tyranny without rule of law. You have tyranny where there's no clear-cut laws that you can follow. The laws ebb and
Ambiguous,
flow
uh-huh.
according to what the tyrannical group
The loud
wants.
minority.
So if they want you out of the picture, you're completely down the lines of the laws. If they want you out of the picture for this moment, not for, we'll not write a new law that stays on the books for this moment. We'll bump the laws over to where you cross the line. We'll punish you, and then the laws will just float right back. Just like how all through COVID, you had the BLM and Antifa burning cities to the ground, and all of them skated. Matter of fact, I think it's upwards of like 25 of them now have been paid by the very cities they terrorized. They've been paid by them.
that's
Millions. But then you've
Clown
got J6, and that's terrorism. It's the worst day since Pearl Harbor and since the asteroid hit that killed the dinosaurs. It's awful. We've all got our knees buckle, the back of our heads hit the floor. I need a binky. Look at me in the fetal position. That is where we are. That's anarcho-tyranny. And I hope any of you leftists are watching this or listening to this. Remember, this will be used against you as well.
absolutely.
Oh, well, it's a matter of, if they want you gone, they will find a way.
They will find
like
a
if
way.
they want to get you, they will, and if they don't, they won't. Right? And the laws, they are written in such a way that they can excuse one and not the other, or they can
Mhm.
use soft language to come after. Like, they can use really soft language and weaponize it
Absolutely.
to make it mean
Yeah, mostly
you did something
peacefully.
horrible.
Well-
Or they can have really hard language written in and make what you did sound very soft so that they can let you off the hook.
We're seeing this now. We're seeing it. If you're on the right side, and I say the side in power or the popular side with the loud minority, you get excused for the mistakes you make. If you're on the wrong side, the side that has been fighting this other side, who's been standing up and being loud and noisy, you don't get to make mistakes. In fact, you get to be brutalized personally. Your family gets to be attacked. We have seen this, the weaponization of just words. Like he's saying, they're changing definitions, and they're so hypocritical. And on the nation scale, it's so blatant that watching the Biden speech last night was like being waterboarded for an hour.
It was,
I just was like, who wrote this? And how are people thinking this is okay? This
I
is
just
lie
wanna
after
say-
lie after lie.
Right.
But they defend it because they've changed the definition of what things mean.
Right.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you don't have inflation. It's only 3%. 3% still up from the inflation you started,
Uh-huh.
but you're
Right.
taking credit for it being down. Are you kidding me? This is
Such
this is a
gaslighting.
clown
Yeah.
world.
Uh-huh.
And you get one person that can do something and it's absolutely horrendous. And yet it just gets ignored because they're playing on the right team.
Right. Well, they've created entirely new, I think, baselines for us. And the goal is to make it so that you can't remember really what normal was. And, and so we're in this constant state of, I think, flux and acting and just reacting, and we've gotten to the point where I think we've lost a lot of our like moral moorings, and our,
What?
I know.
And the moral
But-
people is the
Right.
whole way the Constitution works.
yes.
Without a moral people, it's paper. It's all
Right.
it is.
Right.
And
Well,
you're absolutely right. We've lost it.
A lot of this fluctuation, this constant fluctuation, is to scare people into, you see people getting canceled left, right, and center,
Yes.
right? And you don't know what you can say anymore and what you can't without having, the full force of the government come down upon you. So it
Oh,
tends
you
to
don't even know
kill
what
free
you're talking
speech,
about.
right? So people are not, they don't dare say what they really think, right? And people don't dare ask the very questions that need to be asked if we're going to solve problems, right? The society doesn't even have to make a law to make you realize there are certain things you are not allowed to do. And there are certain things you are not allowed to say or ask. Certain things are off limits.
For
Well-
some people.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
and also it's what is okay today
Right.
will not be okay tomorrow.
Right.
Right.
And then once that gets established and everyone conforms, it's the same thing.
It's the fires in 2020.
Yeah.
Not okay, but okay.
The-
Into January 6th. Not okay, but you're all going to prison forever.
Well, the
Yes,
communists
yeah.
did the exact same thing. Well, I should say the Bolsheviks, the Mensheviks got killed, but
Mhm.
they moved in and then they changed kind of what their rule set was so that they could kill all of their firebrands. And they did. They killed them all.
Yes.
Yeah.
They put them up
enslaved.
against the wall and killed them. Now, if you were in the political inside party, like Stalin honestly shouldn't have made it past the post because, he was a bank robber. That was his job for the Bolshevik party
Mhm.
before they got into power. He would rob banks. Seriously, folks, look this up. He was a bank robber. He robbed the bank in his own hometown. The guy was poo ground into the tread on your shoes. But
Oh my gosh.
he
My eyes
he
just
was a
lit
bank
right
robber and he shouldn't have made it past the post, but he was reliable and he wasn't a drunk all the time like Russia has they're kind of known for.
come on, get
But
to
anyways,
it.
so he made it past the post. But everyone else, all of his supporters, all of his homeboys that robbed the banks with him, they all got put against the wall by the good communist, I guess, old Lenin. He killed them all. And then Stalin moved in and killed all the rest that were, next to
tyranny.
him.
Right.
And they kept doing that. But that's the changing of the laws. And they did it
Right.
with writ of law. They would change the laws as they went along.
We're seeing it right now with President Trump. He is literally getting all of these charges against him. One, an accusation of rape. The woman couldn't tell you when it happened, what day, if there were witnesses, what she was wearing, what actually happened. And they're giving her all this money and they're calling him a rapist. And then they turn around and because he said his property was worth more, now they're giving that. Every one of us has hoped our property was worth more when we're selling something. That's called the open market or whatever. And then they're calling him an insurrectionist and using the Constitution, and yet he's never been charged. No one's been charged with insurrection. But they've changed it. And this is all happening to a former president. Why would you be any different? Why would you be any different? Why would any of us expect to have a fair justice system or society to be fair to us? I think the most terrifying thing, and mark my words, people, is a woman who doesn't give a shoot about what other people think. and they stand on their morals and they stand on their beliefs and they stand and talk freely with boldness. And that is terrifying to the people who are attacking and trying to destroy anyone who is like that, because you should be terrified. A woman who doesn't care what you think, or a man who will stand on what they believe with boldness, that should scare you, because nothing you do to them will stop them. And you can censor them, you can censure them, you can do anything, but they still have their strong belief, and they've got the receipts for what they believe in. And that is something that our community needs to grasp and understand. It can be any one of them anytime.
All I know is freedom comes from knowing who you are and not being afraid, and living out what you believe,
Right.
and sticking with the truth. If you stick with the truth, you will eventually come out on top, whether in this life or the next. If you know who you are and you stick with what you know to be right,
It's true.
let earth and hell combine against you. It'll be okay.
Well,
In the end, at least you'll be able to look yourself in the mirror and know that, and be able to sleep at night.
the main job is you want to, especially in the education system, is you want to pass forward a safe system with morals, so that when your children go there, they don't get abused, or your grandchildren. That's the main job. You just want to protect them.
Right.
And if you have to, eat a dump truck of poo to get that done, you do that because it's for your kids.
Everything that we are doing right
image.
now, we have to. I don't see it as an option not to speak up and not to say, because everything we hold dear stands in the balance. Our faith, our family, our freedom, our children, and their future.
Our future.
Everything hangs on what we do now or what we don't do. And to me, we don't really have a choice.
We don't. Well, I mean, let's look at this. The big fight of the last 5 years has been this: everybody can be a trans whatever, right? And that is internationally, that's collapsing. Europe is saying, oh, we leaned into that too hard. In America, I'll bet within the next year, they're going to be telling doctors, don't do that. And I'll bet 5 years from now, we're going to see lawsuits that are going to cripple our healthcare system.
Maybe.
Oh.
We are. I would like to think that the pendulum would swing back the other
Well, I'm
direction,
worried-
because it's gone so far,
Yeah.
right? How much further can it go?
I'm
at
concerned
this
about the
point?
pendulum, because I'm
Yeah.
afraid of a extreme right wing as well. We've seen that play out in the past. It worked out good for us. But I would like to be a person that speaks to stop the pendulum and leave it there.
Right.
Because
if
we've seen
there
what
was a middle.
because
Yeah,
the
there
right
is.
does
Yeah,
the
it's
same
really-
thing.
The Constitution was the original middle.
Yeah.
That was where they came
Not just
together.
was, it still is.
Right.
Well,
Well, they say it's extreme now, but that was the
Up until
original
the-
negotiated middle.
Up until the 14th or 15th Amendment. I think after that, it gets kind of hazy.
Well, it's people that
But we
create
can
business
make a cutout for the
governments.
19th if you own property and stuff. But
the people are imperfect, and that's the problem. And we have a divinely inspired nation. We had a divinely inspired document. This is God's country, and I think when it all stands up, if you cannot have a moral people, and that's where it's gone. It's by design. I don't know if it's the devil. I don't know if it's Marxist ideals. I don't know how long it's been going on. I mean, he can take us back to history that will literally make your eyes glow over, or just glaze over.
it
No
constantly
offense.
happens. It happens in
But-
every civilization.
We are
And
in a
it-
fight.
all the
of-
Same
signs.
pattern.
We are in a
Yeah.
fight of good and evil. It's not right and left anymore.
Right.
Because the things you're talking about, you're protecting kids from, should be common sense on the most simple scale.
Right. When we leave biological reality, we have no solid ground left to stand on.
None. Now, to get onto this, so
Well, hold on. I want to go back to the transgender thing. I was saying I predict that we're going to see a lot of claims against doctors within 5 to 10 years
I do too.
of young ladies, or young men that are looking down and saying, look, I was 12, I was 13. My parent was she was a kooky liberal woman. So I was the talk of the Tea Party. So she leaned into it. I hoped that your Hippocratic oath would stand between me in harm.
You would be the common sense.
You
But-
would think. You would
But
think.
I think
yeah,
we're going to
but-
see it because we're starting to see trickle of them come
Yeah.
down in Europe and a few here in the U.S.
Right.
So what happens when, and it's not a lot of kids, but
Not yet.
lifelong change is very expensive, and pretty soon doctors who do that will have a harder time finding liability insurance and things like
This
that.
is why they've tried to take over multiple systems.
Yeah.
Not just one. They've tried to take over the medical system and the judicial system so that they can protect their agenda at every level.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at
so-
COVID. Look at
yeah.
COVID.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have all these people now, and the CDC has to admit all the reaction from COVID vaccine. And now they're like, well, we were wrong, but we're perfecting it. Wait a second. You're killing people.
Yeah.
And what your principles and what you said, it was the unvaccinated that were the problem. And yet it was the vaccine was causing these problems. And if people, I have seen complaints come out, like he's saying, where doctors have left because they're like, wait a minute, I've got patients complaining to me now because we're seeing that these drugs, hormonal therapy, is causing cancer, infertility. And if you say anything,
Non-development,
you're
permanent.
canceled.
Or-
And these people are coming to them now that they're older and they're in love with someone and they want to have a child, regardless what their gender
Or
was.
they just want to
And now they
express
can-
that love. They don't even have to pursue having a child, but it'll leave them.
This is what doctors are saying, though.
Yeah.
Their actual clients are coming to them now, and they have to leave the practice because they're disgusted and they feel terrible because they're not, out of hundreds of kids that come into some of these offices, they'll turn away two.
Right.
Right.
So those that are trying to be honest and do what's right, because they're going to be canceled if they say something
Yes.
or they do get canceled, they leave.
They just
Right?
leave quietly.
But those that don't leave, they just double down on there's nothing wrong with this.
Yeah.
It's good for kids. And judges also, like, you may have judges that are saying, you can't do this to kids. That's not good. But then you have other judges that are saying, if you don't affirm your child, we're taking your child
Right.
away. Right. So
Right.
you've got good and bad in all the systems, right? You can't make a blanket statement about all teachers are bad or all this,
All doctors,
all
all-
parents are good. Like, there are bad apples wherever
Everywhere.
you go. That's human nature. It gets back to what the founders talked about, right? They understood human nature, and that's why they made laws the way they did, and specifically to rein in government that gets too powerful and too big for its britches and then becomes tyrannical.
Yeah,
Well,
but-
and I think just to go to this point that Natalie's making, we have systems, I think, that get in the way of justice, and yet we claim that we have a justice system,
That's
a
so
justice-oriented system. So, there have been people who've been harmed by abortions, right, by their
Yeah.
doctors, but obviously these people are, these abortion doctors are still in business. If anything, they just learn to hide behind the law
Better at hiding.
and behind that administrative state that makes it daunting for people to take action, like meaningful legal action. And so I see where you're getting at with, this idea that, we're going to have this big rash of lawsuits. But people have been saying that about education for years. Why aren't we suing the schools? Why aren't we suing the school districts? Well, have you ever just tried making a complaint about, recess at your local school?
It's true.
And-
You're told to go to the school board, and I've watched your school board meetings. And when you guys, as the school
Dysfunctional.
board, are trying to get to the bottom of some of these problems, it's bureaucrats you're going to.
Right.
Yes.
And bureaucrats, ladies and gentlemen, has been my jihad, I should say, our jihad regarding every system of our government. People who are unelected making decisions where the electeds who are accountable for their decisions actually can't call them out because no one has an explanation. They are going to wait till that person is out of office because they last longer than any elected does. Their job is almost impossible to fire. Once they, and this isn't just at the school board, this is every branch of government from local to national, and it is bureaucrats that are running this country. It is a bureaucrat that shut our country's economy down through COVID and then fed us this crap. And he did it, Fauci did it. 1 week it was one thing, the next week is another. All in the name of our lives, our livelihood, our kids. And so
Well, he is the
we have
science.
to rein it in. We have to rein it in. And this, I'm going to get to comments really quickly because
Yeah,
we're
we'll do
gonna-
comment.
we're gonna really quickly. I want to get this out. David Weiss, he's the best. He was Jared's original.
Mhm,
Actually,
Yes.
he didn't talk so much, so
mhm.
he's having to deal with someone who never shuts up. So we miss you.
What?
We really miss you, David. Jared especially. He says you're such a square.
I miss Floyd.
And then David said the legal system can only be this frivolous within a fiat community economy. There are better ways. There may have been good Germans in the SS, but the institution nullified their character.
Right.
That is absolute.
The system.
As we got started and we talked about arrows, we'll go up. They're saying, Andrew Badger said that, well, it's you that's taking all the arrows. And then he had a question regarding campaign donations made to you by
Gail Miller.
Gail Miller. Now, I don't, to
to-
Monica.
No.
No, there have been no donations to me from Gail Miller.
Okay,
I'm
so-
going to disavow
That, is
any
that
sort
Larry
of rumor.
Miller's ex?
No.
Widow.
No, but
yeah.
Or,
she
yeah,
has
said it.
donated. She has donated a lot to my opponent.
Yes.
Who's your opponent?
Her name is Bollinger.
Okay, can we just sit down for 1 second? Accusations like that, I in a political view, accusations like that against a candidate, when you have a candidacy and you are trying to run and you are running in a race that is very difficult, you need money. And you also, I mean, money's going to get you where you need to be. And I have a hard time. I'm not one of those people that look at somebody's donation roster and go, oh, well, that so-and-so donated to so-and-so, that means they're bought and paid for, because I just don't think that way. I know a lot of people do. But then on the other hand, when you have somebody that is very strong on what they believe and you get someone that disagrees with you donating, I don't know. I think that's kind of cool because you're like, okay, pay for me to trump all over your ideals. That's your money. But when you're accusing someone, Monica's been accused of taking money, according to Andrew Badger. She didn't.
He might have gotten it
He,
the
he
details
got
wrong.
mixed up.
I think he might have gotten mixed up.
could
if
be,
that's
or
what
he
he
might
said.
have might have you mixed up with the
with
Bollinger.
with the
Oh,
competitor
I would
of,
hope not. Yeah.
It could be,
of
but-
Natalie Cline.
Yeah, no, it's what's interesting to see with the campaign donations and everything like that is how quickly Cox and the lieutenant governor made it very public. I think it's any pretext will do. I think they were probably already intending to donate to whoever Natalie was running against, because Natalie's been very open about her criticism of Cox, pointing out that he was for DEI before he was against it. I mean, it is an
Mhm.
election year. This is where politicians who have moved left progressively now are shifting right suddenly. So you have to go a little bit further back in the news cycle than what the last 2 months, 3 months,
Yeah.
whatever it is. And you have to see that, Natalie's been, as she's mentioned before, extremely consistent. Her policy stances have never changed. It's always been to protect kids and faith, family, and freedom, and to protect from exploitation, to protect from the system taking priority over the individuals that supposedly that system exists to protect. And we all know that's really not the case. The system's out of control.
Yes.
But yeah, so I just, I think it's very interesting to watch all these, what I would call establishment people or organizations who are like, oh, let's donate to Natalie's, opponent. Of course. That's
Well, and
That's
they
where you're
only
gonna-
stand to
yeah.
win if they take your children. Say you're wealthy, and you get all those plebes children to kind of get dumbed down and made into sheep. Your progeny doesn't have competition.
right.
They have employees and minions. They don't have competition, and that's why I think the wealthy enjoy this system that we're in. We interviewed you 3 years ago, the first time you were on. The only thing that has changed is you've probably learned more about what is actually going on. But your message is the same. It's been the same. I've followed you since we interviewed you. and it's just been the same. It's been consistent. So you're right on that.
Mhm.
First
And
time I
you
chatted
live by
with you
example.
was 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and you jumped on board saying, I am going to be a bolster with Natalie.
Yeah.
You essentially ran on that you're going to get two people to fight for.
Right. So you believe in what she's fighting for, and you see what's
Right.
happening, and you can only contribute to
Right.
that school board.
Well, it's why I joined the fight, because I was inspired. I felt like Natalie was the only person who was speaking very honestly and transparently. She wasn't representing the system to us. She was telling us how the system is actually working against us. She wasn't defending it.
No.
And yet, you know, you could say she's
brought light to the darkness.
Right. But a lot of people get into these political positions and they start to get, I think, kind of absorbed by it. You know, that's the system wants to win you over.
Yeah.
And to take your loyalties from the people that you're supposed to represent and make your loyalties to the system that now you're a part of.
Politics,
Right.
exactly.
Absolutely. So, you know, again, you know, Natalie is one member on a board of 15. She is not 1/15th of a board, which is what they want her to think she is. And that's, you know, this collectivist conformist mindset.
And she represents how many thousands are in your district?
Oh my goodness. Well, I think there was 90,000
So she's
that
not-
voted for me the first time. So that's
And then
now
you
it's about
represent
So you gotta-
2/3 of the
everyone.
vote.
About
You-
250.
So 250,000.
300,000.
So she's
Yeah.
not one of 15. She's 250,000 people.
Yeah.
Well, if 90,000
voice.
voted for you, and you've got to consider probably 60,000 on the opposing side, and then what,
Lots
18
that
million
didn't.
who stayed at home
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah.
didn't know that there was a vote going on. I mean,
Right.
seriously.
A school district a state board district covers several House and Senate districts.
Yeah.
Like it's a
And
very
you
large
sit in the
district.
south end of Salt Lake, right?
Southwest part of the Salt Lake
Yeah,
Valley.
so
Mhm.
Harriman and
Harriman,
Riverton and
South
all that,
Jordan,
which is
Bluffdale.
traditionally was a conservative area, but it is, I think it's changing just because
it's
of
grown
the
ridiculous.
demographics are changing there. You know, it's getting, I don't know, taxis and salad bars. I don't know what Democrats do, but anyways, you know,
I like salad bars.
I don't know. Massages by
I'm embarrassed
Gary.
to say that I didn't even care or know about the school board when I would go vote, and I've always voted. My parents have been, I remember going to vote with them when I was very young. It was just, my father was a veteran and my mother is America loving, you know, good, wholesome woman and conservative, and would take me to the ballots with her. And that's something I always done. But the school board seat or my school, local school board, it wasn't until my kids got in school that I even started to pay attention. And yet every time we paid property taxes, 75% of that went to a school board or to the
Yes.
school district.
It
Big
is.
one. It's
a
which
huge
makes it
investment.
political because anything that taxpayer dollars pay for is inherently political,
Well-
whether we want it to be.
Well, and what
or
they're
not.
teaching, because anyone that tells me, oh, politics, I'm not into politics. Well, I'm sorry. Everything in your life has some politics to it.
Right.
Because
Yes.
it is the very, very foundation that you have to live every single day by how much your gas is, how much your interest rates are, can you afford anything, the DEI stuff, how much you're facing in that. If you have a job, how do you function in your job if you have to not talk about Chick-fil-A, for
Politics
example,
controls
because
your
it
life.
offends people.
So if you don't want to be political or get involved or get educated on politics, all you're doing is saying, I'm okay with somebody else running my life.
Or you're walking through a lawn
Wasn't it-
minefield, like a minefield.
Yes.
Wasn't it
Yeah.
Plato that said you may not be interested in politics, but your neighbors are, and politics is interested in you, or something like
Sure. Well,
Right.
and you know, your politics are the manifestation, I believe, of your religious beliefs. And so the way your moral compass, what you inherently feel is right or wrong,
Mhm.
that's going to play out in your political involvement. And, you know, I think we have a lot of people who feel like politics is almost like kind of a dirty thing. Oh,
Our parents taught us not to talk
It's
about
Yeah.
politics and
kind
religion.
of a dirty thing.
Yeah.
Just kind of.
Maybe it's
It
gone
They
that
feel
way.
like it's kind of a dirty
it
thing.
is a dirty thing, but at the same
Oh,
time, it's I think there are politicians and there are statesmen. And I feel like it's that statesman end of politics that we should be aspiring to. In other words, what are the principles of the Enlightenment? What are the principles of our purpose here on earth? You know, I love the idea of inalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property. Those things are not, that's politics, right? But it's also, I believe, religious.
It's inspired by the very foundation of the Ten Commandments.
Yes.
It's basically giving society rules that to live by so that we can all live together.
Peacefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what it's done is it's demoralizing. I mean, I always ask, how does a Democrat rationalize celebrating abortion?
Read
I'm
Jonathan Haidt, The Righteous Mind.
Okay,
That's how you know.
but when you look at the rationalizations you have to go to and the backflips in your mind you have to go to, I will call out Donald Trump and his bad behavior with women, and I don't agree with it at all. But if his policies are right and they're constitutional and holding to that, it's not my job to judge that. I mean, I don't care if he writes mean tweets. I'm not reading them. But it's no different with a Democrat. If you're going to tell me that you're a good religious person and you believe in this, and then your policies say the opposite,
Okay.
that to me is wrong.
Okay, so this is where I think that disconnect comes, where they can say they believe one thing, but then they do a different thing in their position as a policymaker, right? Is because they're told that they represent all of the people in their district, and they have to make policies that represent them all. Well, if you have such a polarized constituency that are on completely opposite ends of things,
Yeah.
you cannot please them all. That's why when you run, the founders made it so there is no religious test in order to hold office, right? And that's so that we can live by our convictions.
Yeah.
And we can say, you know what, as a candidate, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to tell people, this is what I believe in.
Yeah.
And this is what I will fight for. If this is what you believe in and what you want me to fight for, if you agree with this, then vote for me. If you don't vote for me. And that's how you let the people decide on their representative. You give them an honest view of who you are
Yeah.
and what you stand for and will fight for. And if the majority votes for you, then that majority is who you represent.
You've just described what every
Then you can vote your
actual
conscience.
campaign should be.
Yes.
Right.
But what
Then
you
when
see now is people saying, this is who I am.
Man, imagine
Elect
being
me, and then I turn into everybody's guy.
Right.
And now I'm going to give up this belief and this belief because money and power corrupt.
Yes.
Absolutely.
What do you think it was like being on a school board in 1950? I'll bet it was amazing. Come in and say, all right,
Did they have
we
school boards?
want all males to be able to, I don't know, probably, but we want all males to be able to run a mile in 20 minutes, and we want to be able to read this much, males and females, and we want to be able to do this. And it was academic and kind of health, because back then
PE.
there was
Yeah.
a lot of
Train them
focus.
for life.
There was a lot of focus on health. And I think it was to burn energy off them 15-year-old boys.
Well, it
that
makes
are-
you
Sure.
can learn better
They're
if you've gone
pains in
out
the
there and
butt.
gotten
And
some
you're
exercise,
teaching
right?
them life choices that they should make so they can live healthy adults and live longer and healthier lives. I mean,
What-
it's smart to have
Yeah.
that. Can I just jump in
Help me on
here
that.
and let everybody know that our phone is open? And I just want to say hi to Lori Higgins, who is the woman that I met in my precinct, she has posted the rated books on. You can see it in the chat. I would love you to call in, Lori. I know that when I told you through the precinct that we were inviting these ladies on, that you have done a ton of work and just throwing out explicit books in Twill and make sure our county
Yeah,
knows.
we'll go on to that.
Give us a
Rated
call.
books. We'll pull it up.
Give us a call if you're able to. The phone number is 385-899-2134 and talk to our great producer, Dwayne.
Yeah, and our producer asked that we give a shout out real quick again to KMMU, Main Street Media, Utah. and we're
We are
Twitter,
live
X,
on Rumble, X,
all the stuff.
YouTube, kmmu.org, and on Facebook at Political Head Trauma. So if you do go to kmmu.org and you hit and subscribe there, you will not only get updates on our show, and you'll get to see our archive of all our shows, but you
Mhm.
also get to see the other shows that have just joined the media group who is supporting truth. And the whole goal of this group is to have interviews with people who are wanting your vote, who have maybe taken some arrows, maybe who deserve, maybe who do not. But our goal is to get to truth. That's what we want. And whether it's good or bad, we just want you to get the truth. And so rather than project and wonder, we're asking. And
Yes.
that's what we want from all of you. An educated populace, like I always say, gives our community better representation.
Just not an overly educated. Talking to you, purple-haired graduate.
David Weiss said that he said all my Natalie comments get deleted on KSL threads because I make pro comments. Interesting.
Shocker!
And he also said if George Soros would be the first guy I hit up for campaign donations if I was legal. And what's funny is I feel the same way. I'm going to go to the people who hate me. I'll take their money and I will change it for good because that's what they've been doing. This is so huge. They've taken our money to literally destroy us, our way of life, our communities, our economy, our world stage stance, like where we are. Our own government has used our money to make us weaker and less better off.
Oh, yeah. Well, you look at what we pay, right? And I think I've mentioned this before, like 51% of state income tax revenue goes to higher ed
Mhm.
and to the K-12 system. 51%, $7.3 billion. That's what our education system costs us, public ed, just public ed. This is K through 12 again. And actually, they're bumping it down lower to pre-K. But, we are spending astronomical amounts of money on what?
Yeah, what are the results?
What are the results? Well, if you just go by the state assessments, those have been tanking, and they blame it on COVID, but the scores were already trending down pre-COVID.
Oh yeah.
And now they're redesigning the system, the accountability system for public ed, so that
To obfuscate.
to kind of like hide, the performance of these schools, and of course the students within them. And so they don't want you to think there's a problem. So they're saying, oh, look, we're going to start, assessing kids on their social emotional skills, their social emotional attitudes, their values, and their beliefs. And those will be part of the indicators, that we will take. And so now it's like this watered down bar chart instead of a number that parents can look at and say,
I saw the bar charts.
It's
I see.
subjective instead
the
of
charts.
objective.
They're showing the school board. Now let's get into.
We do
I
have a
remember. I do remember mentioning when there was the State of the Union by Governor Herbert, and he said we've spent $6 billion and we've seen graduation rates up by 11% over the decade. And I went, why is everybody clapping? 11% after $6 billion? What?
Well, graduation rates, they want them higher. But when, again, going back to like my kids' high school, 10% of kids in that school are proficient in math.
I was going to say, I
And
can
graduating.
And graduating.
You want the
that
graduation rates
Like,
up to 100.
The
I'm your guy.
graduation rate does
Yeah.
not tell you anything.
All I need is a printer.
It just
Yeah.
means
Just
that they're
like
letting
money.
everybody go through,
It's true.
no child
Yes.
left behind, right? But
That's
no
right.
child, very few kids are reading at grade
They're not
level when they
literate.
graduate.
Their
Right.
math skills.
See me up there in my
So-
square
And they've
hat.
learned no adulting skills like how to balance a checkbook, or how to watch not the checkbooks
Easy,
exist.
easy. You don't
How
have good
to
slaves if
purchase-
they learn that.
How do you purchase a mortgage? What does interest rates mean? What does your credit score mean? I mean, they're not learning any of this. How do you change a tire on the highway? These things that were taught years ago that were life lessons. So even a kid who skated by at graduation could still have a skill and could still provide for themselves and excel. Now it's like, let's get them through graduation and
Sure.
they're not our
We've-
problem
we've-
anymore.
We
Yeah.
do have a caller. We're going to bring her in. But I just want to say, I would like to do that. I'll get me a square hat and the robe, and I'll go up there and Mongo, and Mongo comes stumbling up and puddle of drool along the stage, and I hand him his piece of paper, and Mongo stumbles down the stairs.
Okay.
But
Lori,
yeah,
thank you for calling in.
I don't know if
Hi.
is she?
Hi, we can hear you. Political head trauma.
Go ahead, Lori.
Hi. Yes. You guys probably know that the UEA sent a letter to Governor Herbert asking him, Governor Cox, asking him to veto HB 29. And their letter stated that they had 18,000 teachers that they're writing on their behalf. Do you know if that number is even remotely close or correct, that they would that there's really that many teachers in Utah that would be against removing the pornographic books in our school districts?
I think they're citing their union membership numbers.
As a whole?
Yes, as a whole. That's about right. That's what I heard it was around last time. Yeah.
Now, can you explain
So when you're
what
a member
this
of a
bill,
union, they just get a blanket speaking your name.
Lori, what exactly?
Yes.
Explain this bill for those folks that don't know.
HB 29 just passed that is going to help remove the books by dividing it into objective review and subjective review. And objective review means if it crosses the bright line rule, which is 7610 1227, by saying, giving a description or depiction of illicit sex or sexual immorality, that it will there is no value for the book, so it should be removed and not in the schools. That is what the current law states, but that hasn't been interpreted and applied correctly. So they did some amendments that just passed that will separate that out, meaning if it violates the law by saying what it's not supposed to say, it will be removed under the objective standard. Excuse me. And then if it doesn't meet the objective standard, it would be removed under the subjective standards.
Right.
If that
So
makes sense.
one of the things, Natalie and I have been working on this issue for a long time. There are some holes in the bill, and we've brought up these concerns.
You mean compromises?
Well, yeah, essentially. And, one of those is it just has some loose language that allows for, I think, creative interpretation on behalf of the districts. For instance, if they don't think that the complaint from a parent constitutes a plausible complaint, and plausible isn't defined right anywhere in the bill. Yeah. And so, if it just doesn't have the right amount of evidence, then we can reject it as, oh, that's not plausible. And then there are exceptions. There are carve-outs in the bill. The carve-outs are like, it doesn't count as a sexually explicit material or sensitive material if it is for a family and consumer science course, if it's for a medical course, if it's for a concurrent enrollment course, that the parent can just, say, oh, sure.
What if the book can't be read in a public meeting?
That's not.
Then it shouldn't be in there. How about that?
That's not in there.
That's
That would be too
ridiculous.
objective and too simple of
can't
a way
read the
to
book
approach it.
Out loud in a public meeting or on radio, because we are considered like regular radio. So there's certain words we can't say since we've
The FCC disallows it.
so we've got that on us. But
I can't say guillotine though.
yeah, it does.
I don't
What
know.
time is it? How hour and 5 minutes. He's gone without saying guillotine.
We have
Honestly,
to remind Jared sometimes that he's on a hot mic. Okay.
yeah, he loves the guillotine idea. So so many of these books, and Lori, you know, because I've seen all the work you've done. You've got a really good looking binder there, which is frightening. But a lot of these books cannot be read at your school board meetings.
Right.
Oh, no.
Well,
And why can they be read by your 7-year-old?
this is one of the things that one of the arguments I made early on when we were working on creating a model policy at the board level to implement the bill when it was first passed. And this is where we get back into that relativity realm. If just like if they want to come after a person and find a way to get them, they will. If they want to keep something in, they'll find a way to keep something in. And I think it's horrible that the UEA is pushing to have this vetoed by the governor. The fact that associations can lobby the governor after the people's representatives have passed a bill to tell him to veto it is outside of our constitutional system. That's not the proper. That's not how it works. And even as a board member, they give our board an opportunity to make requests to the governor to veto certain bills that have passed through after they've gone through the regular process. I don't think that it's our job to tell the governor what to veto and what not to veto.
It makes me ask if the UEA is donating to the governor's.
You know how
campaign.
hot
Well,
they
the
get tar
NEA
for tar and
did
feathering.
75,000 the first time.
They
around.
make it so hot. I mean, it blisters. Tar and featherings. The tar was very.
Hey,
Anyways, that's a
Lori,
side note.
do you have another
What I-
question or? Sorry.
I just wanted to ask, why don't they just
I'm
go
sorry,
by
what?
theater laws?
Well, okay.
The laws that the
right,
public
right.
theaters have, just say blanket. That's our law.
Right.
You got books that are NC-17. So when you're a junior, you can start experiencing some of them comic books they're pushing at the first graders. But until that point,
Go to your public library.
Okay.
Or-
Sell the
Yeah.
book, write the book,
there's-
sell it on Amazon, but put it in public libraries. Don't put it in schools.
Okay.
Do we really want it in the kids section of the public library, though?
We don't want, okay. And that's,
It's the abolitionist mindset. Like,
Mhm.
how much porn is okay for kids?
No,
None.
I'm with you. I'm
Right?
saying,
How
Well,
much slavery
I
is
would-
okay?
I
None.
would-
start
None.
with the step of the schools and let
Yeah.
it trickle because parents have no idea.
well,
they have
right.
no
Well,
idea.
they don't, and the burden of proof is on parents
Yeah.
to come in and rid the
Yes,
schools
Yes.
of something that the
Yeah.
schools should take it upon themselves to
better.
be legally compliant.
Instead
So
of finding loopholes.
Instead of finding
But-
loopholes,
to keep it.
but
Purple hair dye makes you dumb
well, okay, there's that.
and vicious.
But that's Lori brought up this bill. The bill is well intentioned, and so, but the bill does have some holes. So even if they look at it and they have a totalitarian mindset again, they want to have their cake, meaning the activists. So the
UEA.
teachers unions, the American Library Association, the Utah Librarians Association,
The Association of School
the
Librarians.
Association of School Librarians, they all have an agenda, and that is for this complete freedom of inquiry model for children to liberate them from their parents' values and their religious traditions, because then they elevate themselves. They fill the void. They fill the void as the distributors and the disseminators of values.
But they have this, and they want all this freedom, but they don't want it for their websites. They're not going to let a kid go look at this stuff on the internet at the school. But
Well,
it's
they
okay
do,
to find
actually.
it in the library.
Oh,
you
I'm
can
sure-
find it through the online libraries that the kids use. Sora is
I just
one.
mean they can't go to a porn site where they're getting the exact same thing in visual that they're getting in
That's
mental
probably on their
through
startup
the
page.
reading. And they're like, well, we don't allow this and we don't allow
Well,
this.
but the books take them to the porn sites.
Oh,
Some
I'm
of the
sure.
books tell them
Yes.
exactly where to go.
Weren't they telling young kids like okay, first of all, there's this thing came out. Let's let Lori finish up because
Yeah,
she's hanging
Lori.
on.
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, no, that's okay. I think that's all I really wanted to say. And thanks for coming out here, both Natalie and Monica, and
Yes.
welcome to Chihuahua County.
Oh, thanks for doing
Wonderful.
for all the work you're doing to help get the filth out of the schools, because that's a big job, and parents need to be on top of it because the system isn't going to help if they don't get that pressure from the parents. So thank you.
And Lori, we'll be sure and share your organization. I know that
Oh, more than that, Lori, look forward to Holly calling you.
Yeah.
You're going to be on the show.
we'll do a show with you.
I
Okay.
want to.
Okay.
Thank you, Lori.
Yes, thank you. I want to. Did you see that video that came out? Was it in Baltimore? Notoriously high education record Baltimore has right now. I think they graduated on level 0. students. But anyways, they had the students licking their teachers' toes.
Not the teachers. The teachers weren't involved. It was kid on kid.
No.
It was a fundraiser. They came out with their explanation.
That's what they
Still
say.
gross.
I watched the video. Okay, that 40-year-old student that they were licking the feet of. No, there's a video of it.
For a fundraiser. They
That's-
were raising money.
That student flunked out at least 30 times before they did that.
Oh, but they made so much money.
That was but things like that, they're
There's a name for that. So John Taylor Gatto, who was New York
Mhm.
Teacher of the Year, he calls that the adaptive function of education. If you can get kids to do stupid things, you can get them to do anything.
Yep. And
So-
then you break society. You break
Right.
society. Right now they're making our kids into these little docile, unperforming sheep so that in 20 years they've got these
Who hate
subjects.
themselves.
Yes.
They're making subjects is what they're making.
Yes.
Well, they don't, I mean, the Israelis, right? The Mossad, after the Yom Kippur War, they were caught totally flat-footed. And so they instituted at that point what they called the 10th man policy. And the 10th man policy was essentially the idea that, we won't subscribe to groupthink. It was groupthink that helped us get caught, flat-footed.
The 10th man makes an opposing argument.
The 10th man, that's their responsibility. They don't have the option to go with the group, to go with the crowd. They have to
give the
present the counterpoint.
Mhm.
And that is, and I feel like that's what we're trying to do here with the education establishment. Now, not everybody in the, education system goes along with the education establishment as far as thinking the same, but the longer you're in the system, the idea is that you will weed out all those 10th men. Anybody, you make it very uncomfortable for them to stand out, to be alone on a perch. And we've seen that. We've seen that happen,
Time and time
in
again.
Natalie's case. In other, there was a board member in Granite who wonderful courage was displayed, when they presented this resolution to condemn Natalie. And this board member, Kim Chandler, was just standout. She said, look, this is terribly rushed, no due process. There may be legal ramifications. It's very important that we don't make more of a media spectacle, that we don't add fuel to the fire. And she reportedly has received emails telling her, well, there's safety in numbers.
Mhm.
Wow.
Why did you vote against the resolution? There's safety in numbers. Why didn't you read the room? Well, the room was filled with union activists.
All in their colored t-shirts.
Did they
We did a
remove shop
fundraiser.
class from high schools because it teaches young men to make guillotines and gallows? Anyways,
The French Revolution is real, though, right? I mean, that
100%.
mob mentality. It's that sweep of
It's human
emotion.
nature. It will
Right?
do that.
well,
Yes.
they don't talk about it, but we also here on this side, when we were overthrowing those proto-Americans, we were mob mentality. I mean, there was tar and featherings was an occurrence that happened all the time. You had the Tea Party, you had all those things, you had the fights against the Stamp Act, all those things. We had it over here also. The difference was we weren't proto-communist when it happened, and that's what killed the French Revolution. Was
Mm.
they
Well,
tried?
and we still were fighting for a cause that everyone was pretty much. There's a moral idea that freedom is inherent and it's ours. God gives it to us, not government, not kings. And so when
God,
people
nature,
believe
whatever
that,
you believe in.
they can fight for that and they can still value human life and they can still protect and all of that. I think the French Revolution was people that had gotten pushed too far and too long and exploded. And
Well,
I think it ended bloody and terrible. But
I think that's why what you're doing here and what many other people like you are doing as far as having these kind of conversations is so important, because we can either fight this battle in with words
Yeah.
and ideas, and really flesh it out. But we have to be brave and courageous to have the conversations when in a world where you get canceled if you say certain things, right? You have to have the courage to talk about the things that nobody wants to talk about. And if we don't fight that battle on this battlefield, the battlefield of words and ideas, it's only a matter of time, and we will end up on the real battlefield, and more blood will be shed. And I would really like to avoid that if we can
Really?
help that. Right. So
At
like
that grade?
I'm willing just to risk saying the hard things that maybe some people don't like.
Well,
and
there's a lot of
don't wanna
people,
hear,
I
but-
think, who support you, and
Yes.
there's
I'd
safety
rather
in
that.
numbers. So using that against maybe this establishment side is you look at the people willing to support you. Are they brave enough
Well,
to actually stand up and support you? And if they're not brave enough, just do it in the ballot box, or do it when you have the opportunity. Be brave. Find your brave wherever.
I think the
But-
silent majority needs examples of that bravery so that they can become the vocal
It's
majority
true.
and not be afraid anymore. Because if the silent majority that believes in the ideals that this country was founded on finds their voice, the game is over.
Yep.
And we retain our freedom. And all of these forces, because all of these forces that are trying to take away our freedom are banking on us staying quiet.
It's true.
So can I add this really
Of course.
quickly? Yesterday was Natalie's first board meeting back, and there were wall-to-wall supporters in that
I
board
saw the
room.
video.
Great.
You guys had a posse out there.
Yes, there was an amazing group of people who understood this issue from all angles. And if you get a chance, if you haven't done it already, you need to see those public comments. So go to YouTube, look up USBE March 7, 2024.
Is it all one word?
USBE, yes.
USBE Media is the YouTube
USB
page.
media. I'm gonna start
Uh-huh.
following
Yeah.
them.
And
Well, here's the
Yeah,
difference is
yeah.
Okay,
The-
wait, I want to put this in the chat. So
Okay.
USBE
Yeah.
USBE Media,
Uh-huh.
that's the YouTube page name.
all one word.
Uh-huh. Well, no, it's USBE space media.
Okay.
And then it's the March 7th board meeting, and it's about 20 minutes in
well,
Yeah.
the
that
crazy
the public
thing
comments
is
begin.
the opposition side has their supporters. It's called the media and the unions and the bureaucracies, and your side has the supporters that are people.
The parents, just regular everyday
people, and
Americans.
And it's you women.
Mhm.
It's right now. I'm standing here not. Now I am not a Republican. I am not a conservative. I am independent in all my thoughts. I just see where what's wrong is wrong and what's right is right. But I watch this, and it's all almost exclusively women that are spearheading this fight. It's mothers. Mothers are the ones that are seeing the dangers to their kids. Dads, I guess, their noses to the grindstone down at the accounting office or
We've seen
Dentist
lots of
shop.
dads too, though.
whatever
yeah.
they're doing. Yeah, but no,
There were a
we're
lot of great
There
men
were
there.
men
Yeah.
there as well.
but we're seeing
Yes, yeah.
mothers.
Yeah.
I've been honestly, out of everyone we've interviewed, the hardest, the ones that come out with the most comprehensive message that isn't just throwing stones has been you mothers, and I want to
Because we
thank you
have
for
the
that.
most vested interest.
And
Our
you're the ones that see
children
it.
are everything to us.
Yeah.
And dads, they're not very good
our
at
neighbors'
homework. They don't
children.
recognize this stuff. They get home and they kick their shoes off, and they're gonna, whatever dads do.
Well, I am grateful for the men that are standing up and speaking
me
up
too.
and defending their children and saying, okay, I've done, I've let my wife take this long enough. It's time for me to get in the fight
Well,
because
Right.
we need the men. Like, okay, I grew up in a family of 10 children. I'm number 7. And I remember my mom always saying, every time she tried to implement something in the family,
Your
in
mom
the
must have
home,
been made of pure iron, though.
she's
10
amazing.
kids.
But she's like, anytime I tried to implement something within the family, it always flopped unless your dad got behind it also.
Sure.
And when dad got behind it, it worked. It worked every time. We had to be as one and put forward that unified front in order for the kids to come along. And
Well,
I think that's what we need in our society today is men and women, mothers and fathers
True.
standing up for their children. I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
because a lot of the men are at work, but we have a lot of women that are at work too. And so you're mostly
are, but
finding the
even then-
stay-at-home moms or moms whose kids are now a little bit older and they have time to do the deep dive, which, a man is doing a great thing when he goes to work and he's able to support and provide for his family. But we also have to make sure that they don't just stop at that point, and they realize part of being a protector is not just fending off, some guy that comes to the door with a gun and wants
Absolutely.
to,
It's your daughter in her locker room.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
There's a lot of ways that children are being harmed in today's world that men or fathers
Well, even just
could be
corrupting
a
their thought
great
process.
protector, having
Yes.
conversations with their daughters, their
Just for
sons.
a teacher to
Mhm.
say, we're going to broach the subject today of, with the 8th graders in front of them of X sexual explicit period, that's corrupting a thought process.
Yes,
Now, I
yes.
want to say women are better at communication, which is, I was going to lead to this. I'm happy that mothers are standing up because it's better for the communication side of it, that battlefield, than the other side that men are better at that. Because we are living in 2 separate countries right now. We're 2 totally separate countries. You've got the urban and the rural. They're split all across the nation. And boy, I'd rather have the continual word exchange than the great lead exchange that it looks like we're heading to.
Right. Well, and you know what? I feel like, especially when you look at the men and the things they do. I mean, I look at our husbands. They have
They're
been
amazing.
so incredibly supportive, and there are no words to describe the battle we're in right now. To be honest, it's really odd that for whatever reason that the women are kind of at the forefront of it, but even more so, our children are what we are battling over. And you have, I think, women on both sides. It's not just women who are fighting for kids. You have women who are also fighting
Activists.
against kids.
Well, yeah, I
Yes.
And that's,
mean, yeah.
it's very,
Both sides.
But they will fight for cats.
You guys, the truth of the matter is when you get somebody who represents something, like when you have a gay person who stands up against some of the policies that are hurting kids, and they're
Talking
loud.
to you, Gowd.
Gowd, he's awesome.
That's great.
His
Mhm.
voice booms because he's standing up for what's right, and he is the person they expect or assume is going to be on one side, and he's standing on what he believes in and standing what's right. I think when women stand up for their kids, it's expected, but it's not been the case. And a lot of times it's because we don't know, or we're trusted in the system. And there's been a red pill slipped to everyone through COVID. And I think even before COVID, but to see mothers out there putting themselves out there and really taking on the system, I think it has made a boom because we've needed that, because so many mothers have just sat back. And I love when dads do it because it does have it feels a little different. But when moms do it, you're talking
It's
to
amazing.
other moms who are on that school board too, who have climbed up to get to the school board, and they've won their elections, and they have been working the system, and they have to look moms in the face and go, you are supposed to care about my kids too. You're a mom, mother to mother. Now the men on the school board, they're fathers. Maybe they look at things differently. We all do. Men and women are different. There, I said it. You can quote me on that.
We are different. Mm.
Yeah.
But when a mother looks to another woman on that school board and says, you're telling me this is okay for your kids, for my kids, you guys don't run for this seat for your own kids. They're grown up. I mean, a lot of them, you're running for my kids. You're running for my neighbor's kids who haven't even hit the school system yet, because you're looking at the future and about the safety and the innocence that these children
Right.
deserve. They
Yes.
deserve it. But I think when a woman to woman, when you're looking in the eyes, and I think a man can do a great job on school board, same as a woman. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it hits different. I
Right.
think
Yeah.
that's what he's saying.
Well,
To see
never.
these women standing up, looking these other school board members, the videos I've seen where these school board members look, they're just ridiculous. I mean, How do you defend this?
Well, it's
And yet-
compartmentalization, right?
It is.
They compartmentalize. They sit there and they say, well,
Rationalizing.
right, this is where pragmatism enters into the picture, because I feel like that's something I was trained as a teacher to do, not look at, and I think I mentioned this before, not what's good and what's bad, and don't mention that to the kids. You're supposed to frame it in the sense of what works and what doesn't work. And I think that's the new moral philosophy. That's the new religion. Does this work? Well, for whom?
Right.
Who does this really work for? And the kids are always cited as the reason, and yet all these things work against the kids. So, that pragmatic philosophy, it's so unreliable, right? Because something may work in a certain situation to a certain extent, but again, to what end?
To what end?
Yeah.
Right.
And these kids aren't kids forever. They become grown adults.
Right. And nobody's
And-
asking, where does
Yeah.
this lead?
Yeah. What
Yeah.
happens to them?
Yeah.
Where do they end up after this?
Well,
I
I'm
think
just
it's worse than that. I think if they haven't gone into severe
there's something
depression,
worse than that
Yeah,
than communism.
absolutely. I think that when these
The
kids
opposite.
don't value their
Nihilism.
own lives,
Well, yeah.
when they don't even want to fall in love or reproduce or have a future, they see no light in the future. We're creating zombies basically that are probably not going to value their own life as much, and they certainly won't value other life.
Well,
They can't see purpose in it.
No.
I think there should be a simple rule. Do not teach anything in schools that you wouldn't let your bachelor neighbor 43-year-old man teach your kids.
Well,
Simple. That if you've got a neighbor that's 43, you'd let him teach your kid math. Great. You'd let him teach your kid carpentry. Great. Would you let him teach your kid sex ed? Oh, wait a second. Hold on.
You saying there shouldn't be sex ed in school?
I'm saying that if he's going to teach sex ed, it would be as if the parents of the child were standing there with bats.
well, you know what? It's interesting. Granite School District recently put out its sex ed curriculum.
Is it still funded by Planned Parenthood?
There's all sorts of
Yeah. You guys understand that?
references. Yeah.
Planned Parenthood was actually
Well-
the people who were creating the curriculum for our sex
Chapter
ed in
4.
Utah schools.
Bondage.
Yeah. Well, they've got images in there, and I don't know who your audience is. I'm not trying to
It's-
offend or
you're
anything,
fine.
Oh, we
You're
but
send them every day.
but they've got an image in there of it's a very, like, I think it's an explicit picture of an erect penis. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And you don't need that. You don't need that.
Is it at least
explicit of
like we had when I was a kid? It looked like someone sawed a person in half.
No. It's
And
not
then-
like that. It's not like that at all.
It's a
And
real
so
one or a drawing?
it's as close to probably real without being real.
Is it-
So it
okay.
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's
Is
not
it in a
appropriate.
textbook? Please tell me it's in a textbook.
But then they accompany it with a picture of a young boy emerging from a swimming pool in a tight Speedo to illustrate, the uncomfortability of maybe having an erection in public. This is where these things go.
Mm.
This is just they
Pushing the
they
envelope.
really push the envelope. Those are not necessary to describe what is a biological function or a reaction.
Can I
Yeah,
This
just
is the watered down version of sex ed or comprehensive sex ed that Utah has adopted, or certain districts have adopted, because we can't get the full
Slide
comprehensive
in a
sex
little
ed.
bit closer.
We can't get the full comprehensive sex ed passed in our legislation. So we've stopped it again and again up at the Capitol. And so because they are intent on getting it in, they've brought it in through these watered down curriculums, which are still bad, but pushing the envelope as hard as they can, and then through the books that they bring in so that the kids can see it all depicted graphically in
If
the
this is in a
books.
textbook, I imagine the kids are wearing some pens out, drawing
Can I just
faces.
say? Can I just
It's
say?
not- it's
Having
in
a
a PowerPoint.
teenage son,
Oh,
I can't imagine any teenage son or kid wanting to sit through that meeting.
No.
How embarrassing for the child.
Right. And that's just the explicit instruction. And Natalie mentioned they get it in kind of through other ways. The behavioral health curriculum we've seen that gets distributed across
Is this
districts.
8th grade?
Yeah, 8th grade or so. But, part of the curriculum includes a worksheet that says, okay, here's a list of values. And among those values are listed sexuality, sensuality, romance, excitement, which they're not values.
Those aren't values.
Is gender in there too?
It reminds me of like if Michel Foucault wrote your.
All right.
That's
Uh-huh.
insane.
Yeah.
So where is
Dave
where
asked
is-
what grade level
I just
was that
said 8th
textbook?
grade.
Okay,
8th grade.
it's a behavioral
PowerPoint.
curriculum. It's in a PowerPoint, and they have embedded videos, and then they have links to worksheets, and
So
then there's
This speaks to the problem of moving away from a focus on academics,
Yeah.
math, science, literature, and into the behavioral realm, the social and emotional learning realm, which has become the focus of school because they will cite Maslow's hierarchy of needs as their justification for focusing on all of these subjective value or character related aspects of school, the psychological, the erasing of sexual inhibitions and boundaries. This is the justification for making this the focus of education because they say they cannot learn until they are emotionally and psychologically sound. If they're anxious or depressed or they're having behavioral problems, then they can't learn. So we have to put everything else on hold, the math, the science, the literature
The
and
3
language,
Rs.
all of those on hold while we transform school into this social, psychological, behavioral experiment where quite honestly,
you just nailed it right there. That's what it is.
quite honestly, it feels more like an insane asylum where the patients are running it.
Yeah.
And
Right,
they're-
where you have teachers that are so insecure about who they really are that they are choosing to use pronouns for themselves, choosing to put preferred pronouns at the end of their name.
On a 5-year-old.
Well, but even the teachers are adopting it. You're
No,
like,
what I'm saying.
are
how's a
these
child even
these
supposed to know
sound psychologically
No.
sound people that have to tell you what their pronouns are?
Pronouns are actually taught to you in English. And when you get a they them pronoun and then you want to be called they them, and I love all of you, so please be whoever you want. But when you're talking about English, the proper English you have to learn in school of all places, they should teach what a pronoun is. You have to learn it.
yes.
They them is not a proper pronoun. You don't say they went to the store. They told me, and that mean who told you? How many were there? Who all? It's a group, right?
I don't know. I
Plural,
like
singular,
Zer
it
and
makes a
that.
difference.
Not a real
Right?
thing.
They're
Is
trying
that
to
Zer with the Z
transform.
or
Not a real thing. And it's grammar. Now here's with the sexual teachings, is there parental consent involved?
Oh,
Are
yeah.
these filmed live? Because this is something I would be fine with. How about put videos in your classrooms so the parents can tune in anytime, any day from work and watch this sexual class being taught? I bet that scares the hell out of teachers.
So sex ed in Utah does require parental consent, but that is in an explicit class where that is the focus.
It's health,
right?
It's in
Health-
health.
It's a health
Uh-huh.
a portion of the health class. But the problem is that they are trying to integrate all subjects.
Yeah.
So that nothing is separate from anything else. So you can't just easily opt
It's their
out.
way around it.
And right. So they don't have to get necessarily parental consent for a discussion that happens in math class.
right.
So it would make sense if you're an activist that want to get it in somewhere that you're going to bring it in some other way, some other subject than health, where you have to get parental permission.
English classes.
Those things you
English
brought up.
class is
English
a
classes
huge
are the
offender.
huge one.
Oh yeah, because literature can bring up all kinds of stuff,
I know.
especially when the
Absolutely.
literature is explicit already.
Right.
Especially when it's in English that you learn about pronouns.
Oh gosh, when you brought up those values in sex
Mhm.
ed that they said,
Yeah.
Does anybody talk about the statistics happening right now about the sexual transmitted diseases that have just gone up like crazy in our youth? I mean, there are consequences to actions. And when they talk about unwanted pregnancies? Are they teaching abstinence? Are they teaching
Oh, easy. You said the A word live on radio.
are they teaching about your
Oh my
values, about
gosh.
holding
I'm sorry,
your time
Biden. She
and
didn't mean it.
actually trust the person before you sleep with them? Are they teaching anything like that?
Abstinence, they've redefined. It means anything but intercourse.
Oh,
So you
that's
can
just-
experiment or explore
It's
all
not
you want,
sex
and
if
that's
it's something
considered
else.
abstinence. That's how they've redefined it.
Well, and again, the idea is to open the door to conversations that will lead the kids to ask questions
Right.
that will give the teachers opportunities to respond
Organically.
creatively,
They call it
organically,
Inquiry-based education.
Do you know, Dwayne just mentioned that your USBE March 7th YouTube meeting has comments turned off.
They always turn off the
Shocker.
comments. So just so
Shocker.
people
But you
know.
said the comments were really great. You mean the ones on the video?
Okay, so the parents who came to the meeting gave public
Oh,
comments.
so you can hear the
Stood up
comments
at the
on
mic.
the
So
as part
if
of the
you
meeting.
watch, yes,
They
I
gave-
So
probably
people
should
came and had your
clarify.
back.
Tune in, guys.
Yes,
Good.
but
Tune in and read it. Watch it.
watch it.
You won't see comments.
You're
You
not
can't
going to get a
leave
lot
one.
of comments. You get no comments on any KSL news clip that's out. They just
no.
they cut
no.
the comments out because
Well, they don't
Yeah,
like
but-
someone talking against
But
what they
the
believe.
public comments were amazing. Just, go listen to them. They begin at about the
about a-
20-minute mark or so into the meeting.
What came out of the meeting?
So, well, a lot of parents went and they were just expressing their disgust with a board that has, I think, a very bad reputation for double standards. One standard applies to Natalie, another standard applies to other board members. A complaint comes in about Natalie, there's a press release. A complaint comes in about another board member, you never hear what happens to it. It gets buried.
I only know 2 names of members of the board.
Yeah. So this is how it's been for a long time. And I made a joke of it, like the last time Natalie was investigated, last July, it's like this happens every 6 months. And it does. It's just like on cue. And, they have these very interesting responses and very interesting, I think, again, biased ways of interpreting their bylaws, which, to be honest, aren't very constitutional to begin with. They're super subjective. And there's speech codes. Speech codes are not okay. If you're a bureaucrat stuck in North Korea, okay, I'm guessing you have your speech code so you can keep your job or whatever.
Your life.
But you are an elected official. You should have nothing but, I think, short of yelling fire in a crowded theater, you should be able to speak freely so that people know where you stand on issues.
Especially as an elected official. That's
Especially
what
when you're responsible for
representing-
my tax money.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to know where it is, what's happened, why you're voting the way you are. And I don't want censorship on anybody that's elected. I want to know who they are. If they
Yes.
stand up and say white power, I know they're a racist and I won't vote for them.
Right? But let them say it. Let them tell you who they are.
Tell me who you are.
Yes.
That's what I prefer. Free speech. You
Yeah.
can still say fire in a crowded theater because that has still been proven it's free speech. It's the other people's job on how they react. And they have to have self-accountability, just like everybody who talks freely. You're not free of consequence, but at least you're free to say what you want to say. And when I say consequence, as an elected, I mean, you might tell people who you are and they might not want to vote for you again.
Right.
Right. It doesn't mean that you're accountable for what other people say
Absolutely
regarding
not.
what you said.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And that's exactly the problem here is that, if we were to go to any
Yes, they
elected
can say
officials,
black power too. Whatever they want to say. Is that David?
if we go to any elected officials,
Yes.
Facebook, Twitter, whatever, X, Instagram, people are going to comment and you can't control what people say. And yet that is the standard that Natalie's being held to, that somehow, because somebody said something, and sure, if it wasn't good, that's not good. But that was the entire reason the post was pulled down. It was because, I don't want that on my
So they
feed.
wanted to come after you for the new phrase of the decade, stochastic terrorism. Is that what I'm hearing? Someone else said something
Yeah.
on something you posted, and so they wanted to punish you for it because You're supposed to eggshell walk until, say one of them maybe goes to a softball game and maybe, squeezes a little bang button on their little handy, whatever they're carrying. And a couple guys get shot. And then we don't go and blame the senator who said things that individual took the wrong way. But when it's on your side, obviously it's your fault.
Well, and that's, Natalie's kind of been, the pinata up at the board for the past, 3 years now.
Oh, well, that's
because you've been,
just because
you
she's
haven't,
a high profile,
you haven't
right?
been going
She's-
along to get along.
Yeah.
I just
No, and I'm
speak-
glad
I
you
just
haven't.
Speak my mind, and I share with people what I think, and
Can you-
that's the.
You're tough. I
That's
like
what you
that.
get.
And
You
what I
speak
wanted,
truth.
I want to go back to it feels like we're in two nations, because you do have people who want their kids to learn this. Granted, they want their cats to learn this. They don't have kids, but there might be a few on accident. They didn't mean to have kids. Don't blame them.
Well,
But anyways,
talked about
you
in every
might-
household. They want it talked about at
you-
least so their kid knows.
There
the
might
basics.
be people who are okay with that. And I am fine with them having an option that they can actually parent in their style. But I don't want that option forced on the rest of us, which is why I think, no offense, we need to do away with the state school board. I think school boards should be local, period. We need to do away with the national Department of
Get rid of the
Education.
Department of Education.
Your education system, my education system should not stretch further than my county. And that's it.
Yeah.
It should be funded by my county, sink or swim. It should be funded by my county, dictated by my county, ran by my county. My
If it
county has
sinks,
different
what
needs than
happens?
Salt Lake. My county definitely has different needs than San Francisco, and it should be dictated and ran and paid for as such, which it was up until the, what was it, 74, 78? When was it that Carter sold us
Department of
out?
But you
Yeah.
have a
Was it
representative that handles
77,
your
78?
county.
But anyways, it was ran like that, and it was more successful. We had better grades. We under the system prior to Carter, allegedly, we put people on another planetoid out in the solar system. We haven't been very good at that since. We invented things. We were the economic engine of the world. Granted, we had help. World War II destroyed all of Europe, and World War I before that. But we were the engine that did that. And since then, yeah.
We've been centralizing control of the
Mhm.
system. And the only way, when you have a system that is so large, the only way for it to survive is to hyper standardize everything, which becomes like a communist
This makes me
plan,
before-
right? It's like systems by their nature lead to that because it's the only way they can, because they're about being efficient
and uniform.
and uniform, right? Which means they
They're about
cannot-
fighting for their job,
they
and they
cannot-
love failure because
Yeah.
it keeps that excuse. Keep us going.
they,
Next year
they
will be
can't
better.
truly individualize and standardize at the same time. It's not possible. But
It's
they
an oxymoron.
sell you on the standardization by saying they are personalizing everything, which is just not true. The only personalization that's happening is the personalized indoctrination through the computer adaptive algorithms that through the tech-based education. That's the only way they can do it, and it's not good for the student when you create a system that basically is commoditizing students and standardizing
Oh,
them.
there's
They're
a dollar sign
creating
on every one of their heads.
yeah,
Oh,
they're
yes.
creating a product. The student is the product of the system. How many times do you hear elected officials brag, "I'm a product of the system"?
Yeah.
Which I'm like, oh, I would never say that.
No.
Like, why would you want to say that? Because the system has gotten too big and it is not healthy anymore. We need to cut it back to go back to that smaller realm where the people, the parents, the families have an actual say in what happens in their schools. We don't want it, these bureaucracies that are We're 6 degrees. Thank you. Removed from the school.
Oh
We
yeah.
want parents that are actively involved. If you want parents to get back involved, then cut it back to size.
Yeah.
And then where parents feel like and know that their voice matters and that they have a say.
But devil's advocate here. You care, I care, he cares. I know so many parents who are blissfully ignorant and they
Mhm.
wouldn't. They don't.
But
They don't
because it's
understand.
become too convenient.
Exactly,
Right.
right?
To
And
just
this
turn your
is
kid
the
over.
teachers
Well, what if
are
we had
raising
a-
their child half the day.
Right.
What if we had a
Yes.
free
And-
market education system? Might that work?
You'd have to cut out the middleman, which is also the
Oh.
man at the top.
The
Oh, you're
government.
speaking my
Ironically, right?
language.
It's the government. So that's
How much do you think a teacher would make a year
A
if
private
they
teacher?
taught free market, like in their house, 15 students?
They would get paid what they're worth.
Yeah.
Oh, seriously. You
And
would
the
have
child will
some
get a better
teachers,
education.
you would have some teachers that would be renting out churches to teach. And then you would have
right.
others who could teach in a thimble.
Well, okay. See, look at it in the terms of just your kid getting, say, piano lessons or
Oh, yeah.
gymnastic lessons. It's
Oh.
the same thing. You know, when it's your money and it goes directly to somebody else, you are very careful. You're like,
Yes.
okay, is this piano teacher good? What does she do with her lessons?
How is my kid doing? Are
How's
they
my kid
progressing?
doing?
And you can leave anytime you want
Yep.
if they're
Yep.
not
Well,
satisfying
and
you.
you could seek one, you could seek out a teacher who taught to your child's passions.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
my child wants to be an engineer. Okay, great. You know, we could overload a little bit of math and the kid could be playing with the Rector sets half the time, you know, things like that. Or
Learning to
my
draft.
kid wants to be a writer. I mean, imagine, okay,
Right.
here's another thought. Now, one, our education system since the dawn of time, since its birth in Japan, adoption in Germany, and then brought over here by Horace Mann, has been to indoctrinate kids. They wanted soldiers. It was brought into Germany to defeat Napoleon. That's
Yeah. The
That's why it's there.
paramilitary support.
it was.
Yes.
That's why it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not there to make free-willed, educated people.
No,
Threatens them.
we're making workers.
They-
we're
they
making
want-
creating a
nowadays it's
workforce.
about
That's
in-
what it is.
It's
now.
about industrial workers. That's why there's a bell ding. You move here, you sit down. Everyone does the same thing. They're just making you a cog in a wheel. But
Deep breath.
I
Come on.
would love to see at least an option. And Dave says in there, you could do away with degrees. And yes, you could. You could have kids at 16 have an education path up to that point, which gets them ready to slide right in, turn into an engineering job or a draftsman or an architect
An
job. Just
apprenticeship.
at 16, boom, they slide right in. They're ready to go. Nowadays, what? We send them through 12 years of school. They learn
13.
how to read cat and mat and joke. And then we send them to college where they learn, you know, when you use the green dye, you want to start on the left side of your head and make sure you
They learn how to
don't
be
get it on your
activists.
ears.
Well, the problem is, I mean, I understand the idea of like apprenticeships. I understand the idea of like training for a specific job, but you know, we can't discount the fact that, you know, let's look at the colonists. I mean, they wouldn't just simply say little Johnny like really enjoys playing with a hammer. He is destined to become a blacksmith, and that's all we're going to train him to, and that's all we're going to teach him about. You have to educate a child better than that.
Meaning develop their minds.
Develop their minds. And it's so that, you know, let's say
I would argue back then we had, I'm going to say this outright.
You're
If I
interrupting her.
had to live amongst the people that I surround myself with in my culture right now, or if I had to go back to say, oh, we'll throw me back to 1860 in Kentucky, I tend to feel that was a higher grade of people then.
oh yeah,
No,
absolutely.
Because
we
they had-
taught church in school.
They had
Yeah.
bigger ideas of what liberty meant.
Yes.
A lot of people use freedom, but I believe liberty is what your goal, because that's freedom through responsibility.
Yes.
That's earned freedom.
Right.
You know, everyone else just says freedom. I'm free to,
Oh,
you know,
so-
do drugs and whatever. Those are
It's
Sorry.
not,
Morality.
not libertinism. Yeah, we're not just
Liberty
going, yeah.
is freedom
licentiousness.
earned.
Yeah.
Right. And based on morals.
Yes, you earn it. The morals are a part of it. Earned freedom. You know.
But what
you're-
she's getting at is that there's more that you need these kids to know. They need to have some history's got to be taught. They've got to learn about reading, writing, math basics, but they also need to learn whatever it is that inspires them, that moves them, because they are the future and the future is going forward. So giving them a wide array of subjects is awesome. And I think, a lot of times apprenticeships, I love the idea of learning on the job, but I also watched a math, I don't know how I got on the video. I got into the vortex, but a math championship with these math clubs fighting. And I watched a kid solve a
Isn't that
problem.
called
and
Asian Olympics?
It took him
shouldn't have
probably
said that.
3 minutes to solve an equation I'd already solved in my head because he was using Common Core.
Oh,
And
well,
I was like, what is
here's-
happening? And that's the acceptable way that it was accepted to win. And yet, why are we teaching kids all this backwards, go forwards? Is it to, again, separate us from each other so I can't sit down with my child and go through homework with him without watching YouTube how-to on Common Core math?
Yes.
What's happened in memorization, where that right there should be right along in their head for their life. Every day I do not use algebra. Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. You were wrong. But
It's an alienation effort, right?
Become an Army
Yeah.
sniper and use algebra every
I won't
day, all
become an
day
Army
long.
sniper.
No.
But
Yeah.
here's the deal.
I
Yes,
snipe on Call
they
of Duty,
should
though.
learn how to read and write. History is go to any graduation that happens in a month and stand at the end of the line. And what's a simple quiz? A simple one like
Like the
a
civics
simple
test.
historical quiz, something that everyone through their 4 years of school should have learned. I mean, not even recite something, just a date and see how
When the
many of
Constitution was written.
well, when it was written, it was written over a long time, argued about. But I would like to do a pinpoint, like, something big. But I don't know.
Dates of the Revolutionary War. How's that?
The date that Japan first initiated torpedoing the United States. Just ask
Pearl
them that.
Harbor.
And how many of those students crossing that line can give you that date? That's one that everyone should know. I mean, maybe that's even too hard for everyone to know, but I'll bet you, if you're lucky, 10%, 8.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. That history might be something that's sought out by people, and it might be like physics for me. I learned jack all of physics through high school. Not a thing. I couldn't have told you anything about it. It's something that I started pursuing learning in when I was in my 30s. It's something that wow, this
But
is
again,
cool.
that's something you
This is cool that
choose.
this
You would-
world, and it was YouTube that taught me that. And I built a little hydrogen engine because of as an adult, with a kid who was about to graduate high school himself, decided this thing interests me, so I want to try it and I want to do it. So that's where I learned it. You can pursue that stuff all through your life. So yeah, it's great to have benchmarks, but to have this, I worry that right now what we've built is an indoctrination system that's going to make uncompetitive people so that our overlords don't have competition.
We're already there.
Yeah.
We've
Oh,
already,
we're-
we've
But
built
it's
it.
still-
We're
It's
past
there,
that.
and we're way past.
They still
right?
have to
Yeah.
learn about culture. They still have to learn where their place is, what the United States is on the world stage. I think they need to be exposed to
I'll
of
make them a
course,
pamphlet.
math,
I'll
and I
make
think
them a pamphlet.
and literature, and these things need to be absolute. You have to have these things. The problem is they've been so tainted, and there's not critical thinking anymore. You're not teaching a child to question with boldness, which is what the school system was all about, was ideas. And that's what college was about.
They're taught to
Free-
question power now.
Yeah.
It's all power
wait.
dynamics, oppressor versus oppressed, and
But only question power in one direction.
Yeah.
Sure.
If the individual in power has a darker tint of skin, we can't question that direction. No way could you question
No, you have to
the
feel
power that
guilty.
Obama had in any college course right now.
Well, according to critical race theory, they are it doesn't matter, like really who's in charge, as long as the person in charge is, that, I guess what I'm trying to say is that person, just because they're in charge doesn't mean they're the oppressor. If there's some sort of historical, history.
Yeah, it's the
some
hot
historical-
crazy
right,
matrix.
Right.
It's
If
DEI
historical, repression, oppression, you name it, because that always has to be factored into the whole picture, right? Of the intersectionality of whether they're victimized or not. That's why they changed words from, we don't want to say minority anymore, because if we have, now we have minority majorities, right? So these underrepresented, so to speak, populations, but who now are the majority. So they want to use the term minoritized. And so it's just a matter of like always shifting the goalposts, right? And that took me a long time to get to that point. But the whole point being is that, as long as you get your people in the positions of power, it doesn't matter if they are the ones who have and can wield extraordinary power.
Absolutely.
They're still going to be seen as, well, we'll find some reason to reframe them as the victim.
You
Unless
are
they're on the other
absolutely
side.
talking, and I'm hearing is, and I was just talking about this with my son last night, Obama, his election, Republicans voted for him. There were so many people in this country that saw, wow, a first Black president. Look at how far we've come. Look at how amazing our country can be. And he was going to be the great uniter. And all of a sudden we saw different. And the problem is because he couldn't just be a great president. He had to be the Black president. You couldn't talk about him in a negative tone you could any other president. You became a racist because he's still a victim. And yet he's a victim president that got to the top as the commander-in-chief of the United States of America. And he was beloved by many of all colors and elected twice, but he can't just be that. He just can't be that.
And you couldn't criticize maneuvers he made, like the ACA. When that came up, the ACA was written by the insurance companies to make them more money. I mean, it was a scam. I know, Biden, you said it's great and you're going to make it stronger. I mean,
Waterboarding.
I guess what he did is he traded in all his coupons that he had for big pharma for big insurance now. But that's okay. We'll see what he does for us later. But anyways, and you couldn't criticize it because the thing that had come back, why are you criticizing?
Because you're a racist.
The Black man. It's you only don't like it because no, I don't like it because my premiums doubled, but my coverage halved. And that's exactly what the ACA did.
Right. It's being sold.
Dwayne says, where is Ukraine? No one knows. That's a great point. When your child doesn't know anything about Ukraine or what is going on over there, what's happening in Europe, when their money, the money they're being taught to make for this government as a product of this government, when their mindset is different.
I'll tell you what.
They are a product of the government, therefore they contribute.
If we
I need them to
privatize
talk now.
If we privatized education,
That'd be awesome.
our military numbers would plummet and we would not be in foreign wars because kids wouldn't be indoctrinated from youth to think that strength is only had by dropping airborne rangers on a geographical area on a map.
I don't know.
I think we have institutions in society that look at children as a common property, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that yesterday in the board meeting where they were talking about children's data. And there's this underlying assumption that we are entitled as the school system to children's data, and that these companies that we partner with,
they want to be able to spy on kids outside of school, like even kids' social medias too.
Oh, there are lots of ways to follow kids around. In my children's district in Granite, they are employing a piece of software called Bark, and it's a surveillance system on every Google product that the kid uses, and it specifically monitors for anything that might not be safe.
Is it just text they're looking at, or are they also, if the kid's doing a video
media,
chat?
Any Google products. So if
can
you're
we
using,
hammer them if they catch the kid the kid accidentally doesn't turn their camera off, and then the kid changes. Can we hammer that company and run them
No.
into the ground?
No,
They're going to keep
well,
that safe.
well, and
Companies will be protected. Your
Oh, I'm
kid
sure
won't.
the
but
NSA
it's
never
this like
looks at.
crazy surveillance ecosystem that's going on. But the point of bringing it up is that the schools are arguing about the data, and they're arguing about, well, charters can't have the data, but the public schools should have the data, and blah. And yet charters
Because
are public
data
schools,
is
right?
money.
I mean,
Data is money.
right. It's absolute money. They admitted as much in the meeting. And so, what's funny is like, okay, well, that's my information. That's my child's information. They don't get to profit a dime by
Right.
their own information. And if you're going to be equitable or whatever it is you claim to be in the schools, then that kid should get a cut of every penny that is
They're making in their
yeah
pay, in their
that
likeness.
somebody is
Otherwise,
making.
it's just exploitation, and
It
that's
is.
what our education system is turning into: is a way to market to students, to commoditize them, to exploit them for power, profit, pleasure, you name it, for political purposes. It's not okay. It used to be such that our education system protected students from being marketed to and exploited. Like schools were off limits from outside entities. Now it's all about community engagement and taking down those
Activation.
barriers to give the community and strangers access to your children for their own purposes.
Or worse, business, government.
Yes,
This
business
data
and government, all of them
is
are,
the most-
want a piece of your
It's
child.
number one commodity right now is information.
Yeah.
And data, and these
The
social
data on your
media
child.
networks, all of them, Google, they all sell it. It's the most, it's
That's how you,
worth more than gold.
that's how you gain power.
Yes.
Because if you gather enough data on a child, you can then predict their behavior. And if you can predict their behavior, you can
Oh.
control their behavior.
You can not only
Or you
predict
can
it,
just be ready to sell them
you can
what they're
actually
gonna want.
not only
tomorrow,
predict
not
it,
today.
right? You
It's
can
the ultimate
dictate
consumer.
what
Yes.
their behavior will be.
Yes.
You can actually force them into a certain behavior, and it's so dirty.
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
so dirty. I want to get
Yeah.
to some of the investigating you guys had done. I want to know
Yeah.
about when you
Let's
went
dig
on
into
to
the dirt.
And we were talking to Monica, who is running for District
No.
10.
10.
It's
10.
state
Monica
board.
Wilbur, and she's school board District 10, and Natalie Cline, school board District 9.
Mhm.
And they are both joining us in studio today in case you're just paying attention. And we're just having these conversations because this could go on for hours. And we know you guys probably get exhausted, but this is so interesting because it affects every single one of us. You could be a grandmother. The little kids in your neighborhood are going to decide your fate when it's older. And if, like I said in the beginning, if they can't value life, as simple as that, what are they going to do when you're an old person? Are they going to think that, well, euthanasia is fine because abortion's fine. And if you're not a member of society that's contributing, and, we're going to see this play out.
Who was that
Assisted
speaker?
suicide is fine. If the person wants it, well, they might want it on one day, but what about in their future when life doesn't have value? So much of our social lives will be affected by that. How we interact with other
Mhm.
people,
We
what
become-
kids do is for
Yeah.
hope. So I know with the work you've done in the school board, and you've been following the school board, and I know you were on our show before, and you said you were just a mom that had wanted more information and started going to
And
school
a
board
previous
meetings.
teacher.
Previous teacher, and I've always been involved in my kids' education. Like I've been on community councils. I volunteered in their classrooms. At a certain point, I realized, especially when Common Core came along, I realized that the schools, there was no difference between a charter and a public school, so to speak, because they were all adopting the same type of curriculum.
They had
Common
to
Core.
meet school
They had
standards,
to, right,
state standards.
right, in order to meet the state standards. And then not only, yes, the standards were aligned to Common Core, and when everything comes from the top down, pretty soon you don't have any other choices, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody just falls into line. And so, that's when I pulled them out to homeschool them. And then I've been doing some form of hybrid schooling, whether it's just putting them in, whether enrolling them in the schools and dual enrolling them or pulling them out to homeschool, just a variety of things that have worked with my kids over the years. And so, yeah.
Because different kids require different types of educating, and they'll learn differently. And when you see there's so much chaos happening in our public schools, in charter schools, the curriculum itself,
Right.
you're probably saying to yourself, why does my kid, number one, need this? And why is this constantly fighting the values we have at home?
Right. It can be very toxic, a lot of
Yeah.
these environments. And that's where my kids, my younger kids, I thought it was the same for my older kids as well. The question is, at what point is the trade-off worth it? Like, yes, they may be getting what I think is an education, but really when they come home and I talk to them and I look at what they're learning, as a former educator and as one who's, like, I love literature and I've done a lot of, reading of the classics and everything. And I look at what they were bringing home to read and I just want to cry. And I'm like, nah, this isn't worth it. This isn't worth it. We could sit here and we will read, something amazing. We will discuss it. We will talk about it. Maybe you'll write something for me about it, but we are not going to, I think, succumb to what are lesser methods, what are really, I think these are ways of not helping our kids become, smarter or more intelligent, more informed, more inspired. Any of those things. These are just ways of keeping our kids busy.
It's
Docile.
Yeah. They want them to be submissive. They don't want them to really question. And so, it's just not worth it at that point. And, I've been told by many people, oh, your kids are so bright. They're this and they're that. And my own kids who've, I have a son, I think I mentioned this before, valedictorian, all the AP classes, debate champion, both at the region level and he went to nationals. This kid is very, very bright. But he's like, I learned more in the 2.5 years you homeschooled me than I did pick up from the schools. Like, he just learned to jump through hoops. He was an excellent hoop jumper,
right?
But he knew that he was jumping through
He could
those
game the
hoops.
system.
He could game the system.
Be a good test taker.
Right. And so a lot of these things that we have exposed, like my son helped, he's like, oh, at school, they want me to be an ambassador for equal opportunity schools, which is just recruiting minorities for, for AP and IB classes. And then, the school produces this awful video of, well, just minority kids are basically too stupid to know that they're smart enough to be in these classes. Like, that's the message they are telling
it's
these
so
kids.
racist. And
It's
yet
so racist.
it's the left's, it's a dog whistle from the left. If they accuse us of having dog
absolutely.
whistles, the day you have to tell me that, well, I think Biden's quote was, poor kids are just as smart as white kids.
Right. And see,
It's the bigotry of low expectations.
Right.
What?
And I think I've mentioned this before. My mom is from Costa Rica. She's an immigrant to this country. And, she learned English right along with us. There were no papers going home in Spanish. There were no, parent engagement plans. She came here, and when you're in Rome, you do as the Romans do.
Yeah.
So you pick up English, and she learned English right along with us. All of my siblings speak excellent English. In fact, she assimilated so well, she never really spoke Spanish with us at home. It was like, I'm here. I'm an American.
That was my husband's mother from Germany.
Yes.
In fact, she wouldn't
Leaned
allow
into
German in the home because she wanted to be an American so badly.
Yes.
We've
Yes.
lost that.
We have.
It's gone.
And so, in this effort to say, welcome to America, but, you're not really here. You're here geographically, but you're not here ideologically. And I think that the idea of that melting pot, the idea of like, you are here for its ideals. And in order to uphold its ideals, you have to be able to be informed, to be, to have, we have to be an informed populace. We have to know what liberty really entails.
Mhm.
And, you know, I just think all those fundamentals are just gone because we're too busy trying to cater to people. What country are you from? Okay, put on the set of headphones and you're going to learn in your own language until we can maybe figure out something
Well,
for
it's-
you.
That doesn't
But-
happen
It's
in
not just
any
that.
other country in this world.
Right.
You
What-
get in there, you learn their language or you don't learn.
Right.
Right.
What we're doing is we're saying you're going to go through this step and then you're going to go work somewhere for a 401k and you're going to strive for that bare minimum 401k and then or retirement plan or whatever. And then when you're done at the end of the line, wherever you make it, but that's your goal, is just to get to the end of that, 40, 50 year end of that trek, and then you retire. And then please do us a favor and get a heart attack within 2 years because we really don't want to support it. I mean, Cuomo did his best to lower the numbers. He thinned the herd,
Oh,
but it wasn't enough. We needed more governors. We only got a couple governors, Whitmer and
Okay.
Cuomo. But anyways, that they're not teaching you to go out and build something.
Live a life. Enjoy
Do
it.
something, whether you want to go out and build a band or you want to go out and build a company or a business or a community or just your own little small thing. They're not teaching you that.
Build your
Well,
family.
you mentioned what have we exposed? We like to Natalie's hobby.
Well, and I want
is
to know what got her into the school board too once we get through that. But I'm so
Right.
interested in what you two have kind of gotten yourselves into.
Well, we go right to the sources. We go to the teacher trainings. We go to these professional developments if we can get in. We like to see what they are saying in their own words.
Right.
And we go to these trainings and it's very enlightening, but we also, we listen to what they put out there in terms of videos and podcasts and things like that.
That's gotta
One of
be
the
rough.
things, one of the things they're doing is, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but Portrait of a Graduate is the board's cookie cutter collectivist vision for every student in the state.
It's the state's SEL program.
Yeah.
Can you say?
Social emotional
Okay,
learning.
I just got to ask one question. It's going to sound funny, but it's serious.
Weird.
So, when you go to listen to these podcasts, do you tie yourself to a chair
Wow.
and your kids put the headphones on? You're like, I don't care how much I scream.
Did I mention
Make
that
me
we
sit
sometimes
through
go off the
45
rails
minutes of this,
here?
and you're just sitting there screaming like
It can be painful.
being tortured.
Yeah.
And then the kids are like, okay, done. Pull them off. Mom, are you okay?
when you guys went to, for example, the teachers training,
Mhm.
I remember you mentioned something about it was either DEI or critical race theory or something where the state had said no more of this, we're stopping this. But during one of those trainings you saw where they actually were doing it still,
Yes. Yeah.
calling it something different. Is that correct?
Right. I think the one I might have mentioned was when we went to the Utah Pride Not Prejudice, is the Utah Pride Center's LGBTQ training for teachers and students.
Is that recommended training or is
What is this?
mandatory?
It's not endorsed by the state, and yet
What is
kind
this
of
training?
endorsed.
And yet they
it's-
have state board people from the state board are
Not just you
staff
guys.
that are
Right.
speaking and
What
presenting
yes.
at it.
What
So
is the training that your kid needs to go learn?
This is for teachers.
homosexuality.
and
Please
students. It was also
please
they had
break it down
breakout
for me.
sessions for students.
tell
So
me.
the idea, I mean, our biggest takeaway was, and if you listen to the public comments from yesterday, there was a mom who was talking about, she went to this conference with us, and the teachers were teaching other teachers how to, recognize if a kid was trans or transitioning from the age of 5. Like how you could talk to them.
You mean when
Yeah.
a kid wants to be a pirate still?
Right.
Or a
When they're
superhero.
still playing, yes,
Oh.
make
Or
believe,
princess.
right? And but when we went, there was a teacher who had talked about, introducing something called the cultural eye to her students, where she was able to collect personal information. Who are you? Are you romantically involved with somebody?
How old are
What's
these
your-
kids that they're
This is high school. This is
Okay.
a high school level class,
but
and then
these are questions that shouldn't be allowed
No,
without
they shouldn't.
parental consent,
They
according to the law. But
PRPA.
The the whole point of the training was how to creatively reinterpret the law or get around it,
So that's
so that you
basically
could
the
do
whole
these
class.
things without getting parental
Did
consent.
you guys hear that? That this is an actual way to teach teachers to get around the laws that your legislators you sent there to make these laws about. This is how they're getting around them.
This is subversive training.
Well, and what makes it even worse is that a current sitting state board member was presenting alongside with this teacher. She knows what's being done, and she's sitting on the state board right now. And
so that's the cop
This
that's
is
robbing
before
the
she
bank.
was,
this was
on the-
before she was on the board.
but she was running.
yeah, but she
Mm.
was
She,
running
time
for
this time for election.
Nope, not until 2026.
Do you want to share her name or no? Because we don't care.
Yeah, I could do it.
I'd
It was,
rather know.
yeah, it was Sarah Reel. So, and and so she was presenting in there,
She was assisting this group
assisting
in how to get around the law.
Yes, this teacher who is up in Logan. So, I when I say assisting, she's sitting right in the room, right? I mean, she's presenting along with her. She did not necessarily. I think she was very careful to not engage in this part of the conversation, and yet it was definitely happening.
She didn't stand up. Now you actually mentioned somebody actually said, "How are you getting away with this? This is
Yes.
against the law." In there,
Yes,
not her, but
not
somebody,
her, somebody
a
else.
teacher.
Yes, is a teacher who said, "Now, if this were to happen in my school, I would get in trouble. Like, how do you get around this?" And then the teacher who was presenting basically said, "Oh, well, I just collect the papers, so I don't turn them in. They never go home.
They're not graded.
They're not graded.
Have them
There's
throw it in the garbage
throw it in
on
the
their way
garbage.
out.
There's no evidence.
right. There's no
Welcome
evidence.
to IED making held by ISIS. I hope everyone enjoys this class.
So
Right.
tell me this is what I got to know about because you are the one that gets a lot of the attention. So when you walk into a meeting like this, I know she was mentioning some of the events you're followed. Is that right?
Oh, well, at that particular conference, yeah, they had somebody that they kind of assigned to follow me around. I quickly realized I was the same person was showing up
Really?
in every class and was sitting near
Into
me.
the restroom as well.
Do you think their
Yeah,
job
yeah.
was to they're sitting
No,
like,
they're making sure
like
she
you're
knows
Well,
here.
her
I
place.
don't know if they followed me into the restroom. I typically would go in there to try to just get away and
Right.
have like a moment by myself without somebody following me. But that was weird too, because at that conference they had covered the signs outside the restroom, the boys sign and the girls sign, and it just said bathroom. So you had men and women walking in and out of the same one. And so I was like, not
So how
really
many-
safe in here.
how many
You know, this
ladies
is
just
their
walked
goal.
walked into a bathroom and it's all urinals. I think I had to walk
No,
out.
this
Well,
is-
this is so that I think primarily so men can have access to the women's
Yeah.
Oh, well,
bathroom, and
The
so
trans-
you see men walking in and out of the women's bathroom, and the woke women are like, I guess, totally okay with that.
They're not.
hold on.
There's
Let me
no
ask.
way they are.
Well, at that conference, they were, because they're the ones in charge of the conference,
there
and they
any-
put up the signs to.
I can't
On-
even imagine.
This
on
is
some-
what they. This is what their term, how they define inclusion.
But see, let's just be honest here. I don't care how you believe, but can you imagine a woman who's really, this to me feels so fake. Yeah, you're all for it until it's your bathroom. When you want privacy, when you have, I don't know, to use the restroom, you don't want a man in there, but you're going to say you do because it makes you popular or makes you fit in. I can't imagine women being fine
Cognitive
with
dissonance.
this. I can't imagine it. And the ones who are saying, yeah, it's fine. Bullshit. I'm saying bullshit.
I want to ask a question. Were there any teachers who had comments or complaints or maybe asked a friend of theirs to go with them to the restroom? Did you witness any of that with this clouded over restroom signs?
That they took people in with them.
That maybe some of the
Do you have a
regular
problem
normal
with it?
teachers were like,
I didn't see anybody. It did not appear to me that anybody had any issues with it.
You wouldn't
Really?
dare. You wouldn't dare. I mean, even you
I
probably
mean,
didn't
no.
say anything outwardly because you have
Right.
a
I
group
just-
that will come after you.
I did take pictures of the signs, and I watched, people walking in and out, like, and then I got in trouble. Like somebody's like, "You're making everybody nervous. You're taking pictures. You shouldn't be taking pictures." I was like, "This is the school." I'm like taking
Was it
pictures
at
of like the woke posters and the counselors'
Was it at a
office
school?
windows. And
Yes, it was.
And
at a
they
huge-
tried
it was
telling
at
you
middle
not
school
to?
on a Saturday.
Yeah.
And they tried telling you not to?
Yeah, they don't want their people getting exposed.
Were they in?
And I wasn't taking pictures of the people.
Well, hold on. Even then,
But-
was it public property?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it public property
Yes,
paid
yes.
for by
She
my
told them.
taxes?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Just want to make sure.
So you go to teacher union. Do you ever go to teacher union conferences, or are you just banned? Like, I can imagine some people would be welcome, but someone like
well,
you,
because
they're
I'm
gonna
not a
let
member
you
of the
in.
union, I don't know that they would allow me. So I have not tried to go to one of their trainings.
I'm
But
so curious.
all you have to do is go on their website, and they have all of
Where are their
the
trainings
things
held?
on their website. They're very proud of it. They're not hiding anything. So go check out Utah Education Association. Look up racial justice on their website and equity and all of and social
Where are
emotional
their
learning and
trainings
everything.
held?
It depends on what it is. Like Show Up for Teachers, which is a big SEL celebration fest for teachers.
That's
you
not
know.
put on by the union, but
That's
by
not
the
put on-
governor's
right.
wife.
It's put on by the governor's wife. There are many public-private partnerships involved.
Okay. Do you, does the public get to go?
And not as the public. If you're a teacher, you can sign up. Natalie is a board member. Signed up. We went to 2 of them.
I actually was
Yeah.
invited to the VIP breakfast that morning with a lot of other elected officials and leaders in Utah. The governor spoke at one of them, along with another activist from one of the schools, where she actually was very vocal about the importance of them needing more of us in the room to become
Allies
and
accomplices.
in their work. You're like, accomplices?
Sounds
Mm.
That
criminal.
doesn't, right?
Yeah.
But that was the
Mm.
language that they were using, and everybody clapped, as a VIP breakfast in one of the ballrooms.
What is the governor's goal along this line? Do you think because when he
Okay.
was in the legislature, he was not ultra conservative, but he was fairly conservative.
I would say he took $75,000 from the National Education Association when he first ran
Uh-huh.
for a campaign contribution. So
Uh-huh.
he's definitely on the hook, leaning towards what they've been pushing. And if anybody that's followed the NEA for the last 4 years or gone to their website knows that they're all about pushing an activist agenda. The president of the NEA, Becky Pringle, you can look up YouTube videos of her at the conference, and it is unbelievable. She sounds like a preacher, like screaming and yelling and saying that education is a political act, and that's what
That's
the
what
role of the
Paulo Fieri
teachers
said.
is to do. And so, it is very unhinged. It's not like she's just. I mean, if you saw the State of the Union last night, it was her presentation was Biden's paled in comparison.
Wow.
Really?
So you want to
Well,
see something radical, go and watch the Becky Pringle
the governor
presentation to the
So-
Drew
NEA.
some
But
attention with his pronouns and stuff. I think he
Right.
threw the tidbits to that organization
Right.
throughout his service.
But he also wants, like when I first got on the board and I got attacked by BLM and Equality Utah and all of the other people, and because they came at me, I was somehow said to be, in the wrong, right? But Governor Cox came out on the news. They did a special episode to talk about this extremism on the board as he
Mhm.
perceived it, and saying that happened because we went to partisan elections for the state board. Because when I got on, that was the first time it was a partisan
Mhm.
election. And he used that situation to say, this was not a good move,
Yeah,
and we need to go back to a governor appointed school board or
and
state
Attorney
board.
General's office.
Yes.
He's
Right.
used that
So
both, right.
he's using that argument again with this latest incident, saying
Who is
we
it?
need to go back to a governor
Is it-
appointed board.
McKell, the legislator that's been kind of pushing that idea as well.
Oh, there have been a few, and Melissa Ballard was another one. And you asked about what the governor's agenda is for education, and he said so in an email that we obtained through a grammar request. But he talks about wanting a unified data landscape, meaning all the kids' data and across agencies, sent in a centralized location, and then also wanting a more diverse educator workforce, and let's see what, and then defining the roles of these stakeholders in education. It's kind of like this uniplan, right?
Yeah.
This whole idea of like we have this big umbrella, and everything in education, it all comes underneath it. It all falls underneath it. And education is so broad now. It's mental health. It's, it's your, not just your mental health. It's like medical. It is for your physical needs now because they have all the teen centers.
Yep.
I don't think most people know
Definitely economical.
Yeah, there are 10 teen centers, teen wellness centers in Davis School District alone.
What's a teen wellness center?
They passed a bill that brought these into existence, but it basically is to cater to the homeless students or those that are at risk of homelessness, which is another big Biden program. You can look it up on the U.S. Department of Education's website. But
the governor
they also don't want to. They also don't want to stigmatize homeless students, so they make it available to all students. This is how they do it. They find the niche.
Call the homeless. They changed the word. You couldn't use homeless. It was
Unhoused and
experiencing homelessness.
It was like housing,
whatever. No, but
incapable.
what I was
something like that.
Politically correct.
Some euphemism.
Crap, and you're like, wait, just call it homelessness,
right? But really, it is based. The idea is if kids, even if they're not necessarily homeless, but they feel like they can't go home or they're not safe at home. So this is their safe place. And this is a kind of an escape for them, or it provides them with what they need if they can't.
I don't want to say
or like housing
they have food pantries, they have clothing shops for them where they
Is there a lot of
get everything
homeless
they need for free.
kids
They
in
have
Davis County?
I don't think to the extent
if you build
that,
it, they will come.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Look at LA.
I have said that so many times.
Look
If you
at LA.
build it, they will come. Like in Tulare County, they wanted to put a big homeless shelter.
So it
The
incentivizes
mayor will
kids
send
leaving
them
home
here
because the state is going to take care of all of their needs.
Here's what I was at, but I asked
And
about,
punish
do
the
you
parents
think
the process.
Cox believes this? Do you think he's cynically leaning into this because he was bought?
It's hard.
Or
to
do you think
know
that
intent.
maybe, or my personal belief is he got in and then they showed him the other half of the Zapruder film? Or do you think that maybe, like, as he's been in there, he's been cloistered into, downtown Salt Lake there on the hill, that maybe he's starting to believe this because
they're made to feel that they're not empathetic if they don't think about all of these kids on the margins that are historically underrepresented or aren't privileged, right? So they make them feel bad as if because they are in their own lives doing well, it's that guilt, right? They make them feel guilty for being successful. And then they make them say, now you have to take care of all of these people and all of their needs.
But it's only the little brown kids that are poor that we care about.
But they also, you've got kids that don't want to be qualified as the oppressor because they're white. And so they take on other identities like LGBTQ.
Yeah.
And, one of the teen centers up in Davis County, I was told the kids are going there to change in the morning into
different clothes so they
to
can
look
be
like a different
sex.
gender while they're at school, and then they change before they go home. So it's a way of the schools being able to facilitate and assist children in transitioning socially without parents knowing. So you're like,
so
okay,
when China
there's a lot
conquers
of
us,
problems.
When China conquers us, do you think we'll have this Americanized Chinese restaurants, or you think they'll actually bring
Can I just say
their food over?
I follow Governor Cox on Twitter and a lot of other representatives, but Cox especially. I mean, and this goes for any elected. He can do great things, and the left comes out at him like he is the devil incarnate. And then when he does something to appease that side,
I think you
no
accidentally.
Still not happy.
the right comes out at them.
Yeah.
And then there's the middle. I call them the middle left because you cannot win them. You could say everybody gets free, everything. And we're not going to do this or this and everybody's gay, whatever. They'll still come out and say, well, free Palestine and you're a jerk. And it doesn't matter.
No.
You cannot win.
You can't win with these people.
So when I'm
So you might as
seeing
well
this,
stick with what you know is right.
right. I see Governor Cox trying. And I appreciate that because you're right. He has to represent everybody. But there is an empathy that gets almost used as a weapon.
Yes, they weaponize empathy all the time.
And then you have to go back to your moral code, your moral compass, your moral values. Now,
Otherwise, you're going to get yanked around all the time.
and Cox was a lawyer before he was in politics. Now, what I honestly, I think that everybody has to feel something empathetic for those who are less than or have
Sure.
less than. But I hate to label that a certain group, teenagers that are getting facilitated ways to run away from home, where the government's helping them to leave their parents' house, like the parent has to care for them. That's the law. So now imagine that teenagers come into this center because they're getting the clothes they want that maybe mom, dad won't allow them to wear. They're getting the food they're not allowed to eat at home, maybe, and they're getting a lot of crap their parents don't agree with.
Or
And they're
they're-
being told that they are now independent, which that's not independent.
No,
That's pure dependency on the
absolutely.
state.
On the
Or
state.
like
yes.
when I ran around with my friends that were turd heads and I was a turd head, and together we made a bushel of turd heads. They get praised for running around with the turd heads instead of the parents going, hey, you're coming home at 15 smelling like cigarettes. What is going on? They're getting praised. Now they're probably saying, oh, cigarettes are bad for the environment. Try this vape, but
Well, yeah, I mean, there was a bill this last session, SB 121. It was run by Lincoln Fillmore. It didn't get passed into law. But, it created, the name of it was the Long-Term Educational Achievement Program. And they wanted all students to graduate from high school on a career path and to create these improved outcomes in student achievement. How are they going to do this? They were going to partner with these organizations in the community and businesses, right?
This
And
is
to
Chinese
offer them
education.
a slew of social services. So this goes along with the teen centers, but this is just the list: health and mental health services, nutrition services, early childhood education programs, out of school time programs, mentoring and other youth development programs, parent education and development activities, housing resources, and crime prevention and rehabilitation services.
How is that small government? And this is from a Republican.
And this is in Utah.
Yeah, this is in Utah.
This is
And we're talking multiple people, school districts would be involved, a backbone organization, which is a nonprofit
Who's
entity.
paying for it?
Well,
How is it helping my kid?
30 million was the price tag that was put on this bill, and it passed out of the Senate committee that it was in, almost unanimously. There was one senator who voted against it, but and when asked about, well, why 30 million, he's like, oh, I don't know, I just kind of tacked that on there.
That's great.
Right. And then, but this is going to be a 7-year pilot program, blah, blah, blah. It's
Experimenting on our kids.
right. Well, it expanding the scope
Right.
of the state into that of the home and having these unaccountable, like they were partnering with schools. That was the intent of the bill, to partner with schools to have access to these children. Okay.
They're
And
funding our demise.
right. And then here comes, and then here comes a business, here comes a nonprofit. And then whatever they do to your kid, like me as a parent, what's my recourse at that point? What's if they sit there
Oh,
and they groom my kid?
It's not
Or
your
if-
child. It belongs to the
Right.
state.
if they
Right.
build an escape route for them, you're going to end up bedraggled in court trying to justify that. No, you just wanted him to eat broccoli with his dinner on Thursday night, and he ran away
Yeah,
because
what
he didn't want to
teenager
eat
doesn't
broccoli.
want to leave their home because they don't like the
at
rules?
some point,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
teenager has that. And mental
Right.
health. Who's giving that mental health to my child? And what does that look like? Are you going
Oh.
to sit there and tell them it's okay that you want to starve yourself to death to have a perfect body? Yeah, keep doing that. Why don't you remove limbs? Like, why would we sit down and tell people
Right.
that your mental illness is fine? It's fine.
Right.
You be you, boo.
Right.
No, we help them with
Well, they
real
want-
science and real doctors.
Well, they want to be able to diagnose every child with some kind of something, because the idea is to universalize mental health for all.
And big pharma is a lot of money
Yes.
thrown into the younger and younger that they use it. And the problem is they cannot test their drugs on kids.
Right.
So what we do is put our own kids on drugs and let it test for them.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that is a crime,
Right.
in my
Right.
opinion.
So whether it's mental or medical health, their goal is to get all healthy people that are not in those systems, the mental and medical health systems, into the system, so that it's more money and more profit
This
for them.
is insane. This is Utah. And my
So they
brother
bring it
in
into the
Texas
school.
is telling me Utah's going purple and it'll be blue if you guys aren't, Texas has the same problem because it's also having certain pop-up blue counties, and it just takes a few, and now you're purple state, and then you're
Right.
no longer red.
Well, and
This
kids,
is terrifying to me.
the kids don't know any better. They just think this
No.
is normal. That's why they bring it in through the schools, because then people don't argue with it. They just think this is normal. This is what the state is supposed to do for me and provide for me.
By the time
And
they
my
know, the problem is too late.
Well, and not only that, they target the lower socioeconomic
Absolutely.
classes.
Because it's
right?
a
This was a
racist type
Title
of bill.
I program. This was a program that was meant to be implemented into Title I schools.
That's how they start.
Yes, that's where they
Before
always
they expand
start.
out.
In the low income.
Yes, because they figure
areas.
those parents will just sign away their rights in order to get something in
Because
return.
those parents are working 3 jobs to live in a very, very low income class, and they can barely afford to keep their eyes open.
Or
And this is white kids in Utah.
or
Diversity
they're
is
already on the
still-
government dole with 8 kids
Right.
and barely making it.
So
They're
they
already a
sneak it
ward
in.
of the state. Why not just
This
it-
is racist
it's
and
bigot,
horrendous.
It's total bigotry.
well, no,
it's bad.
it's total government takeover, which is we need to start planning an escape. If you're right wing, El Salvador, and if you're libertarian,
what is who's the
I
senator
suggest
that voted
Argentina.
against it? Do you know?
It was Senator
Johnson.
John Johnson. Yeah, but that was in the was it the Ed committee?
The
He
Senate
was
Ed
with?
committee.
Yeah.
So our
Mhm.
house killed the bill.
It actually passed through. I'd have to go look and see what its little bill history. It looks like right here in the Senate, it passed out of the Senate by a 21-6 vote. That means 21 for, 2
Mhm.
against, 6 absent or abstaining. And it didn't get much further than that. It looked like it went through a 3rd reading. And there's a 22-7
So
at that
it
point.
never went to the House
It
floor.
never went to the House floor.
Mm.
No.
So it died in House committee.
Yeah.
Dave asked,
Well,
what
then
would
we gotta applaud our house committees then, because
what would
that was-
Cox do if he wasn't in politics? And I would say he would impersonate Big Toes.
I already answered that. He was a lawyer before, and his parent.
Nobody
family
caught
owned
that.
a
Works with
business.
It just slid right through.
Comments, yeah.
He would impersonate Big Toes, and everyone just went, "We're still serious here."
Well,
Jared's
hey,
not
hey,
even in it.
the emperor has no hair.
Yeah, the emperor has no hair. Maybe he would model for that illicit sex ed book you talked about earlier.
I think Governor Cox, I've known him a long time, and I think he went in and he's trying to do good. The problem is we all have to figure out what it is that makes us good. And I think in this day and age, I think what makes you a good leader is somebody who will stand on principle. The money will not affect you, and that every single person who is elected has to serve as if it's their last time. They're not going to get reelected. They're not going to. You're doing it now. Now is your chance to make your impact that's good for the world, as if it's your last opportunity.
Right.
Because so many run just to get there next time, and they're
Right.
worried about reelection, and they change the way they govern in election
And the
time.
way they vote, they put their finger in the wind, and what stakeholders is this going to offend? And is
So
it going
true.
to offend my donors? Is it going to offend, and instead of being principled in their approach, they then
Yeah, now
shift.
let's remember the conservatives because it's an election year. But any other time,
Well,
Yeah.
you never know what side I'm going to go with. I think that is happening in seats all over, Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. And we've lost. We've lost when they can't govern the very people who put them there, the people who worked so hard. And I say work so hard, meaning they walked to the location to either put their ballot in a mailbox or attend a town hall. I don't know. But there are people that supported them and chose them by the majority to represent them. You got to work for them and remember those people.
Well, I want to say it is up to us. We've got to start treating those politicians like they're there for one term. We have to, I think, honestly, we need to go scorched earth, and we need to make it so that no incumbent crosses the mark.
Well,
We need to do that for at
I
least.
want every incumbent that's good to cross.
No, I think
be
we need to.
reelected.
We need to show them that no incumbent crosses the mark, and if they want to
What
try,
What do you
to-
mean cross mark?
Yeah.
that means
that
gets
means no one gets
reelected?
reelected. No one. End of discussion.
They just
We need to
throw 'em
make
out
a
every
point.
4 years.
No.
And I think we need to do that for probably at least 8 years.
We will
Well-
destroy good, hardworking
At that
representatives.
Those-
Yes, at that point, you entrench the administrative state permanently.
Sure.
Like
Right,
there are,
because it's that's
Until-
the thing that
but-
doesn't
Absolutely.
change.
Bureaucrats win
But-
on that.
You
Yeah.
need people to focus on getting rid of that. And right now, the administrative state is hiding behind your serving for 30-year senators, serving for 20-year state reps. They're hiding behind that. We need those people exposed so we can stamp them out. We need that.
Know.
And we need to have bolder people with crazier messages. And we need to have someone running a state office that says, I'm here for the 10th Amendment, the 10th Amendment only. And then we need him replaced or her replaced by someone that says, I'm here for the 9th.
well,
But work
And then-
takes longer than 4 years or 2 years. You have to establish policy, and you've got to get people's mindset and money. Where's this stuff coming
the
from?
money.
Some people can do it quickly and boldly, but look at Trump. His first 4 years, his own party fought him for most of that time.
Sure.
And his policies still, but all erased with a new president when all those executive. I mean, it took him going around Congress and to get these things done and erased day one, and our economy just died. Like we are
a coup.
suffering.
Right.
Mhm.
I fought for Mike
They'll
Lee to
have
get
wild
reelected.
swings again.
He was
and
going to
again.
be 2 terms. And then I fought for him for a 3rd term. I fought for him because I saw what the opposition was. And I'm not prepared to lose the seat. So I would never fire an
I'm just-
incumbent just because they're an incumbent.
I'm just saying that's, well,
It's kind of the merit base. You got to go on
I'm
merit.
going to say
Yes.
this.
Like
Back
if they're
to
doing a
merit.
good job, then vote to keep them
I'll
in.
point it out this way then. We've been doing it your guys' way for a long time. How we doing?
Our guys' way, we are the actual people getting involved. You've
I
got to
think there's
commit
the
the
middle
American
ground.
people
Yeah.
to actually care about elections, period, and government, because most of them are blissfully
You
ignorant.
get that Orrin Hatch was there for 187 years and he never voted no on a power bill. He never said, give me
But-
more power.
So you're
I don't
looking at
think
him
so.
as an individual, and that's
No, no,
what we need
and-
to
Yes.
do.
and
Is
that's-
look at individuals.
But he
as
should have been
individuals.
fired.
That's
and
fine.
people
That's
liked
fine.
him.
That's fine. But incumbents always win. Cox is going to win this go around.
Not always, because Mike Lee,
Mike
right,
Lee
kicked
is-
out Bob Bennett.
Yeah.
So I mean, it can happen, and
It takes the people doing
Yeah,
something.
I
the
just-
people, the
We're
people
gonna-
need to get reinvested.
Just tell me right
Yes.
now, government's only going to get bigger.
Well,
And it ain't done yet. It's going to keep getting bigger.
well,
Pretty soon, you're going to have your personal IRS agent.
okay.
He's going to be living in your house. You're going to have to set a room aside
All
for
right,
him.
calm
or
down.
And they're going to
Settle
live in there.
down.
And you're going to have to bring them breakfast in bed. And then they're going to,
I
reach
think
their hands in your
could
pockets.
change quickly if we had elected officials that had courage and that spoke truth and talked about the hard issues and stopped catering to special interest groups and other stakeholders. I think things could turn around really quickly if we had that awakening and courage within our elected officials and a willingness to admit when we get things wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we lack on that integrity side of things and courage side of things.
Mhm.
And, that's what I've tried to do is be consistent and try to be courageous and say what needs to be said, even when I know, people on my side and people on the other side, they're all going to be mad at me. But, this is where I stand and this is why. And I try to give the rationale and the research for why I am taking a stand. And then, if I get it wrong, which, there's no perfect elected official.
No,
Everybody gets some things wrong. And the difference is, do you own it? Do you apologize? Do you admit and say, yeah, I blew it on that? I'm human, and I'm going to try to not make that mistake again. Right. But how many elected officials are willing to do that?
I have high respect for you, because I did see an interview with you. I think you shared it with me when I just asked, and that's rare anymore. I mean, even Trump won't admit when he's wrong. And I think there is something that is so classy and it's courageous to say, hey, this is not what I anticipated. It's not how I expected things to go. It's not my intent to hurt. And I am sorry. It would never happen again. And I wouldn't have done it anyway, had I known. Retrospect. That to me shows so much class and its integrity. And that is lacking, because Congress, any politician, you're going to make mistakes.
Right.
Mhm.
You're going to just say, we learned something here. Let's move on. Nothing to see here, or let's just forget it ever
Right, or
happened.
spin it or reframe it
And
to try
meanwhile,
to keep yourself looking good.
I see someone else do it and I want the war on that person.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Right.
I can get away with it because
Yeah.
I know exactly how
You can't
hard
trust
it is
leaders
to
like
keep
that.
humble pie. It's hard. But when you make mistakes and you ask people to forgive you for those mistakes and you own up to them, and then you don't lose the message. Yes, I made a mistake in maybe this, but that doesn't stop the message,
Right.
which people like me are counting on people like you to do. You're braver than I am. I'm not running for school board. I can't think of it a more hell than being on a school board. Your meetings are at 9 a.m. on a weekday.
And often go until
design.
after midnight.
See,
Yeah.
no.
What?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Why
They're
don't they?
insane.
Why don't they have those?
What are you guys
meetings?
arguing about in there that long?
Well, it's
But why don't they have them when the public can attend?
well, they go all day long, but you mean public comment and
Just-
that's
Or just the
It's
public
a- I
come
want
to
the
be part of
public.
it.
When we used to have them in the middle of the day for our
County?
county, not the council, but oh my gosh,
The county
brain fart.
commission.
The commissioners. They met in the middle of the day on a Tuesday,
right.
and we get a county commissioner that comes in, Sean Milne, and he says, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. He owned a business. He had problems with the county. He had to take a day off of work and go in. So he said, when I'm elected, we're going to have them at 7 p.m. on a Tuesday night. And they're going to be hopefully well attended. And they
And structured.
were. And they were. The agenda went out. People showed up. People got off work on Tuesdays, still to this day. And now they're videoed so people can tune in right from their couch.
Yeah.
But I think every public office should have meetings in the evening when the public can attend, because so much happens in the dark.
Right.
So much.
They do meet. They have these marathon meetings, and it's a Thursday, Friday thing once a month. But
What do they
all
talk
day
about for a
Thursday.
15-hour meeting?
all the
What's on the
policies, all
agenda?
the programs, all the practices they
But
want
is
to
that working?
implement. Well, no,
Or do we
No,
know?
it's working
No.
great. Don't look
Or-
at our education system.
But you
Oh,
have
Lord,
to meetings in the
Look
month.
at all these
The
Nobel
blessed
laureates that are
race.
coming out of our high schools.
Okay, the wonderful thing about it is
Yeah,
this is what Natalie brings to the board. She brings the transparency. This is probably why some of these meetings run a little bit long, because Natalie asks questions. And she asks hard-hitting questions that create conversation, debate. A lot of times it's obstruction, like, oh, can she even ask that question?
Oh, yeah.
Let's
the
see.
bureaucracy
Right.
gets involved.
Absolutely. But, it's very important. I think that's what I think Natalie's voice adds to the state board that has been missing a lot, is just this whole idea of let's really ask questions. What are we doing? What are these programs really about? And how do they affect, children? And what are we paying for here? And these should be questions everybody asks, regardless of whatever party they belong to.
Any common
Yes,
sense,
yes.
mother,
Right.
father, anyone who knows how to run a budget or live within one, all of us have to have these. So let me ask you right off the bat, when these things come up, you have to read notes, or are you just going, wait, how are we going to pay for this? Or wait, how does that affect our kid? Because the stuff I've seen, you're just like this. And it's almost like other board members roll their eyes like, oh, here we go. And yet you're asking the exact question I'm asking in my head. Like, where are they going to pay for this? Or why would that be a rule? Or where are you getting the graph? Why aren't you including white students and Asian students in your graph that regards education in Utah? Why was that left out?
And then why are Asians and whites not considered a race?
They're not in the race. She asked this question. It goes to a bureaucrat who's like, well, I didn't write this. And so did. And you said, well, wait, get so-and-so. And then so-and-so was like, I don't have that data in front of me. Just like every congressional meeting you see. Well, where did you think you were coming today?
Yeah.
Judge Judy in my mind. Where did you think you were? The beach? Is that why you didn't bring the data that you knew?
I'll bet you could build catapults in woodshop too.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there. Just saying.
Guillotines and catapults.
Catapult. Trebuchet.
We are running out of time. We have to do a stop at 5. We've
That
got
is
another
insane.
guest coming in, but this is
It is insane. And they have, it really is almost torturous to watch sometimes because of the verbal gymnastics and the mind games that go on during these board meetings, right? The rationalizations, and then what I call the laterals, where Natalie will ask a question and somebody hot potatoes it to the next person, right? Like, oh, so they go 5 deep, trying to spin an answer that's palatable to the public or whoever might be tuning in. And
with a question they didn't anticipate.
yes, but they've tried to get Natalie, submit your questions beforehand so we can anticipate.
Why would I do that?
Right. I mean, the deliberations need to take place in the open, in the sight of the public, so they can watch. What are we paying this $27 million state board for? And you're right, we don't need a state board. We could probably get rid of it if we got rid of all the federal funding.
Yeah,
Oh,
we got
that'd
this. If we got the federal taken
that'd be
care of
great.
first,
Yeah.
then we can talk about the state.
Imagine if you ran your district and you had other people from your community there and you met once a week and said, how's our education system doing? Okay, this school, whatever, Harriman High, how are you doing? The principal says, oh, we're on track with this. I'm having some trouble with this. All right, give me a plan of attack. We'll get back to you. And the personalized interaction.
What's working,
But
what's
instead,
not.
we have superintendents that make $300,000 a year, while the teachers
Do
are
they?
making 8.
Oh yeah, they make that much.
In Utah?
Oh,
easy.
Oh,
Easily.
yeah.
In Texas, I know it's astronomical what they
They've
make.
been making that much for 15 years now.
Why aren't you guys going for that seat?
Superintendent
we
is
have to sell our souls.
that superintendents are probably in the state of Utah your highest state paid, your
State
highest paid
superintendent is
state
paid
job.
more than the governor.
Oh, hands down.
Yeah.
They're paid the most. And so in our
design.
administrative area, like just out here in Twila County, our administration is bloated and huge, while and it gets bigger every year. And our teachers' staff and ability and money they get keeps getting smaller, and our students' education keeps getting less.
But education
the-
is always in legislation
But
for
the
more
teachers,
money.
Yes.
But where's it going?
Never
the
know.
teachers are indoctrinated to support this more bloating, which the more secretaries and administrative whatevers
Mental
they
health
hire
workers and
takes
social
more money
workers.
from the
If I
teachers'
was a
coffers.
teacher, I would be
And so the
I don't know,
teachers,
disgusted.
and I'm sorry to say this, teachers, you're wonderful human
No,
beings.
I love
How many you
teachers.
do the
There's
best.
amazing teachers out there.
Almost as dumb as teenage girls, almost, because you are the ones who are making this possible by passing that indoctrination on that turns around, comes back and makes you poor and gives you less abilities to actually teach.
Ouch.
And that
But
is a harsh truth.
The teachers union is doing that. You are funding your destruction. And that's sad. And don't you guys say
Don't
it.
worry,
We'll
Chat-
say
Well,
it.
Chad GPT will take over soon.
Do you know what? As a teacher, I remember as a former teacher, I remember feeling like there was something, fundamentally unfair. I don't want to sound like, like a social justice warrior or anything, but, you put in a lot of hours and, somebody can put in half as many hours and basically get paid the same amount as you do. It's all this tenure system where everybody is kept on the same level. When there's no incentive to do better because you will get paid better, when there's no incentive to, the only way you can move up in teaching is to move up out of teaching, right? You move up into administration.
Yes.
So,
How the bureaucracy grows.
Yeah.
The
Right.
administrative state.
right. But,
And only the good ones get up there, the good ones that are on the right side of the ideology.
Right. So what we have is essentially a socialist system. It's a captured system that doesn't recognize merit and doesn't recognize individual achievement. It doesn't recognize ingenuity. It doesn't recognize any of those things. That's one of the reasons I left teaching. I left teaching. I went into the private sector. In 3 years, I had doubled my pay.
Yeah.
So
Imagine even if
it's
you just went into
merit-based.
like
Mhm.
tutoring.
Yeah.
Your specialty was English and literature and
yeah,
stuff, right?
yeah. I went
Even
yeah.
just tutoring, you
Right.
could have smashed it.
Well, and that was it. But I'm like, okay, I'm trained as a teacher, but my mind is trained differently. I wasn't, I went through a teacher program,
Yeah.
but I didn't like, I'm a self-taught person. So, okay, well, I'm going to go do something else. And I got into information systems and started doing technical writing and technical editing and web development
Boring.
and things like that. But yeah,
I know you say technical. You say technical writing, and my eyes glazed
right?
over.
Everybody.
I almost fell out of my chair.
I'm
It was
sorry.
rough.
I know.
You're brilliant. You have a
It's-
very curious
When you
mind,
plug
and
the
it has to be
vacuum into the
working.
wall, make sure that you put the.
She doesn't have much time.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is that suddenly I was in an environment that recognized
Your value.
my ability to produce,
Mhm.
right, and to be an asset. And so I moved very quickly, up through the ranks, and it was just funny. Like it was like I was on probation as soon as I got hired, and then 3 months later, just after I got off probation, my boss approached me and he says, "Oh, would you like to? We want to make you the supervisor of the writers group." And I'm like, I just got off probation. I don't know as much as all these other people. But, he was like, basically, it was kind of a way of recognizing that, hey, there's potential here. And, and he could have fired me,
Yeah.
right? He could have fired me if I wasn't worth it.
Mhm.
And so that's what's missing in this education
Competition.
equation, right? That you can be, and I had a principal sit down and explain to me how this works. He's like, there's a baseline. And he said, if a teacher, it falls actually below the baseline, it's okay as long as they don't fall behind the baseline, which is
Sounds like the red line in the sound of Mama used
Right.
to
Low expectations.
Yes.
They've got a slider. Oh,
Yes.
There's our lowest teacher.
That's exactly what I was told by this
So-
principal.
What it is when they need to lose a teacher, the baseline might move up a little bit. It's anarcho
Right.
tyranny.
it makes sense.
So they've got the
Like,
baseline. If they need to keep 15 teachers, they've got 15 teachers. That baseline fluctuates.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
next year, when we need 14 teachers, like the Twilla County that did so well with keeping up on their stuff, so they got money taken away. So now we got a whole bunch of half-built schools around here. Anyways,
You're off the rails again.
I know,
Just stay
but-
on the path.
but so when they need to drop to 14 teachers, the baseline will go static all of a sudden. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, he just said, they have to really underperform. It's
They
not
have to
just
be like terrible.
they
Like,
have to be
absolutely
pretty terrible, which I'm like, oh,
So you're saying
That's-
Grantsville football coach and cheerleader level
I'm
terrible.
not saying
Stop.
anything. I'm not saying anything about anybody in particular. I'm saying something about the system. And the system
True.
is set up to celebrate, I think, mediocrity.
My kids have extraordinary teachers. I can think of every single one in my name right now, or in my mind, that by name, that have just been extraordinary at my kids' school. And yet I know and they've inspired my kids, and they got them in love with reading at such a young age and history
It's great.
and all these things, right? These teachers stay. I know it's not for the pay, and they're in a charter. So it's not maybe that they'll be tenured. I don't know how tenured works in elementary and junior high, but these teachers do it for the love of teaching. And I see them get exhausted by the system
Oh yeah.
because they don't get that ability to just inspire and do what they've done. They have to do it on their time, in their way, but they're following this outlined curriculum that is like literally reading a book that then the student repeats, and they're literally teaching out of a textbook, but it's those moments of independent reading time or math time where my kid comes home feeling extraordinary because he figured out this math solution, and now he's like, give me any problem. That was a teacher that took the time and energy, but they're not getting rewarded. Like, how's the reward system other than fall in line? How do they judge? You're one of many that teaches one child. Does the child graduate? Do they not?
It's hoop jumping.
Yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
they
So-
get rewarded. They jump through more hoops, more trainings, more professional developments.
And
It's
they don't, these
awful.
teachers that I know, I don't think they do that. I think they're content, but it makes me angry that we don't have a way to reward teachers financially, especially when I see all this money funnel through the state for teachers. And then what he said, you've got all this money going everywhere, but no one's accountable. And then they're asking for bonds and all this other stuff. And you're like, wait a minute,
Right.
there's great teachers. Every school has them, every school.
Yes.
But how do we tell them apart? It's the students that will tell you who they are.
They will. And you'll know as a parent when you meet with them. And
Yeah.
I've seen some extraordinary teachers in my kids', school experiences. And it just breaks my heart that they are just one of many.
Yeah.
That they are treated on that same level. And everybody knows, every parent asks, who are the good ones? Who are the good ones? And I would have no problem with like upping teacher pay for those who are those excellent teachers. They deserve it. They have earned it. That's
They're
what
chosen
merit
maybe
means.
by the student vote, the parent vote, and maybe the administrative vote. But
How do
But
we-
you need
together.
some parental feedback,
Yeah.
right? And you need, I think, it's like
Meaningful feedback.
right, meaningful feedback,
open and honest.
Right. Well, I think it should be, in some ways, I think a lot of parents, we vote with our feet, right? And in terms of education, we vote with our children in the only way we can. I want my kid in that teacher's class.
Yeah.
Right. But then a lot of times you don't get certain choices, they're kind of taken away
Mhm.
from you in, the junior high and high school level. Oh, you want that teacher? Well, we'd have to upend the entire schedule because these classes are required. And you're like, I don't even want my kid
I don't
to take
care about
digital literacy.
That's the
I
one.
don't,
Well-
but you're telling me I have to rearrange my kid's schedule entirely over digital literacy.
But look at what schools are seeing. Every parent wants this teacher. We're having to maneuver this teacher's class schedule. Why isn't this teacher flagged for once for catching them where, okay, this person needs a raise because every kid in this school wants her and every parent wants him. And we've got to reward him because what's to stop him from going to another school that will, a private school that will,
Right.
him going out on his own and creating his own tutoring or private. We're not rewarding this.
No.
And what's happening is these poor teachers are falling by the wayside and they're crushed. They're crushed by the system that is meant to hurt them. It's
Yes.
meant that you have to fall in line or you don't belong in there.
Oh, absolutely. And it is soul eating to actually be in that type of environment. I've just felt it myself. So, and there is this, suddenly I left teaching and I'm like, oh, they're treating me like an adult. Like I'm in, it was very weird.
They respect
Yeah.
you and your
Yeah.
mind and what you do.
Right.
It's like
in
getting
a
out of the
market where they
military.
could fire me, basically.
It's like getting out of the military and you're no longer washing the tarmac in the rain with the hose. Like,
Yeah.
did that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
Right?
out there.
Yeah. Well,
So-
and the kids, let me just say this, it was very interesting to see teachers. I think a lot of people go into teaching for the love of like, oh, I love to learn myself and I feel like I have something to give to these kids. Somewhere
Make a
along,
difference.
right? I'm going to
Yeah.
make a difference. somewhere along the line, and I would probably put it right about that teacher college training, right? That's kind of a pivot point for a lot of these people, and they get trained and kind of flipped, I think, into this activist mindset.
I'm picturing like what's that show where they tie the kid down to the chair and they've got his eyes held open with this stuff.
But they get in there, and I was there too. It's a bit of a blender going into these environments. You have discipline problems, behavioral issues with a lot of kids, but administratively, everybody's walking on eggshells. Nobody wants a lawsuit, or nobody wants to upset parents, and we have to figure this out. We have to figure this out at a certain point. Who does the primary responsibility for educating that child rest with? We all know who that is. It's with the parents.
Yep.
It's the parent's child. It's not the state's.
It's not the state's. And so we can't parent for
Thank you, Mallory.
Yeah. We can't take over parenting as the state. We
because
just can't.
what happens in the times when the school isn't open?
Well, they
Chaos.
want them open 24
Kids
hours
starve
a
to
day.
death.
But what happens?
That was this
The
Lincoln Fillmore bill.
the kid still gets insured by mom and dad. The mom and dad
Fully
assume
responsible
legal
for them
responsibility.
Yeah.
Mom and dad, right now, I'll bet these teen service centers that you talk about,
Mhm.
I'll bet if that kid goes there, does the runaway and goes there and does something wrong, I'll bet mom and dad still get to
Oh yeah.
deal with the legal system
There's
on that.
probably
Is the state can we drag the state, the person who wrote that bill, can we have them go stand in court with that kid when that kid steals a car?
when that kid has a severe injury or cancer,
or
God
when that
forbid,
kid's-
needs insurance.
Yeah.
The
Well, no,
parents' job
they would
is
gladly
to
do
take care
that.
of their child.
They
When
would
the
gladly.
state takes that away from them, they want no responsibility. They want to blame the parent. So they're going to blame the parent when you don't say your child
Mhm.
needs a sex change, and the parent now loses rights to their child.
Mhm.
This is happening all over, and
Yeah.
it's death by 1,000 cuts. And we
Mhm.
have. It's as simple as a bill like that. It
Mhm.
starts there, and then it grows beyond our control. It's already beyond our
Yeah.
control,
Yeah.
and now
They only ever get bigger.
We
They
are-
never shrinks.
so hard to take it away
Oh,
once
we're-
it's been given.
we're
We've got
so
another guest coming up.
Yes.
So I would love it if you guys would give us a closing. I know you're both running for office.
Well, let me quickly shout out both of your websites
Oh yes.
that you have going on. So for Natalie Cline, it's nataliejcline.com.
That's Cline with a C.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
NATALIEJCLINE.com. That's to go to her website, and I'm sure she'll be running again. Even though I talk about not voting in incumbents, I think I could hang with one.
Jeez.
And then we've got, and she's in your District 9. That's your South Salt
Are
Lake.
you in Midvale?
So part of mine, I cover a small part of Midvale, but mostly I'm South Jordan, Riverton, Bluffdale, Harriman.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got a good friend that's in Harriman, and she's got her kids in private school at Juan Diego.
Okay.
But I know one of our listeners and viewers that's very wonderful. She's in Midvale, and that's O'Malley May. And I was just wondering if maybe you were her
That's
representative.
State Delegate Mally May. I recognize that she got.
Well,
Did she get reelected?
Yeah, she's back in.
Congratulations.
No, she had to do it because it's either her or use toilet paper. Anyways, and the other website is Monica Wilbur. That's MonicAWilbur.com. Monica Wilbur. She's running for R out in Tooele local board. That's state board
We
10.
can post these on our
They're in the show
political
notes.
head trauma webpage as well.
Yeah, they're in the show notes. They'll be on everything. The hot links are in the show notes. Just click them.
If you
Should
guys
take you right
agree
there.
with this, what you've learned from these ladies tonight, and let's say that maybe financially you can't support them, but you want to make phone calls for them or attend meetings or just be a voice and get to know more, I ask you, please get to know where they stand. Don't speak for them, mind you. Ask them. Both of them have been completely. I'm so grateful. You've both been completely transparent. There's
Oh,
been.
yeah.
It's
And
been
you're tough. You're tough
very
ladies.
tough and
I like it.
courageous. And I know that you're individually running. It's not a group thing. But if we could have a couple of strong-willed,
Mhm.
courageous human beings on the school board. And if you like what you've seen and these ladies, get behind them, support them, get to know them. I'm so impressed with both of you, and I've had a lot of chances to talk to you and read your stuff and watch your videos, and I'm just really proud. It takes a lot to do what you're doing. It takes courage. I mean, you're running new, you're an incumbent, you have a record to base the votes on. And you obviously have people who have
You've been fighting for us. You're not one of those that's saying, when I get in there, I'm gonna fight for you. You've been literally taking shots for this, taking shots for parents to remain involved and in control of their children's lives. Yeah, everyone else probably says, "Oh, I'm gonna," but you've been doing it, and you have had the media, all the media out here in Utah. You're conservative Republican media
very much.
They've come in, because there's no such thing as conservative Republican media, but they have come after you hard, and you read it all the time, and they've got you painted as like, when you show up to the meeting, you don't walk through the doors like a puff cloud of smoke and you rise up with your pitchfork, but you really don't. You're a real human being. You showed up in here like a little silver car and got out of the door and said, "Hi, how you doing?" Normal. She doesn't show up in a cloud of smoke. I'm just to say right now, I don't care what the transcript bulletin
we
tells
can work
you.
on her. We can work on her WWE entrance. I mean, we can have just like.
I think we need to do that. Where's the next
machines.
meeting at? Can I build a trap door? I'm going to need some
You have a
pyrotechnics.
lot of support out there, and I know it's a lot of quiet people who are fighting and really hoping and praying that you do well. And I know this because a lot have contacted me, and not even me reaching out. It's just, "Hey, did you hear about this? What are your thoughts?" And I'm just like, "Well, I'll find out. Let me find out." And I did. I just asked. And you've been very transparent. So I appreciate that. I would like you guys to give us a closing
Well, one more thing.
message without him interrupting
We
you.
got to do higherground.work as well. Higherground.work. That's if you want to go in. These ladies, they've built a website where they've compiled their research that you guys can go to and research this stuff for
Find out
yourself.
why people hate them
Read about
in
it.
the government.
Yes.
This is so interesting, and it affects all of us, guys.
And there's lots of people singing your praises. Two strong women here.
That's a Mally
Thanks
Mae.
for having them on. I've heard state delegates rock. That's Mally Mae. Was it Natalie that my city council member Bryant Brown went after recently?
Yes. Yeah. he
Yes,
did.
it was.
Really?
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
these aren't ladies sitting in here. These are warriors. These are dang warriors. So we need to thank them, appreciate them. Go check out Higher Ground. Even if you may disagree with their message, educate yourself on what your kids are being taught in there. I'm talking to you purple-haired leftists.
And you're not doing this. You're putting data together. I've noticed some of the stuff you've talked about on the school board. It's just data. You're not putting a spin on it. You're not trying to prove a point, even though you're proving a point because the data proves the point for you.
Yeah.
But it's not like you have to go into this extreme right wing, let's burn books and let's be crazy people. I'm just showing you the data. This is what you're dealing with.
Right.
And are you happy? Is this happy? Are you happy with this?
We just put out the words of those that are perpetuating the system in their own words, what they're doing. And we give examples of how that looks as it's implemented. We have amazing resources from thousands of dollars worth of grandma requests that pull back the curtain and show you what's happening behind the USBE in their own documents that are linked to on higherground.work, along with the explanations of the different aspects of the system that are transforming our education system and not in a good way. So it's all there. It's hard to argue with because it's just the facts, and you can read it for yourself and see.
How many of you have to win on the school board to affect actual change? Because
We'd
I'm
have
sure.
to like flip it.
Yeah,
So-
I think we need all the seats.
And how many that are running right now would be allies to what you're doing?
That's a good question.
Well, here's my question.
Yeah.
Matt Hymas is our representative right now. We've reached out to him. I'd like to get him on the show. I need to know what to ask him.
Well, the thing is change is hard. Like the system is designed to be resilient to change, and when you
Mhm.
get on, your loyalties are designed to be, they design things to flip your loyalties to the system. Now you represent the system. Now you represent school districts. Now you represent the board, and it's almost like all these all these people who elected you suddenly disappear. Like,
Yeah.
and yet they're the reason you're there. And I mean, they need a voice. The districts have plenty of money. They have all your taxpayer money to make their voices heard. But these taxpayers only have their representatives. And then they have to be willing to have the courage to stand alone. Well, if Natalie gets reelected, they won't be standing alone. They'll have somebody who's proven herself time and time again to not break or not bend. And that's,
Well, I have parents and teachers all across the state that contact me in order to have their voice be heard
Right.
and their concerns addressed when they can't get them
Outside your district.
heard
Mhm.
otherwise. And so, I mean, that tells me what a huge need we have in Utah for people to be elected that will actually represent the people that elected them.
Do you know how many stages someone has to go through to actually, they'd have to be so angry to actually contact a school board member?
right.
Because they start with the teacher, they go to the principal, then it's the superintendent. It's not
The
until
local
they're
board.
just like so fed up. So as many phone calls and complaints that you hear at the school board, there's got to be 10 times
Yeah.
that in
Yeah.
everyday households all over the state.
Oh, yeah.
And I filled these questions nonstop since I got on the board. And my heart goes out to the families of Utah that simply want the best for their child, that want a good education, that maybe don't feel like they have other options
Yeah.
at this point in their life for whatever reason, whatever circumstances they're facing. And they need the system to work for them, but the system isn't working for them. The system is hurting them and hurting their child and turning their children against them and confusing their children in many instances, at least those that contact me. Obviously,
Right.
for everyone that contacts me, there are, however many more that aren't, that may be satisfied with what they're receiving. But there's also the silent majority that don't know that something's going wrong, or they don't know what to say or who
How
to
to fix
contact
it.
or how to fix it, and they just feel hopeless and they just are heartsick as they lose their child
Yeah.
one day at a time to this system that is transforming their child into something that they don't even recognize. And that's not okay. The system should be supporting families. That's what our Utah code says, is that the parents are the primary and that the school is secondary and should be supportive of the parent.
Right.
And this is where I've tried very hard to bring transparency to parents. The system talks about transparency, but they want to make the students' data transparent to them. They want to learn and data mine everything they can about the student so that the student and the family life of that student is completely transparent to the system, not the system being transparent and accountable to the families.
Yeah, they just use the word differently.
Right.
It just
So
means something
my
else.
goal is to bring that transparency to parents, and I will continue to fight to do that. As long as the people want me there, I am happy to serve. It's taken great sacrifice, but I firmly believe that sacrifice brings forth blessings. And I believe that that's the case for families also, and that parents have hard choices to make going forward. There are no easy solutions, but one thing I know is that sacrifice brings forth blessings. And so if you don't sacrifice for your child, you will end up inadvertently sacrificing your child.
Oh, that's a really, really good way
And
to put it.
I don't want to see any more children lost to a system that doesn't care about the individual child as much as it might try to say that it does. Your child is just a number in the system. The parent is what the child needs. God gave you that child because you were the perfect person for that child. So don't outsource your child to anybody, no matter, especially to the experts, no matter how competent they may seem. Ultimately, the responsibility and the accountability for the well-being of the child falls back to the parent, and the parent will be accountable to God.
It's true. And the thing is, like, there are so many parents right now that think they're doing right by their child. They think they've got it right. Okay, I don't want to not listen to my child who tells me they want to be a pirate. I want to do right by them. These parents come with the intent. They love their child. No one questions that. It's just that, what harm are you doing? What harm do you end up doing? I mean, we all agree that someday our kids are going to need therapy and we're going to be the blame. Like all of us. Like I totally believe we can blame our parents for all kinds of
We
things.
have to be the parents.
Right. Because
Yeah.
that is our job. And if we do it right, our kid knows at the end of the day that you fought for them first and that you thought for their future too.
Right.
It wasn't about the right now.
Yes.
It's about
Right.
their future. And
Tough love.
tough love is
Our
important.
kids, our kids need not just empathy; they need tough love, and sometimes empathy undermines.
And a
actual
system doesn't
love.
love anybody.
No.
A system's designed not to love. It's designed to make choices without any. There's no passion. There's no
Nope.
love. It's about uniformity
Yeah.
Mhm.
and numbers.
Mhm.
Now, do you
Yeah.
have anything you want to say? Because sorry, we've gone over way long. We
Well,
could talk to you guys all night.
I just thought Natalie's message is it's exactly what parents need to hear. It's exactly what the people of Utah need to hear. And it resonates with me, not because I'm Natalie's friend. It resonates with me because I have gone through these things with my own kids in this system.
Right.
I've been seeing it from the second they step their foot into those school doors. And you're so torn as a parent because you're like, oh, I want to be supportive of the school, but my kid, my child is my first priority. And if I lose my child because I was too busy trying to appease the feelings of adults who are hired to do a job that maybe, for whatever reason, they're not succeeding in, but if I give my child over to that system thinking, well, they need a diploma, they need grades, they need
know
whatever.
best.
Yeah. We do need to just kind of sit back and understand that learning is not as complicated. It is not as complicated as the system makes it out to be. They have overcomplicated what is a very simple process and that comes naturally and intuitively to most children. But that natural and intuitive nature of it gets beaten out of the kids. It gets beaten out of them by a bad system, a system that spawns more systems to support it. And this is where we need to pull back. And I think Utah's families, whether they have children in the system or not, need to recognize that we are paying a lot for not that much. And when I say not that much, I mean it's not that much that really benefits our kids in the end.
Do you mean superintendents don't make all the difference in your child's education?
There are the people who are closest to the child, meaning the family, they are going to have the greatest influence on that child. And their peers will, also have influence. But if we don't reprioritize, and if we don't try to pull back on the extra, the complicated, all that, frou extra that we're throwing on our kids, then we are going to reap the whirlwind.
We'll lose them.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
lose them. And
Yeah.
we'll lose. If they make it to adulthood, God willing, even as adults, they lose that family bond. And then they don't create a new one when they have their own families.
No, it's dysfunctional,
It
right?
is.
From the start to the end. And we are meant to be happy.
That's what God wants for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the human nature, is to want. And there's a difference between happy and
Right.
satisfaction, I think. Happy is a state of being that that it's okay. And I think it's lost today.
It
And
requires connection with their family.
yeah.
With their blood relatives. That's why the schools are pushing belonging, but that's a whole nother conversation.
We need to have a whole nother conversation
Yeah.
anytime. You're welcome on the show. We enjoyed this conversation. Obviously, it went really long, and I apologize to our next guest, Trent Christensen, who's coming up. Or sorry, not Trent, Josh. I am losing my mind. We are going to,
We're going to step off on a kind of a break for a second
yes, if we could get
Well,
that.
while I
Thanks
kick
so
that
much.
address. No, thank you. I just want to say, and for those of us who are unreligious, the idea is you want to throw your genes as far down time as you can. That's I'm not a religious person, so this is my standpoint on why I fight for this. You want to throw your genes down, and to do that, you need healthy offspring.
Man, you make it
Yes.
sound so romantic.
I know. Brown
So
chicken,
neat.
brown cow. Anyways, but no, gosh, I wish we could play Pink Floyd right now.
Right. Settle
We
down.
don't need no.
So,
edge.
He's trying to wrap it up with this
Yes.
this tyrant. We are welcoming Josh Randall, but
Yes.
if you could, Dwayne, if you could get us off into a break
Yeah,
for
Dwayne, throw on some easy
Just a
FM 100.
a couple minutes, and
We're
so
gonna walk them out, and then we'll be right back.
Thanks, Holly and Jared.
Yeah.
Thank you.
guys.
Hey,
Thank
and
you.
there's lots of comments. Everyone's saying, "Good job, outstanding, thank you." I want to personally, Natalie, I can't express this enough. I want to thank you. My kid's out of school. He's been out of school 10 years, but I want to thank you for being there and taking those hits. I really want to thank you. Monica, you've seen it and you're stepping up to take it too.
yeah,
She's amazing.
Thank you guys. You
both a little
ladies are
crazy.
are
We're
tough. You ladies are very tough, and I thank you for that. I can't express that enough. Thank you for taking those hits. Thank you for being willing to have all of our newspapers and all of our TV stations call you evil and all that. Thank you. That is there's nothing that I can't express to you how impressed I am with your willingness to do that for the parents, even the parents who don't know any better or don't recognize it. Thank you.
I actually care about kids.
Well,
You guys,
I hope that people can, when they're thinking about electing someone for school board, I hope they will really digest exactly what we're facing and then exactly what's at stake, because the state is growing and it's getting too big. And even our elections we've put there, they've acknowledged that it's too big, but yet they're either got to be a part of it or they've got to fight it. And we need them to stand up. So
Yes.
it's nice to see people stand up. I thank you
Thanks
as
so much.
well. And I hope you have a safe drive home. Thanks for coming
Yes.
out to the
Thank you,
studio.
Thank you so much. You guys,
Thanks.
awesome.
And then we're
All right.
going to just take a short break, Dwayne, if you don't mind, so we
Easy
can make
listening.
sure and get Josh in here.
I'm going to wiggle the cameras while Holly walks them out. Ladies, have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
night. Have a
Thank
safe
you,
drive
Jared.
home.
Yes, this was so good. This was
No, you can't. Not
Okay.
yet. All right. Oh, we're on with.
Welcome
Can you hear me?
back, everybody.
All right.
Thank you for
We gotta let
waiting.
Dwayne spool down the
The music. It's good music, though. It's not
It
bad.
is. Dwayne did it.
Yeah, we're done. We're ready.
We're back, Dwayne.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show.
All right, here we go.
Okay, I've got to do some camera adjusting because
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. We are so grateful to Josh Randall. He's been waiting, and
patiently and okay, Josh, I need to throw an apology out at you.
No problem.
I don't know how to email, apparently. So
It's okay.
I sent it to the wrong address.
well, hi, Josh.
How are you doing, Josh?
Doing well. How about yourselves?
Okay, we're good. Everyone, this is Josh Randall. He is running to take the seat that Romney is leaving. So, everyone,
U.S.
let's-
Senate, and please
Yes.
welcome. And Josh, tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm probably an atypical candidate in that I've never run for office before.
Ooh.
And KSL asked why you started with U.S. Senate. I said, well, go big or go home.
I like it.
And then I think Emory County asked me how I had time to do this. I've got 6 kids under the age of 10 and I'm still working full time. But I said, well, I don't have a very busy calling in my ward right now. So I figured I'd run for U.S. Senate.
Don't say that too loud, or you might find yourself having a bigger calling.
I know, but
We can.
There we
Yeah.
go. There we go.
I can also adjust the camera here, Holly.
So, when you decided to run, that is not an easy decision, and Senate is not a simple, easy seat. Please, it's not like there's not enough. We probably could write the script ourselves, but tell us what urged you to take on this task.
Sure. Well, I mean, I joke a little bit at the beginning that go big or go home. I think we need good people everywhere, and I would be glad to serve and help in other ways as well. I do think there's a very pressing need for specific principles, for specific type of voice right now in the federal government, in Congress. Utah's values, Utah's legislature, for the most part, are in line with where I'm at. I think in the last 5 years, we've got a little bit, I think we've got a lot of real estate developers in there right now, and some of their priorities have been a little bit different than mine in the state legislature. But by and large, if I listened to a little bit of Natalie Cline on before, there's certain things that we're passing in the legislature with regards to transgender bathrooms and things and different safeties for our schools. And I think that there are really good voices in there. So for me, I kind of feel like Mike Lee needs a companion. He's had 6 years where he's had somebody who's been on a little bit different page than he has. And I see that as a real challenge for a state to go and have influence when you've got 2 senators who on very important issues they're coming at it from opposite angles.
It's true.
So, I mean, that's a confession I've just made, and I don't know everybody in your audience, but I am more of a Mike Lee type of candidate. And I think in this race, I've had a chance to talk with most of the candidates, which is kind of atypical as well. I'll tell you, I've called John Curtis on the phone and had a talk with him for a little while. I talked with Brent Hatch on the phone for probably an hour and a half. I've talked with Chandler Tanner. I've talked with Trent Staggs on the phone. I've talked with Carolyn Pippin multiple times. And I feel like I have a pretty good idea of the different types of candidates in this race. And we're pretty unique. One of the things it talks about in the Republican Party platform is volunteerism. I think we definitely embody that in our style of doing this. My campaign manager is a volunteer, and she's also gorgeous. She's my wife. And she's been putting in a lot of work. She's texted thousands of delegates, and now we've got, I don't know, all the new delegates we'll have. Weber County already has probably 80% of their delegates are new, which we expected less than that. But that's the only county that's given us a new list so far. But we expect that Rob Axon will give us a new list for the whole state soon. But we contact all of them. We're really reaching out. We have a group. We have a lot of volunteers who who just spend time. And I believe there's strength in that. I would much rather see people, we'd rather have their hearts than their money for a couple of reasons. One reason, I think it's more effective. And I think we need a senator who's going to put that first, who's not sole purpose or sole gauge of success is how much fundraising he can do to give it to the elections industry. I don't feel a great need to prop up the elections industry right now. I think by the end of this, we've got, millions of dollars being spent by some of these candidates. And I just look at that and think only one of us is going to go to the Senate. And I find that unfortunate, to be honest, that there's so much money is going into the elections industry. As an accountant and CPA, I see my own profession as being an administrative expense. I'd actually rather simplify the tax code and have less accountants and being able to have us be able to do other trades besides tax law, tax accounting.
You mean like comedy? Accountants and comedy. Well, here's something like you mentioned, the volunteerism and stuff. That's huge. Are you running convention caucus only, or are you getting signatures?
Convention caucus only.
I love
And
it.
I'll be honest, I don't really look at the signature gatherers as being like, I don't look at that and say, shame on you for doing it. But I do look at it as there's a difference between those who are gathering signatures through contracted companies
Right.
that specialize in doing signature gathering, and those who are doing it through trying to get people who are their supporters, their family, their friends to go out and get 28,000 signatures. So I think those are a little bit different. I think we've got 4 people who are trying to do it, and maybe five gatherers. And is my understanding right now, and they could correct me if I'm wrong, but 4 of them are pretty much, they're paying people to do it. And
you almost have to with that many that's required at Senate.
Yes, and I think so. I did explore that at one point a little bit, and I thought, I don't know. It's quite the ask. It's quite an ask to ask of your family members to go out and gather thousands of signatures. And I don't know that I believe in the caucus system anyway. So, I know that we can reach out to 4,100, 4,200 people.
Yeah.
And that's a lot more manageable. We've done it, and we're doing it through virtual meetings each week. And so for me, I figure that's a better approach.
I respect that a lot. I'm a party chair, so I do.
Yeah,
I do
you'll be
highly
getting a hold of her.
recommend, and I'm a state delegate too. So that's why Jared and I kind of do this, where we're adamant about getting to know candidates, because a lot of people we want the populace to know all about all the candidates, but we also want an opportunity to share this with our state delegates. The state party will get you your list. We still have counties that are still reporting, ours included. And we're adamant about letting those people that are trusted at their precincts to get to know you. We want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot. And I believe the signature gathering on that level, from the Senate level, with that many thousands, it's created an election industry on its own. Signature gathering wasn't a thing for SB 54. And yet now there's businesses propped up, out of state businesses, that have been allowed to do it. And these are teenagers knocking on doors asking for a signature, who many times know very little about the candidate they're asking. And they're making a dollar amount per signature. That's how they profit.
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's a tough one.
I think I saw an advertisement for $30 to $60 an hour plus $4 per signature, which
Is that the gatherers make that?
The gatherers. It was up in Cache Valley. It was up in the Herald Journal or something. I saw a family member send it over to me, and I thought, wow, that's pretty good pay.
Makes you think,
if you don't
maybe I don't have to be an accountant. Maybe I can.
Maybe you should just gather
walk
signatures.
the streets and knock on doors. Imagine the calluses that get built up right about yonder.
They don't sign it.
No, from
knocking doors. Yeah.
They're probably ring doorbells now. But hey, so tell me, you live in Emery County?
We live in West Valley City.
Oh, okay.
I grew up in Cache County in a little town called Hyde Park, which is a couple miles north of Logan.
Mm-hmm.
And
I know where that's at.
Yeah.
And you're
Right.
accountant? You went to college in where?
I got a bachelor's degree at Utah State in accounting and a master's degree at Wilbur State in accounting.
Nice.
And I work as a CPA and the Trust Lands Administration Audit Manager right now.
Trust lands. So we've got people that are
We got some questions.
questions regarding your positions. And a lot of this is going to be, if you say you're a Mike Lee type senator, a lot of us get that because we know there were two polar opposites, what seemed like polar opposites at the Senate through this currently. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Some people really supported Romney. Some don't like Mike Lee. Some people think Mike Lee doesn't get anything done because he stands on the Constitution and the values and he doesn't like to budge.
Those darn principles
And
got in the
other
way.
people think that Mike or Mitt Romney ventured away from our party platform. And so they both get fair arguments, maybe. But when I think with someone like Mike Lee, when you stand by the principles of the Constitution, it's easy to do your job, but you often stand alone or with just a handful of people. We'd like to know,
We got questions from
Fred Swain.
from customers. They
Hi,
want to know
Fred.
your position on abortion, gun rights, and federal spending.
Sure. Well, just to kind of echo what you were saying about Mike Lee, I think you do have to stand alone sometimes. I mean, he's been 1 out of 6 from our congressional delegation on various votes in the last couple of years, whether it's a debt ceiling suspension or whether it is a continued resolution or even on social issues like the Respect for Marriage Act. And I can tell you on those issues, there would have been 2 of us, 2 of 6 if I would have been in Congress with him. But I keep moving forward, and then my face is covered. I was probably going to try and close that window, but
You're okay. Just lean back. So what's your position on abortion? What would you, we know what the state of Utah has implemented. We know what Donald Trump is seeking to implement, and we know what
Which is basically
the
states' rights.
the Democrat Party. So the state of the federal government's gone with state rights. Donald Trump wants to do a 16-week, after 16-week abortion ban, except for in danger of the mother. And then you've got Colorado. I think you can have abortions up to 72 years after birth or whatever. And
No, it's just called
however
murder.
they're going. But what's your position? What would you support as a representative of the state on the federal level?
right. Well, I've had a lot of talks with my wife about this topic, and I think the narrative nationally needs to change, and this is something where we could use a strong voice as a senator. The Republican Party platform in Utah talks about family. It talks about the role of a mother and father to nurture their kids and teach their children. And a lot of my my family type social issue positions are right in line with the Republican Party platform. When I think of abortion, part of the narrative that needs to change is that, some people say Republicans hate women. I mean, what a silly thing to say. It's very adamant in our platform, and it's something we need to emphasize, that the positions we take on this is because we care deeply about women and we care deeply about our children. And we understand that when families fall, our government will struggle, and it doesn't matter what kind of laws we pass, they're not going to be adequate because the families are destroyed. And I look at this as a moral issue and as an issue that I think the statistics bear out that Republicans have the stronger position on this. And now I know that people will go and argue that, but my position, I guess that's a long answer. That's giving a narrative response for my answer, I guess, to start with. But I believe that Utah is a pretty good model for the nation. I think there are exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother, fetal viability that will not be able to survive, and it's verified by multiple doctors. Those are kind of the exceptions we have in Utah law. After 18 weeks, we still have an exception for the life of the mother. And I would say that on a federal level,
Sorry.
a lot of candidates will say, I am one who believes it's better to have this at the state level. However, if I could convince people in Congress, I would try to convince them that it is appropriate for us to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and property. And I consider us protecting the life of the unborn as part that can fall under, justifiably, under the federal government's scope,
Constitution.
under
That's
the
absolute.
Constitution. And so, in that regard, I don't have a problem with us mirroring what we have in Utah at the federal level, if I can convince people to do it. And that is a big part of what makes me, I think, maybe different is I'm a bit of an optimist. I am someone who believes we can persuade people. I think we can get more people to come to this side of the aisle, but we have to have a different type of voice and a different type of narrative. And it's got to be persuasive. But
Well, do you think the federal government should even be in this fight or even have say? I mean, I think that if we preserve life, we're preserving women these babies grow up to be women and young men, but federal government should, the Supreme Court said this is a state's issue, as it should be. And I agree with that fully. I'm pro-life probably more than even most people. I think that if you acknowledge it's a life at any week, it's a life. But I understand where you're saying is that Utah has a pretty fair and reasonable stance right now on the ability to have abortion. But with the Constitution, I'm not sure that we should be going back to the federal rules anymore.
Yeah. I'm reading this Facebook user says, "Quit ho-humming and state your position." I don't know if that's, but yeah, I would support, after 18 weeks, a ban on abortion unless it's for the life of the mother, even at a federal level. So I do appreciate people's view that this should be a state issue, and I do agree it's still finding its way back to the federal government on occasion. It's still being discussed, and when the discussion comes up, that is the position that I would take on it. I'm in favor of having a ban on abortion after 18 weeks for anything but the life of the mother. And here in Utah, we've kind of had that law stayed. I liked our trigger law, but I don't think it's actually in effect. My understanding is that a third district court judge, I want to say his name's, I hate to throw a name out under the bus, but I think his name is Andrew Stone, that made the judgment that it needs to be stayed. And I disagree with that. I think it's a problem that we're having that type of, that it's holding up the will of the people in the state of Utah, represented by our legislature, that we have a judge who's kind of overturned that right now. And that's, I guess the ACLU has been involved.
What are you referring to?
On the trigger law for when Roe versus Wade got tossed back. You're saying a judge put a stay on that?
That's my understanding.
So yes. That right now it's just a talking point for the left. It's not in effect. And I understand the reticence to say, I'm a 10th Amendment almost worshiper, but murder's still illegal kind of federally and flowed out through every state. So I understand that argument too. That is a tough one. And I come at anti-abortion from an agnostic standpoint. I don't come at it through religion. I come at it through
science,
an extreme libertarian position that if you make a mistake, that is something you own now, and you shouldn't pass that mistake on to someone else. And I think that aborting a child for a mistake you made is passing a punishment that you earned onto another human being life. And the ultimate innocent life.
And I think too, it reflects, like we talked about before, if a society isn't willing to acknowledge its life, it's a person.
Yeah.
Then they're not going to acknowledge when it's an old person or,
talking to you,
depression, someone with depression, when assisted suicide comes into it, when we put abortion at a viable fetus, 18 weeks, is fingers, toes, ears, and nose. It's heartbeat. It's got a brain. I think we could do more, but I think that they're so busy trying to decide, what is compromise. And if you just stop the conversation, say, look, we're talking about a human being. And though it can't survive on its own yet, you created it. whether you're accountable or not, adoption should be options. There's
Yeah.
ways to prevent a pregnancy when you've had a mistake.
Yeah, but
They're out there. So it's such a tough topic to get into.
let's move
So
on
I
to
get the he
sexier.
humming and be nice, Fred, because somebody that takes a bold stance on abortion, I mean, this is a topic that the left is weaponizing through this election. And it could cost us seats.
It'll always be weaponized. It's the left's weaponization to purchase college-educated liberal women on something that they never use. It's interesting when you think about it. But anyways, on to sexy stuff. What's your position on the Second Amendment, and how quick would you sign to do away with the NFA?
Well, that is a pivot. The last thing I'd say about abortion, I think I'm not a libertarian on it. However, I do understand that we're pluralistic. And when I vote, people should understand that I'm not trying to force my beliefs on them. I'm trying to say, I am convinced this is what's best for the country, and I'll vote this way, and you can vote the way you want to vote. But if I was any more liberal on it, my wife wouldn't be able to look at me. I mean, and I just can't imagine being in the room watching the baby trying to dodge the needle, on an ultrasound. For me, that would be a psychological blow that I would not recover from the rest of my life.
It's heavy.
And so
Very
I don't,
heavy.
I'm not trying to talk for women and be in their seat, but I can say as a father, if I would have watched one of my children in the womb trying to dodge the needle and wincing to get out of the way from being killed, I wouldn't have been able to stomach that for the rest of my life.
And that's
so-
a fetus that's like 9 weeks when that's happening. And they have that awareness that it's hurting them. So again, let's go into comedy because that's going to be a really good career move for both of us.
That is heavy.
We went really heavy, and abortion is a really
But yeah.
tough topic. And way to start the whole meeting off with abortion, Fred.
Yeah, Fred, you couldn't have started off with something easy like, how do you feel about
Genocide?
the border? So, but anyways, gun rights, Second Amendment. What's your go on that? What's your take?
I'm not a huge scholar about all the different gun laws in the different states. I mean, I hate to say I would just support Utah's laws on this again, but I agree with it. I think that it's vital to our history as a country, and it is something that distinguishes us from other countries. So I absolutely support. We've got to be able to have firearms. We don't know what's coming ahead of us, but we do see what we've had in our history, and people need to have the right to defend themselves. I tend to be on this issue. I tend to say people need to be able to. I tend to be pretty liberal. You can get a gun unless you've proven that you shouldn't be able to have a gun through committing certain types of crimes, felonies. And that's, I think, how the law in Utah reads on this same issue, is that certainly if you've committed a gun crime, you're probably done having a gun for the rest of your life. And I don't think that's a problem. But that even that has to be litigated to say, well, what is the crime? And, maybe even proven by a jury that, hey, this was not a justified use of the gun.
Absolutely.
So you would make
first.
sure there's due process in all instances where rights are denied.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a
Okay.
pretty serious deal to say this person can't own a firearm. It's a written out right in our Constitution, and it's very important to the fabric of our country, and it has been since the beginning.
Let me ask you this. I'll dig down a little deeper. And this is where you're not an avid gun person. A part of the NFA is noise suppressing elements. You have to prostrate yourself before the federal government and give them some money and grovel. you have to get a tax stamp to get a noise suppressing, a safety device that,
A silencer.
yeah, they're not called silencers, they're suppressors.
Okay, but for people who are lay people, when it
Okay,
comes to
for the
guns,
lay
say stuff
But
we know.
Would you support amending the NFA to remove sound suppressors off the NFA, the tax stamp list?
That sounds reasonable to me. I'd have to go look into it some more, but it sounds reasonable. I don't know.
It's funny in European countries, not only are they not illegal in any of them, in a few of them they're mandatory because it's a safety device.
For your eardrums?
Yeah.
No.
But over here, they act like if you get them, all of a sudden you're, I don't know, only
James
evil people get them. You know, how many banks have been robbed with suppressors?
Well,
I'll bet the murder list, like in Conus
Premeditated.
murders with suppressors is, I'll bet there's 0 in that number, and it's the first letter.
so I'm wondering, like, where it comes to. Is
Oh,
that the
there's your
beautiful
manager.
wife?
There's
I know
say
she's-
hi to the manager, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, manager.
Isn't she great?
Yeah.
So when
make
it
that
comes
one
to
open.
gun rights and this tax stamp that he's talking about and this regulation stuff, do you believe that an American citizen should be able to own any gun that could help them prevent a tyrannical government like the Constitution states, or do you think there should be, restrictions on handguns, rifles, things like that?
Well, it's not a very comforting idea to think about a bunch of automatic weapons in the streets. That said,
Well, they're in the streets. They're
know.
just not legally in the streets.
Yeah,
People
exactly.
who own them are criminals.
exactly.
But
I mean,
American citizens, good American citizens, can't own them without certain restrictions.
Well, they can. They just have to pay out the butt, and it drives the price of such item into the stratosphere.
yeah, I still tend to be liberal on this as well. I would say more often than not that I would favor making it easier for law-abiding citizens to have what the criminals have. So, I mean,
So when you say
make a point.
liberal, you
Criminals-
mean liberal in the classical sense.
Liberal
Yeah,
meaning
before they change the
Indi-
definition.
let the guns
individual-
let the
Individual
guns
rights.
be purchased. Let there be
All right.
guns, type of thing.
Well, we have background checks in place.
Yeah.
I mean, we have laws in place. We might as well follow them, but that should be fair for everyone. So other issues. So what's your stance on the border right now? That's a hot topic. And President Biden addressed it last night. And that was so weird to hear him talk about
It's all Republicans' fault.
Lakin Riley and use her name wrong. And then
Yeah.
uses her name, says her name,
Oh.
and then talks about the burden at the border and the many people who have been actual victims of illegals, which got Nancy Pelosi upset because he called them illegals. So now the left are eating their own. But that's his policy that has created this. And yet he makes it sound like his predecessor who had 1/10 of the crossings and crimes. Where do you stand on this issue?
Well, I don't believe this last bill even remotely addressed the problem. I think
You
that
mean
there's-
all the money for Ukraine and Israel didn't deal with the border?
well,
Weird.
yeah,
Tell me more.
nor do I think that the border laws that were involved in that bill, with James Lankford helped co-author. I think there were many problems with it. Mike Lee went on his website and kind of spelled them out for anybody who wants to go down the list. But I tend to be, and this is another one where the narrative needs to change. I'm very strict on the border. This is something that's right in the purview constitutionally of the United States to provide for the general defense. And we've got to do that on a federal level. For me, and there's things that senators can help with. We can control the purse. We can defund sanctuary cities. We can defund sanctuary states, and we should. We can help do things to get the border wall completed, and we should. We can help get the military involved with cartels, human trafficking, and drug trafficking, and we should. We can help to have an e-verify system on a national basis, and we should. We can help with exponentially increasing our deportations, and we should. And the narrative on this too cannot be Republicans are racist. And it can't be that Republicans caused the problem because they didn't vote for this bill that just came through, which is totally ridiculous. The fact that people even remotely want to blame Republicans for what's happened in the last 3 or 4 years. I've heard Joe Biden say on multiple occasions things to the effect of, we want to have a constant stream of immigrants. We want to, on day one, when I come into office, we want to have them just surge the border. There's no question this is a tone at the top problem. And it started
He
with
said
Joe
that.
Biden.
He said that he was running. He said he wants all of them to come there. Send me all of them there. And now they're all backtracking, like, oh, it's not his fault. No, we got to write a new law that has, what was it, 74 billion for Ukraine and 64 billion for Israel. And I think the number was down around it was
I think it was 16,000 or 10,000.
yeah, for the border, just under $1 billion. And you're like, and they called it the border bill.
They call it just whatever they call it. Just know it's the opposite.
And
That's
I
what
was
I've
like,
learned with bills.
this is what they're
legislation
pushing at us. It's ridiculous. It's we've gotten to where our government is a theater. Maybe that's the best way to say
political
it.
theater. It's true.
No.
The lines are blurred there in DC too. So having direct and absolute accountability in what you say and what you want when you become elected has to be absolute, and to where if you don't pull it off, you need to go. Like, we need to know who believes what, and there can't be any blurred lines in DC. I think that we've lost DC because we can't tell what parties what.
DC's been long lost. We're fitting to lose the U.S. We keep heading this way.
I think you've nailed it on the border. I think you've nailed it. And border reform is probably necessary, where the ability to come across legally needs to be done. And we need to make it so the companies who want to sponsor people come over, people that want seasonal workers, they should be sponsors of these people and young men and women and families, whatever. But we need to seal it up first. Seal it up and figure out who's in here and get them out. I don't see any place. Do you see place for
Amnesty? I don't right now. I don't think it's appropriate. And that's, I believe the Republican Party of Utah is very much aligned with my position on this as well. And I'm pretty open on this. And I'm very much sorry, this chat thing keeps popping up, but we've got to change. We've got to have, with various laws, and especially one, in particular, as we talk about the border, we have to look at what we're incentivizing. We have to look at the type of accountability that we're requiring of people. And there's various laws right now that are taking accountability out of the equation, and people are just being incentivized. They don't have any reason to not pay these cartels, because the reward is that you will be better off than waiting for the system in your home country right now. If you get in under Joe Biden, the sentiment is you've gotten in. You can start using it's affecting all these things, but you can start using the healthcare benefits in the United States. They won't turn you away at our hospitals.
Nope.
You can start using the education programs. You can start using, you're going to flood our housing industry. And this is having major repercussions, not to mention just the general lawlessness that is contributing this decriminalization type movement, which is a problem. But it is really hurting us on various sectors, economically and the general morale of our country. I mean, it's a real blow that we're taking at the southern border right now. The fentanyl use in southern Utah, I think I read, had excuse me, maybe 3 or 4 times as many deaths in the last couple of years, just exponential increases. And it's been a major issue. So I hope that every candidate in this race is going to see this as one of the first top priorities that needs to be addressed. So I'm very much in line with Donald Trump on this. I don't think Donald Trump did everything right in his presidency. I think he spent too much, but I'm also CPA, an audit manager, and I want a balanced budget. And I think I would have loved to have seen him get rid of Anthony Fauci and some other people working around him. I think he understands more now the type of blowback and pushback that was going to be ahead of him. I don't know that he realized that when he went into his first term. But so there's some things that I would have liked to have seen him do differently, but immigration is not one of them. Unfortunately, the media has been fairly successful at telling everybody that Donald Trump is racist because of this.
Well,
Yeah.
the
No,
voice
everybody
box.
is.
And
But
senators
it's
have
taking
got
the
to.
power from the word. I mean, I that used to be really terrible to be called, and now they've used it so much it's lost its power. It's xenophobia, every phobia. Like, I'm not afraid of xenophobia. You know what I mean?
The Scientologists are
It's just-
calling now.
Yeah, it's words. And once you start taking the power away from them, let him call him racist. His policies were fair, and even legal immigrants who came across are supporting his policies because they did it that way, and they don't want to. They wanted to be Americans, and they did it the way the Americans have asked and legally. And now they're watching people come in and load a system that they're contributing to. And I think polls show he's getting lots of support for immigrants, from immigrants.
Well, I'm excited. I'll bet over the next 10 years, we're going to see a study done, an academic study done on the levels of crime and how they tie into illegal immigrants. Because you always hear that voice that, well, legal immigrants only commit this % of the crime that's out there. But if they break it down, even left out the initial crime of them entering, I'll bet illegal immigrants, where they initiate coming here under a crime, I'll bet we're going to see a lot more crimes involved with them, including fraud and healthcare fraud and all that stuff. But also, I think we're going to see a rise on the violent crime side.
Do you think that the places like the FBI, the people that put these statistics together, are going to fairly report
It's
this?
not going to be them that does it. It'll be professors like Roland Fryer. If you guys don't know who he is, look him up. He's a real interesting cat. He did a study on actual police violence against minority males, black males in particular, and found out the truth and had to get a police escort forever because he reported on the truth.
That it was
It will come out.
4-1 or something, or 10-1, something like that, compared to whites versus blacks that have violent initiations with.
Yeah, it's he found there was no difference in murders, in police murders, between black and white by the numbers. And he caught flack, and that professor at Harvard, he's a professor at Harvard. I think he's an economist too.
Then he must have tenure, because Harvard doesn't like.
They tried, that lady that just got fired from their gay. She tried firing him. She couldn't. But anyways, we got another question: balancing the budget. Which federal programs would you cut? But I want to go into a dream world right now. So, anyways, you get handed position of accountant, God Emperor of the day, and you can organize what we have situated in DC and our deficit right now. How would you go about, what steps would you go about to correct that? Just get a feel for where your mind's at there.
Sure. I don't care for the 12 budget appropriations process as it is currently. And I don't really like that in Utah, we have something of an appropriations where the entire House is all involved with the appropriations and budgeting process. I would push, if I'm the emperor of accounting, for Congress and the Senate to have it work the same type of way, that we're constantly using the whole body on this specific issue to get a balanced budget. I look at it as we don't look at little budgets for each piece. We start from the top down approach and say, we've got $5 trillion to work with. We're going to use 4.5 trillion of it and keep a surplus for a rainy day or to pay down the debt. And we're going to say, what is the top priority? That comes first. Now we have to fund that. And then we're going to go down the list. And when we run out of money at 4.5, we've got some major cuts to take place. I'm talking maybe like layoffs of 1 to 1.5 million people, potentially some reforms
We try to keep this show G-rated. You got to walk into something like that gentle, okay? You got to use
You mean
euphemisms
lay
and
off members
stuff.
of the government? Wow.
Come on now. I mean,
Well, and
people,
what's when you say
we're going to have
let's-
to put this on.
top priority? What's the top priority? What's the top funding priority for our government?
Well, in the Congress, it talks, or in the Constitution, it discusses, primarily defensive in nature. We've got our military. We've got our court system, our federal court system. We have post offices and postal roads, kind of infrastructure like roads.
Mhm.
Besides those things that are explicitly spelled out in the Constitution,
ATF.
everything else is fair game to hack out.
Social
Was that
Security,
the
fair
Argentine president that wants to
Oh,
Yeah.
chop
melee.
everything
We
off?
really like him.
Oh, gosh.
But like something like Social Security, I mean, that might be fair
Privatized.
game, but the problem is you've got people who've paid into it forever. And
I do think
need
we do need to look at a method of dealing with the Social Security over the next few years, or don't. It'll
well,
deal with
it won't,
itself.
yeah, it won't be here when we need it. When
It'll
we need
deal
it,
with
so
itself.
we
Don't
paid
worry
into
about
it our
it.
whole lives.
Yeah.
But somebody's got to make the axe to it, and in a way that's smart and is going to protect our seniors, and that isn't going to increase our budget. But that's not just it. I mean, we've got welfare programs that are just so out of reach. I would cut day one the money spent on shrimps on a treadmill and ducks mating habits in
Oh, you
certain
mean
colonies.
the studies they do?
The studies that are so crazy that the government funds in grants, and people forget grants
Shrimps
is not free money. Grants is still taxpayer dollars. So if we could actually put our money into having a ready law enforcement and our law enforcement and our military and the people designed to protect us as stated by the Constitution. I mean, the federal government only has a couple of jobs. The rest belongs to the state. And yet they're so bloated and so overly funded that we've lost that.
Yeah.
Afuera. That's what Dwayne says, afuera.
Are you seeing Dwayne's chat?
But, I
Yeah.
think
Okay.
I see.
Okay, so that's our
Dwayne.
producer. that
He's
you
our
can see him.
producer.
Just
He's
take it down.
he's making comments. Well, one of the so there's a couple questions about that. Yeah, cutting the budget and all that. I think that definitely needs to happen. I like that. How would it be if the House had to sit there and go through line items on every dollar spent? I think you would see the budget get cut because the House had to go through it all. They would just be like, we're done. We're tired. AOC throw her, you can't have an office assistant go through it. You have to treat it like you're on a city council or a county council or whatever. You have to go through it by line. What would that, because I think they'd give up the government would quit spending in what? May?
No, they would
March?
They'd never quit spending.
They'd be like, we
they
can't.
would be at war to preserve their own districts for starters, then
Sure.
their states, then their special programs. I mean, it's so hard to get somebody to risk their election on programs. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but I know that if they went line by line, that would take a year.
We're in a tough situation. And the best answer I ever heard about Social Security came from that lady libertarian presidential candidate last go around. She had the best answer, the only one that was concise. And she said, well, I will sell off government lands, government properties to raise money, sell it off. Now, that could end up being an abuse here in Utah, seeing how the government, but anyway, she would get rid of that. But she's also talking about buildings, get rid of those buildings, like an FBI building or an ATF building, which
You'd
again,
have to
a
eliminate
G-rated show. Yeah, eliminate those. down. But then she says, I would have a cutoff date. And after this cutoff date, you stay on Social Security, and we're going to honor that agreement. Prior to that cutoff date, we are giving you money back to make you whole, and you can turn around and reinvest that. But the Social Security system, it's, you know what, you can hate me, argue it, but that bill it's going to happen. We cannot, at least in its current
Well, it's not
iteration,
sustainable.
we can't keep it going indefinitely. We cannot.
I agree with you. And I think what Holly talked about, how, you know, some of the changes that need to happen right now, and this might make me different than other candidates, we're because of our campaign being very volunteerism, obviously we don't answer to our donors. And if we did, it would be just answering to ourselves, and we don't spend a lot on it ourselves. We put in a lot of time. It's a lot of time and a lot of hours that we're out talking to people and doing virtual meetings and whatnot, and making phone calls and sending text messages. But it's not popular to say that you're going to amend Social Security. And people have put that money in. And I'm one who believes in giving every single dollar back with some return to the people who have that money in. But I do have a plan to phase it out, to get it to be privatized. And
let's hear it. Come on, lay it on me.
Well, sure. I mean, I don't know how much you want to get into the details. I don't know how much time we have, but
go hard. Let me hear it.
Well, from a specific standpoint, I mean, if you did an analysis, if you put in I one time did an analysis looking at what your money would do if you started at age 23 or so, and you put it into the S&P 500 until age 63, and you retired this year, just this year, you retire, and from age 62 or 63, you're taking that money for the rest of your life in monthly annuity type withdrawals or just monthly payments. You're going to figure out how much needs to be left of your I would first of all change it to a 401k system instead of the annuity system that it is right now. The annuity system actually encourages the government to want people to die young, which I don't really think it's a gambling type system, and they want you to die because that's how they make, lose less money off of it. But
talking to you, Cuomo.
Talking to who?
Cuomo.
Cuomo,
Whitmer, all those ones that sent the sick people into old folks' homes.
Oh, yeah.
He's just cutting the grass.
I hope that wasn't the intention.
He's right in the middle of
go on.
this explanation, and I'm trying to stay awake because money talk and stuff. Most people, 401ks and all of that, like a lot of people, because the school doesn't teach you these things in school, you learn them the hard way. So IRAs and what is better, is the stock market safer? The government's certainly not giving you any interest off of it, et cetera, et cetera. So this is very important.
Anyways, I want to go back.
But how does it get privatized?
When you worked it out,
401k?
When you worked it out, what did you work out? What are the numbers?
Well, what I worked out essentially was whatever you put into Medicare and in Medicaid, if you were to put it into Fidelity, Vanguard, just put it into a mutual fund that mirrors the S&P 500, which is essentially saying, I want to support American capitalism. These are the biggest 500 revenue type companies in the country. If you would have done that during those 40 years, your benefits would have been at least 3 or 4 times greater than what the Social Security system is offering you in your retirement. And I think people maybe look at that. I mean, we had someone just made a comment, if I confiscated from me and all the money, I'd be a millionaire or something. I can't remember. And that's the truth.
Plain. Yeah.
The federal government they're not effective at producing. I love people have the option of fueling the productive arm of our country. All of our policies need to be geared at increasing the productive arm of our citizens and decreasing the drain of administrative expenses of our federal government. And this is a big part of it. The Social Security Administration, I think, employs 70,000 people, and they probably manage a similar type of trillions of dollars to maybe Vanguard. And Vanguard doesn't. I mean, they provide way more services. They do it. And it's not because the people at the Social Security Administration are bad people, but it's because of the checks and balances and the way the government works. It's a very slow moving ship. If you have a sole proprietorship, you move fast. If you have a partnership, you move a little bit slower. S Corp slower, C Corp slower. If you're a publicly traded company, a little bit slower then still. And then if you're a state government, you're slower still. And then the federal government is just the slowest. It's just, and the incentive is to have checks and balances and be fair, but not efficient. And so there's no question
also
in my
with-
mind.
With government, you're not enticed to do a good job. Sometimes perversely, you're enticed to not do a good job to secure your job. You never want your job to be successfully done, because that done word is a negative
It means you
effect
don't
on your
have a
future
job
employment.
anymore. Yeah. If the
Yeah.
government gets more efficient, that means it gets smaller, and that means
that's-
jobs.
And I actually would advocate for making government employment more at will. Where I work in the
Mm.
Trust Lands Administration, they told me that before I started, said this is kind of a quasi-government type agency. We don't run the same way as many agencies in Utah, and it is at will, just so you know. And I actually think that would be that the model that we have at the Trust Lands Administration, I would like to see something more similar with our universities and our federal employees, our federally funded universities. I don't really care for the tenure system, the merit system of, you get to a certain point and it's almost impossible to sever you as an employee. And that culture, I think, needs to change to be more geared around, these are the projects that need to be done. We employ the people to do these projects. When they're done, we don't employ more people, or we relocate them to the private sector if we need to. But I guess so. We kind of detoured a little bit, but if you wanted to talk more about the Social Security program,
Yeah.
have different tiers. I would
What's
say
your
those-
plan? Would you have like an opt out for an 18-year-old day one? What's your
He's
plan?
going to tell you.
Yeah, I think that.
Calm down.
I
He's
think
excited.
that, by the way, are you guys? I don't know. I haven't watched your podcast before.
We're
but are you
cousins.
guys
Yeah,
cousins?
we're
Yep.
though we found out we're cousins
We're
after we
polar
started the
opposites.
podcast.
Polar opposite people. But
Okay.
I'm a Republican and he's like a controlled anarchist.
No, I'm independent.
A controlled anarchist.
Yeah.
I
Control.
don't even know what that means.
He's agnostic and I'm
So when he says
Christian.
it's rated R, is it
He gets
restricted? It's
excited when you
restricted
talk about
laying off federal employees.
yeah, that excites him. And if you bring up
No,
the
come on.
guillotine, he's gonna go crazy because he's ready to go. He's also a historian and he will bore you to
I'm
tears.
not a historian. I'm
with
a
stuff he
person
knows
that
about
enjoys
history.
history.
Okay. Well, these aren't always popular topics, and my dad.
I know the
mean,
numbers
kind
are
of-
boring and dry, but they're important. They're
They are.
the real thing.
This is part of why I'm in the race right now. Is I
Solutions.
really
We're not
feel like
getting
I can
those.
help. I feel like I can help, and I feel like I can persuade people to come to the right side of this issue. But yes, I am convinced that our entitlement programs, or not, if you don't want to call it entitlement program, there is an entitlement side to Social Security. It's got a progressive, the way that it works, it takes 35 years of your monthly income over 35 years, and it gives you 90% of your first tier, like $1,300 per month, and then 30% of your next portion. Anyway, not that you want to get into all that, but there is a progressive piece to that. A little bit of a redistribution of wealth, if you will. But the way that I look at this, I would like to see it more like a 401k. And for people above the age of 62, it would be you continue to get a specific rate of return from what you already have put into the program. If you have got your money back already, well, the way I would look at it is, what would you have made with that money over the course of your career and all the years that you were saving that money in a secured, guaranteed return type of a bond, whether that's somewhere between 2 to 3 or 4%. Now, it's not going to be as good as what the stock market did, but you'll have that option. Or you can have accelerated payback and get your money back quicker, but then it's gone. But that's like the way that sounds confusing. I just start by saying the people above the age of 62 who are already getting benefits, I would look at what they put in up to that age with a specific type of return. And I would say, how much of what you have how much have you been paid out and what is left after that? And then we'd have to start saying, you are going to either have to have a lower payment for the rest of your life, or you need to understand that this is the amount that you put in and this is the return that it had. And for the people above 62, though, I would give them a higher rate of return because they don't have the option. For those who are 52 and up, I would give them a lower rate of return on that money, or they could have it pulled out over about 10 years and they don't get any return on it. They're just getting their money back.
What happens? Because we've got a community that you have to retrain, number one, about this whole system. But what happens for the people who plan poorly or stay at home moms their whole lives and they turn 62 and they haven't put much into the system? What happens? You still have to have a social program people. What happens to them when the money's gone?
Well,
and
for
you
those
can't
who
give them less because senior citizens sometimes are living on that Social Security, which gets taxed, by the way, which is just stupid. But they're living on that. And let's say the stock market crashes. The stuff they did right, the investments they made into that 401k years and years ago has been lost. They have to wait for it to build back up. They could have done everything right. And now we're in an economy like this and they can barely feed themselves. So what do we do as a society to protect them?
It's a cultural shift. It has to be a cultural shift. And that sounds painful. The political pendulum is going to be very difficult. This started 90 years ago. We've got to get people out of the mindset of it's the job of a large centralized federal government to make sure that I have food in my stomach, clothing on my back, housing. I mean, Joe Biden just told everybody he's going to give them $400 a month to pay their mortgages.
How's that going to work? Did he say he was going to do it through a tax incentive?
Tax credit, I think, for two.
How's that going to work?
Years.
$400 a month on tax credit. How's that?
Yeah, taxes are already
This
filled
is
out
another.
too,
This is
by the
another
way.
issue that has to do with what we're incentivizing and accountability. And this program that he wants to put in now, I'm not. We don't need to incentivize debt right now on a personal level or on a federal level, and we don't need the government's proper role, in my opinion, needs to be redefined back to what it was 115 years ago. I think every time we have an emergency, people get the idea of, you'll have an FDR or some other president that says, hey, this is an opportunity to say, how can I change the scope of what I'm able to do as the president and take advantage of that emergency because of the fear of the people and because of
Well, you can't have a bunch of old people on the streets. And if they don't have family caring for them, this is going to be the transition of all time. What do you do with them?
Transition.
Because people have done what's right. On top of paying Social Security, they've done what's right. They've invested their money. They've saved. And then some stupid government makes an economy fail or closes the economy during COVID, and they lose all their savings in that stock market. Or a bond's not paying much. The interest rates are crap. And now what they've planned on, their life is affected by what the government does, no matter what they do, unless they're hoarding money in their mattresses like it used to be when they didn't trust the banks. What do they do? Because we don't have a cultural society that takes care of their elderly. I mean, we're not like China, Japan, Asian countries where they're raised knowing I will care for my parent when they are old. It is tradition. It is all that. Nowadays, like our society says, hey, when they can't take care of themselves, we're going to throw them in a government home, which is not good care all the time. So for the people, I know everyone doesn't plan accordingly, but there are people who have planned out right. And this private market is volatile. And if their savings gets lost in something like after 9/11 or 2008 in the housing crash, I mean, my parents suffered through both of those, and they were saving in a financial responsibility, a financial planner helping them. And now it's like, what do they do if Social Security gets cut? They're living paycheck to paycheck and going into debt just for food.
And I would submit that they're already having that struggle. If you were to look at the way that Social Security has been increased incrementally over time, I think you're going to find the benefit is decreasing one way or another. And what I'm saying is we need to start the transition of eliminating certain agencies that don't work, privatizing and sending them back to the states now, because it's going to help our productive arm. We need to help the productive arm. If we continue, like, I mean, we have, my parents have been getting increased amounts in Social Security, but I can tell you this, if they want to go and get a bigger house right now, the Social Security increases didn't keep up with that.
Oh, they couldn't even get a smaller house right now. The housing market is insane. But what would happen if the federal government, if this system and this program actually went in where the Social Security was paid every single month by every single American and they're working Americans, and the federal government never touched it because they have borrowed against it, they have taken from it. This is the fault of the federal government, and the people have had to pay into it with a gun to their head. So how on earth, what would have happened to it with your numbers and thought? How big would that Social Security program be had they never touched it? If it sat there in accrued interest and the federal government let it do what it's supposed to do.
The way they invest it, I'm not a super expert on how the money's been invested. I think it all goes into treasury bonds. So, I mean, it would be accruing compounding interest each year at 2 to 5%, depending on what the treasury bonds are worth over the life of that money. If you were to treat it like a 401k and just let it accrue based on just the treasury bond return, then that's the amount that should be in there right now. And really,
does inflation hurt it?
Does inflation hurt what's in there?
Would inflation affect the treasury bond value? Would they keep up with the inflation?
Well, Social Security tries to keep up with it. Does the treasury bond and
would an
inflation
investment
go hand in hand?
See, what I'm saying is, what if it's easier to keep the Social Security system, but there's no way to take any money out of it other than what's getting paid in? So the government can't use it in their budgets. They can't borrow against it. Is there a way that, I mean, because that would be easier. Everyone's already used to paying Social Security. And keep in mind, I don't know what I don't know. I'm asking. But if the government just got their mitts off of this money and used it for what it was for and let it accrue interest, and potentially all those who paid in get their money with interest, would that work? Would that be something that is a viable option as opposed to rewriting the whole system and throwing it out?
I don't believe so. I don't believe any way we try and reformulate it in the federal government that they're going to be efficient. It's just the design. And so I do think that to have the option of being able to put it into the productive arm of the country, into our businesses that produce the homes, that produce the automobiles, that produce the, the Googles, even Amazon, Walmart, whoever you want to put your, I know
I don't. I think there's a crony capitalism that is scary to me that we empower will only be more scary. And I don't.
This also makes me different. This is something
I think what he's saying is by putting it in the productive arm, it has a possibility for growth.
Yes, companies are going to use that. They're going to use that in ways they have to have they have the profit motive in the private sector that the federal government doesn't have. And they don't have to be worried about some of the checks and balances the same way. I mean, they can do things hierarchically and they can do it a lot faster than what the government can do.
You make a good point. I don't see Nancy Pelosi adding extra money into her Social Security fund. She adds it into the free market fund.
Well, I see places like EAG, policies that's put out not just by the government, but cultural policies that's being put on top of these corporations. And I'm watching them like Budweiser, Target, people actually losing billions because they're going along with the social culture problems. And I mean, people invested in these and long-term goals. I mean, they're hurting.
That is also a good point.
That worries me because there's no safe investment out there if the US dollar goes to crap. There's no safe investment if these crony capitalist businesses cut the ladder with policy from governments. They cut the ladder once they're at the top. We're in a crony capitalist system that is really dangerous, in my opinion. So it scares me to think of me spending my whole life with my money put aside here and have one company make a choice or one government policy affect a company that could destroy my whole life savings.
Well, I understand, I think, where you're coming from, and I wouldn't put it into one stock or one company. I would diversify, and I'd probably still have, if it's constitutional to mandate retirement savings, with that mandate on a federal level, I would also accompany it with there's some certain criteria that has to have a degree of diversification, and you can't be withdrawing and still till the age 62 or above. And the point still is you have the option of saying, I'm either going to put it into the capitalistic society or I'm going to put it into the government. Let the government try and make good things out of my money, or I'm going to let the free market try and make the good things out of my money. And I believe in our free market system. And I understand,
too.
but crony capitalism, some of the different issues, this might make me sound like it's not maybe the most popular thing to say in a Republican primary right now, because I'm trying to win a convention. But I am somebody who's maybe a little bit different than the other Republican candidates. We have some corporate governance issues. And I think about financial statements and the stock markets, the financial markets, and the economy in a little different way, maybe because I'm a CPA than some of the other candidates. But a few things that I would work hard on in the Senate is to amend our bankruptcy laws. We need more accountability. I would amend the way. I like the REINS Act for adding to additional programs. We need something similar for our investments into private industry. Our government does a lot of picking winners and losers.
Right.
We do a lot of, this is a company that's too big to fail right now. It's going to have huge ramifications if we don't go and pump money into it. And we do that.
Like global warming and stuff like that, agencies that like Obama.
Well, Solyndra,
huge
Obama,
solar.
He picked a company named Solyndra and they went bankrupt.
Right. With our money.
A lot of people probably walked off. So what I would say, like when we have those type of bailouts, first of all, I believe we've way overstepped our bounds as a federal government in injecting ourselves into so many industries the way that we have. We've done it in inappropriate ways. But when there has been a bailout of Lehman Brothers or of General Motors or of Wells Fargo, even, Zions Bank got $5 billion back in 2008 and 9. There has to be some type of recourse to say this can't keep happening. In 2022, you had people who had worked, my understanding, for the Lehman Brothers. They went and started something, Silicon Valley Bank, and they did the same stuff. They gambled again. We've got these people from Wall Street and from some of our Ivy League schools with their MBAs. And I'm not saying it's bad to have an MBA, but they've gotten into this habit of saying, how can I skim off the top? How can I pull away from the transactions? How can I take risks and speculate and gamble a bit and get these really leveraged buyout type platforms and business models where I can kind of be a glorified loan shark in a way where I can pass the risk off to somebody else, but get the reward if it goes well.
Hey, in 2008, look at the people that profited when they started to see that housing market was going to crash, and they profited because they voted against the housing market with their dollars. And instead of that being this huge learning experience that, hey, how people's credit is getting assumed on housing and who's getting housing and all that system, instead of that being a wide-eyed, wake up America, let's change our policy, they put it under the rug. They just slid it under the rug and they started over. And I don't think they've changed really anything. And yet it created that bubble and people got wealthy and they also stayed silent. They did make a movie about it recently, but they've become glorified loan sharks, and the actual people in charge of our money at the bank are being less thoughtful on who they give out these loans to.
Sure. And our laws have let them do it in large part.
Our government is probably, absolutely.
We have people who are very good at it. They're very good at taking those risks and passing them off to the banks and taxpayers. It's almost like if you can be a good no remorse salesman and you're okay with doing a little bit of gambling, you can make it big in the United States, but you got to be willing also to fleece your creditors. And people are more and more willing to do that because our laws kind of incentivize it. We had 450,000 bankruptcies, I think, in 2022, and that's not atypical. And I think that is a societal, that's also hurting us. It's hurting the character of our people, and it's
COVID
hurting us.
happened.
People aren't having.
Look how many people lost their businesses to COVID. The government chose winners and losers in COVID. Walmart can stay open, but small business can't.
Yeah.
A lot of people filed bankruptcy because they couldn't keep their businesses alive.
Yes,
And
I agree
again,
that is
government involvement. So we get to I am such a free market person. I believe in that absolutely, and a small government, all of that. But we still have to work within the boundaries that we have. And it freaks me out because I don't even know if I dare have my money in a CD or if I put it in the stock market in an IRA. Like, it is so scary because it fluctuates so much. And I'm counting on my government not to mess with the private business and free market. But the free market now is entwined with cronyism, and we've got insider traders in Washington who are making tons of profit off of choosing these winners and losers. And climate change is a huge religion right now in this country for the left. So they're throwing all our business, all our money and tax dollars into climate change industries. So do I spend my money on that when they could very well fail because the technology isn't there or because there's not buyers there for it yet? It's so complicated. I'm sorry. I'm totally unloading. But
no, you make some good points, and it's not.
Programs are terrifying,
and it's hard to come up with the exact answers. But I can tell you, as a senator, these are things that I look at a lot. This bigger picture, insider trading is a big problem. It's a big problem not just in Congress. It's actually it's a problem as well in corporate America.
Absolutely.
We've got. And it's unfortunate that a lot of the insider traders are also donors. And I mean, I don't mean
it's by design.
I don't mean to level out a judgment on everybody in Congress. I don't think that everybody's corrupt in Congress, but I do think we have a lot of publicly traded company executives who are also making decisions about who they're going to give their donations to in Congress. And I mean, I've heard it said by someone else who was running in a race in Utah this year, and I won't say his name, but he mentioned that these donors estimate that they will get like a 3,000% return on their investment. If you go give, I hate to say names, but if you go give John Curtis or Brad Wilson, you go give them $500,000 as a conglomerate super PAC, or a pack of green energy people. They estimate that $500,000 is going to blow up to,
pay off tenfold because of
it's going to pay off 10,
policy.
20, or 30 fold even.
And I hate to judge a candidate based on their donors. I said that earlier tonight because some people will do what they do because they stand strong on principle, regardless of who's donating to get them there. And
I hope so.
I don't think a lot of Congress men and women go there with the intent to get corrupted. But I do think that because they have to constantly try to get elected and keep that seat, I think it can slowly happen, and money corrupts all the time. And you're right. You get these large super PACs that are funding somebody, and that person agrees to vote on policy that way. Boom, you've just got yourself a 3,000% return, because the longer they're in there and the longer you pay for them to be in there, the more your policies get through. And now you're making money. You're making a ton of money on a very minimal investment in this like broad scale of things. We're going to cut to a hard 7:00. I have a birthday boy at home.
Oh yeah.
So
it's just, it is, we are in a crazy system, and you're 100% correct. The Social Security system is unsurvivable. And I know that, Holly, you're nervous about doing away with it. And I know you want to find options out of it, but if we don't find options out of it, it will find options out of it.
I totally agree. We need to find
going
options.
to,
I want to know, like, if we can get the government out, I would love it if there was privatized banks that offered savings accounts of this type of nature, that every person, I think there has to be some mandate that people save for retirement if we're going
Sure, I
to
mean, if you
not
like-
help them.
Sure.
And I think accountability is key, but I don't trust necessarily the stock market, and I don't trust my government to necessarily be good policymakers when it comes to our financial future. So on that note, if there was a privatized bank that made policies like this that the American people bought into and they weren't touched, they were saved, maybe there's a chance there that it could be done.
Do you think an intermittent solution might be pushing it down to the state level and letting states assume that responsibility, whether they want to go complete privatization or if they want to maintain a socialized system or hybrid of such? Do you think that might be an option?
I still wouldn't have the states spearheading it. I'd still have it privatized, but I would much rather have states handling it than the federal government. But no,
Yeah.
I would still move it to the private sector. I think that, and to Holly's points, not trusting, our capitalist society, our free market and whatnot. It's hard when we see the different. That's something I would work on, is to restore trust in capitalism. The younger generation is being told that they need to plan on a 60-year career, and many of them are not planning on having kids or getting married or having a house ever. They're planning on renting. That's an unfortunate change of expectation in the next generation. For me, I look at that and I think, gee, a 60-year career by the time I got done with my master's degree or bachelor's, I mean, we're talking like 84 years old. That's that wouldn't have sounded very appealing to me, and it wouldn't have made me feel a whole lot of desire to go out and try and produce. Feeling like that was what I was going to be stuck with.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of things that I would push to try and restore people's faith in the free market and in capitalism, for corporate governance, bankruptcy laws, with insider trading, with clawbacks, executive clawbacks, with bailout provisions, that we have clawbacks for bailouts. I think it's a problem if people from Silicon Valley Bank walk with $4 or $5 million over 2 years, each of them, and the company has to be bailed out.
Yeah.
That to me is we're incentivizing mismanagement. We're letting them do it. And
It's almost like
it's
the
gotta change.
donors all worked in one place and got special provisions.
It doesn't look good. It doesn't look
Yeah.
good. People lose
Well-
faith. They lose faith in capitalism, and then they think that the better answer is to adopt the USSR strategies.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of young people who think that. What they don't
Yeah.
know is that the government making promises of everything is ineffective as well. The government, every time a national government tries to guarantee all those needs that you have in your life, there's so many checks and balances and so much bureaucracy behind it. It's just an inefficient, floundering, and it becomes everybody trying to get their piece of the pie instead of going out and trying to live the law of the harvest and produce. So I would tell people still to encourage faith in our free market. And that's what I'd like to encourage people to have faith in general. But I do want them to have faith in the free market. And my laws would be, the things that I would push as a senator would be designed to restore people's faith in the free market. If it's done right, it's a great engine for innovation and for giving people. It doesn't always guarantee everything. United States didn't guarantee that those original colonists were going to have great things. They had to have faith. And I'll tell you, if people work hard and they live good lives and they're true to their principles, true to their faith, true to their family. I talk a lot about faith and family in our campaign, but things have a way of working out. And I hope, so anyway, that's.
No, I agree. And we did get slogged down on talking numbers for quite a while. And I don't know how
Accountants,
sexy that is, but
Are
I like talking
the best
about them.
people. I love accountants, but they're like, I always make the joke, like, you should be a comedian, because when you find accountants that have like a flair of humor and stuff. It's like seeing a unicorn in a field because they're so business oriented, number oriented. I know Sheriff Swimmer's wife, Shannon, she's an accountant for Tooele City, and she's so outgoing and so bright and funny. And I'm like, you're an accountant? Like, it's so rare because accountants do focus on the hard numbers. And for those of us that can't do math and stuff in our head, we are in awe. And
I like how she did it like Valley Girl and can do numbers and stuff in our head.
And stuff.
But no, and I enjoy talking numbers. I am not by any stretch I enjoy listening to people talk about it. Hopefully one day I learn and profit from it. But you're right. The promise of the United States was not happiness. It was the pursuit thereof. And I like it right in the beginning. You said life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then you threw in the original word and property, which is originally what was in there, but was forced to be taken out because even back then they knew they were coming to stick their hands in my pockets.
Well, we don't own property anymore in this country.
We don't.
We never own it. The government owns it.
I do not own this house.
Anytime. You can spend your whole life.
I don't believe in selling property to those who aren't American citizens either. I have a bit of an issue.
But you
with
realize
that.
when you say you'd sell to American citizens, you're selling it to developers. Because American citizens aren't going to buy it. They won't have a chance because developers will buy up that property the second federal land starts going for sale.
But he said he doesn't believe in selling property to people who
non-citizens.
aren't.
I didn't say citizens.
But the developers, to your point, selling to developers, there could be some a space to say, hey, we've got a different arm of real estate investors that are kind of really inundating the market right now.
What's that, China?
There might need to be some, besides China.
American developers are
we also have a
buying
lot
up
of
everything.
developers, and we've
LLCs.
got, LLCs. Berkshire Hathaway has a lot in Utah. I mean, there's a lot of companies like that, and a lot of billionaires who are either doing it through their companies or just doing it themselves as well.
And they're doing it to create smart cities, and they're doing it to create a housing market issue. And this is all, again, it's capital cronyism is what it is. And it's horrible because how do you take federal lands? We're 88% owned here in the county. It's federal out here. So we can grow out. No, we have to grow up. So if they were to sell off the parts of Tooele County that you could actually develop, and they put it on the market and they started selling by lots, it would be one day a developer would go in there and buy all the lots for sale. And that's the argument of the people, because you have no way to distinguish. You can't discriminate or whatever. And they'll pay more than the American regular citizen can. So
they also get a smaller per acre price because they're buying more acres.
Exactly. And you saw, we had a just show about Summit County and the hell they're going through with the developer and how slowly the government comes to their side, the developer side, because developers invest in campaigns. And you just said it yourself. Our legislators got lots of developers, real estate. We don't have.
If you guys had Brad Wilson on your show, I'd be curious to hear him talk with you guys about these things, but
he didn't talk with us about these things.
I
We
wouldn't
did
imagine
talk
he
about
would.
federal lands, but not about selling
he didn't
them
talk
off.
about developing.
I wouldn't imagine so. But
Well, and again, we bring up everything, but we didn't bring up, I don't think we brought up that because we had other, you know how issues go week to week. I think we were big on border with him and, federal agencies. I mean, we've had Trent and Carolyn and Brad. We haven't had John Curtis yet.
Not yet.
But he's been out to the county for a town hall, and I've heard a lot of his topics. And, we don't want a cookie cutter, senators. So it's nice to have different opinions from everyone. And it's nice to have somebody that knows numbers and knows budgets. That would be really nice to have in DC.
Oh, yeah. It's not sexy.
You're a delegate,
but it's
so you can help make
works.
that happen.
Yes.
Hey, I'm a delegate, but I'm going to make you work for it.
I've got.
You got to come out to my county.
Yeah. We've got 6 minutes left. So I want you to kind of take 3 or 4 minutes.
Too.
I've got it pulled up. I wanted you to take 3 or 4 minutes and just express express to the listeners what your plan is, what you want to do, what your goals are. And while you do that, I am going to share your website. We're going to have a look at that.
Sure.
What a cute family.
I know.
Thank you.
How many kids again? 6?
Jeez, they're so cute.
That is
6. Under the
oh
age of
man.
So what do you do with your free time again? Oh wait. I'm just kidding.
Never mind. We got that one figured out.
10. Right now, we're campaigning in our free time, but
Oh, they're such a cute family.
That is a very cute family. I yeah.
thank you.
And it looks like you got that little girl right in front of this picture here, and the little boy
She's a
that's
cherub.
on that your wife's arm is on. They look like they're the little show people of the family.
Yeah, they're characters, that's for
It
sure.
looks like it'd be your third to youngest daughter and your youngest son there.
That sounds about
Or not your youngest son.
the second youngest son.
Second to youngest daughter and second. Ooh, it's middle and middle, huh?
That's a nice mix.
They're living it up. Yes.
I grew up in 6, but it was 5 and 1. So
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, he's a joker, that kid.
That's good.
Good kid. They're all good kids.
So are you taking donations for your campaign? I don't see a donate button. Am I missing it?
And that makes us different. But I am convinced
Ooh.
we don't take donations monetary. We take volunteerism. And partially because I don't feel like we need to balloon the industry, the elections industry right now. But
Josh, how are you going to get the word out and in
a lot of it is
print,
word of
in-
mouth. And after the convention, I mean, we are totally on board with the Republican platform, and my understanding and my with Rob Axon and with other people in the party is that they will back the convention winner, and I'm convinced that there's a very good path to victory for whoever wins at the convention. We've got some candidates who are different. John Curtis and Brad Wilson and Brent Hatch are right now spending the most, I think, and they might be considered the ones who have the highest percentage in polls. And I've spoken with all of them. They're quite a bit different than some of the other candidates. They're a lot different than I am. But I mean, I'd say that our intention is to have an army of volunteers. We have a lot of really good coalitions with family, friends. There's a community that reached out to us in Salt Lake County, a Tongan community that has been really great to work with. And they're also helping us spread the word. But we've had delegates helping. I can't remember one delegate called other delegates. He said, I like what you're doing. I like the way you're doing it. It's different. We need different. I want to help. How can I help? And
That's
we
good.
said, go talk to the rest of your county and get them on board with us. And so we're really trying to reach out to everyone one at a time. And, it's 4,100 people, and they'll decide who goes from convention. And I'm convinced that the convention winner has a very good path this year, with a lot of the signature gatherers probably dividing some votes. We're not against a Mitt Romney this year. It's not 2 people, one of them being the former Republican presidential candidate. It's going to be a little different. And I think that there's a very good path.
Josh, what do you do if you win convention? I mean, you're going to need money. You're going to need a lot of money to take on the machine of the election. So, I mean, we're talking television and radio. There's got to be money.
We'll assess that. But we have people, we already have I don't know if we don't take direct donations right now. People go through a store to get signs, to get bumper
I saw the
stickers,
swag
to get
sign.
things
I
like
saw
that.
that.
And so there is, we do
Go
have
to
mediums.
his website, folks. Josh,
Elect Josh.
well, we have it. What is it? Vote Josh.
It's electjoshrandall.com. And if you look in there above the top, there's a store right there. But I want to mention something that you're going like next level. This not taking donations. Don't get me wrong. This is it might be a possible, losing cause, but if it works, this is, I think, the
National
step
news.
forward. Well, not just that, but I think it's the step forward where You're going out with a message. You're standing on a stump and you're actually saying, this is what I will do. Not, hey, if you send me money, then I can get more news out.
Right.
This is a new way. And
It's powerful though. Word of mouth
it's
is powerful.
huge.
And
I
we're
think
seeing
it's,
it.
I love it.
Trent Staggs got 3%. We got 2%. Brad Wilson had 8%. And I think, we spent $300 on a website and he spent $1.5 million on whatever he spent it on. And, that's not, we feel pretty good about the way that it's spreading we're surprised by how it is, to be honest with you. And it is spreading.
That's great.
It's been astounding to watch. So it's not, we're very encouraged by how many people are on board who we haven't even spoken to yet. And the word of mouth is getting to them. So it's different.
Well, of course, as the party chair for Tooele County, I, have your wife send me your, a link that you want me to post. I'm happy to share whatever you send me.
Thank you.
On our pages. I'm sure many party chairs should help you with that. Just getting to Canada, just getting to your conventions and Lincoln Days and things like that. That's how parties fundraise for their local candidates. And I know that gets expensive. So I hope you're able to raise money. And I don't think it's terrible for you to put a donate button on your page, because a lot of people don't have the time to share it, but are happy to give you $10 for no reason, but they believe in you. And, put a donate button on your page. It doesn't hurt. No one would be angry, but you're going to need it to actually to grow your cause and get your word out.
Is it bad that I'm thinking I want you to keep on without it just for the test? I want to see if America
I don't think it is.
I want to see if the U.S. can be pure.
I agree with you.
He can't afford to have a booth at convention.
I want to see if.
Well, I'm gonna petition that. That might be one exception where I'm saying, hey, Rob, can you help us at least get a booth here?
Not just state. They have to be. The state party has to be neutral for every candidate. They couldn't give discounts to you and not the others.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough.
And they have to be neutral, and every county party
maybe reconsider their policy on the state convention. I don't know.
How would the state fund that convention? It's 4,000 people in a venue, and we've had this argument at the SCC.
Does he have to have a booth?
Just a minute. Do we charge delegates to attend their convention, or does the state party fundraise and get it? How they fundraise is by selling booths at convention. So these things it's the same way that I do any events in the party or give to our local candidates. It's what I fundraise at my Lincoln Day and at my convention. You've got 29 conventions.
I'm with you there.
Want to have a booth and speaking time, you probably need to get to these 29 conventions.
And we do go to the conventions as much as we really do try to get out. We've been all over the state, and we're going to continue to try and do that. We do show up to events even when we're not speaking. We don't pay sometimes to go on the stage, and we're still there talking to people. And we don't pay always to get in the straw polls. So we're not included in some of the straw polls as well, but we do go. And we talk to people, and we bring a few signs. We have a few signs, and we bring them with us. But you're
supporting yourself. Would you have to have a booth at the convention? Could you stand there, hold a sign, and say, "Hey, look"?
Well, I've got 6 little walking advertisements that'll be wearing paraphernalia and hold signs up and whatnot.
Yeah, and it looks like you have 2 of them that'll be dancing too. So
yes. I'm sure we do.
Well, I know in our county, like when I do Lincoln Day dinner, I don't sell microphone time. If you're a sponsor of a table or something, you get the same, like you get your own table and all of that. But I know, like at my convention, you don't have to buy a booth at our convention to be on the microphone. And I believe that's the same at the state. We want to educate our populace, but the way we get better governance is by fundraising. It's it's an evil must. And I couldn't host my convention without hosting my Lincoln Day dinner. I couldn't host a new Lincoln Day dinner without last year's Lincoln Day.
And what I would encourage people to do is to go and donate to the Republican Party in general. And I've said this, and this might sound bad to say, we are very, very committed to trying to win this thing, but we are trying to win it in a different way. no question. And it's it's a bit of a trial of faith of delegates in some ways, and for us as well. But I do believe in saying to people, hey, donate to the party. The party is going to help candidates. And so I do try and encourage people to donate to the Republican Party, because I'm pretty aligned with it. I agree with 100% of what's in the Utah State Republican Party platform. And so I think that people need to go and donate to. I would definitely encourage them to vote for to encourage them to donate to the party. But it's
imagine a senator not beholden to a large donor.
Well, who's Mike Lee beholden to? And he fundraises every day.
Imagine that. That'd be so wild. You would be the first in DC in 180 years.
Who would be Mike Lee? Is who he's beholden to?
I don't have to look at his donor list, but
you just have to look at his voting record to tell him he's beholden to someone.
Imagine.
I think there's a difference between donors versus how you vote. If you're voting because these certain donors are telling you to vote,
I just listened to
it's dangerous to try to run a campaign and win. If you want to win, you have to be able to get in front of people, and you can't get in front of people without money.
And we do want to win. We do want to win, very, very much so. That said, this is not a good confession, but it is not the top priority of our campaign to just win, just to win.
No, when your message is worth it, you need to get it out there. And you've got to have more people than, you've got 29 counties and 4,000 people you need to get in front of. And I hope you can do it. I'm cheering for you.
900,000 some odd Republicans in the state who are registered.
No, you need 4,000 right now.
Well, yes, but 4,000 right now.
And then you have to go after the 900,000, and that 900,000, you can't be everywhere all at once.
And I understand that.
And the state party cannot fund candidates like what you might think. The state party has been building.
And we understand that too. We're trying to go viral in a sense. We are really trying to push the word of mouth.
I love it. You need to make videos, you need to do all that. But
Social
right now,
media is your friend
what's
right now.
popping in my head is the old story we heard, whether it's true or not, of Davy Crockett in Kentucky standing on the stump, going from village to village, carrying a stump, setting it down, standing on it,
and saying, even a million people back
and
then.
saying what he's going to do. And that's what's popping in my head, and it's wild to me, and I love it.
Okay, seriously, you need to hit social medias, because that's free, and you do it and get people like him on board and help them share and help you get your word out. I'm cheering for you. I'm just a realist on the political side, because I don't ever accuse Mike Lee of having a beholden to anyone. The way he votes, I know how he votes, if it's constitutional or if it's not. I know if he votes against it, it's not constitutional. But I also know that he's got donors of all types, and he's always asking for donations because his message is not popular in the United States. Him, Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, their message isn't popular. A lot of times they're standing alone in the Senate, and their bills aren't getting a lot of it. Well, they're getting national attention, but they're not winning.
They're not passing.
And right. But I know it takes money to get there, and it does take money to get the exposure you need. You need people to understand your message. And so I'm wishing you the best of luck, and I'm hoping that you get, do videos, send me a video, I'll share it. And we'll share it in our pages.
Right now. We have Brianna just talked with me today about a video that's going to go out over text to delegates, with her talking a bit about our candidacy, and then we might have a follow-up type segment where I'm sharing a few words as well after she says a few things. But we have talked about doing that, so we're actively looking for ways to be more effectively spread the word while being fiscally disciplined. It's a big part of our campaign. Faith, family, fiscal discipline. We talk about it a lot, but we mean it. And we'd like to see I really believe we need a cultural shift, and there's a lot of power in volunteerism, and we want to promote that. We want to exemplify and practice what we're preaching, I suppose. And I know that
Good for you.
sounds maybe naive, and we do consider what you're saying, though, Holly. I mean, you make some points. So we understand.
I'm just hoping.
This is probably going to be $4 or $5 million. I mean, we might see 2 or 3 candidates spend $5 million a piece.
You
by the
might,
end of
and
this. They've
sadly,
already spent a couple million.
we have a voter base, and I'm not saying that for convention. I hope they invest everything into convention, but we have a lot that have already spent $500,000 just in signatures. So when you have their guaranteed place on the ballot, if they get signatures, you are gaming and banking on the fact that you get the candidates, the delegates, and delegates are being constantly, they're getting emails. We're getting town halls set up. We're doing town halls. I mean, starting tomorrow, we've got 2 town halls here in the county. These delegates are going to work. So,
and we have some delegates who are good informants as well, and who are sending stuff. We like to be. We kind of take the tone of, we take the pulse of what's going on in the other races as well.
oh,
So,
don't
I mean, or in
worry
the
about
other
the other
candidates.
races.
Or not the other races. I
mean,
meant amongst the other candidates, though.
You
So we
you
are
worry
aware.
about you. Seriously. Get your volunteers to get in touch with your different county party chairs and get a town hall set up where the delegates have one place to go to you and they meet you and all of that. I mean, you don't have much time, and there's 29 counties, and I implore you, get in front of every county. It will matter to them when you show up in person. These delegates want to meet you. You may get a lot of fans when they meet you.
Great advice.
I hope that you're getting good advice, because it is a lot what you're taking on. I'm so excited for you. This is a big adventure, and I just want you to have every opportunity. So, I mean, you don't have to do it with money, but social media is a great opportunity. And us precinct chairs, our job is to help get you in front of delegates. So use them.
I like it. The question is the dream of a government for the people dead? And that's the idea I think you're testing right now.
In a lot of ways.
I love it. That's because it's a dream that.
Okay,
It'll take a miracle. It could take a miracle, but we believe in miracles.
I want it. I want to see it happen. I want to see the test. This could restore my faith in the possibility of the future of this nation.
I love hearing it, Jared. I do. I love hearing it.
Because this is a bigger thing. This is an idea. Whether that story of Davy Crockett's true or not, that's what was taught to us. That's a historical fiction that was taught to us. And this is that dream that one man with his voice can make it happen. Not one man with $1 million behind him from the faceless. That one man with his voice can make it happen. Government of and by the people.
Before we go, how do you feel about Donald Trump? You support Donald Trump?
I'm supporting him. I'll be voting for him. He's I said probably earlier a little bit, I didn't think he did everything perfect in his presidency, but he did a lot of great things. Things.
I feel the same. I feel the same way.
Everyone, that's electjoshrandall.com. Go on there, check it out. Check out his store. He's got ball caps. He's got T-shirts. He's got signs. He's got pins. He's got stickers, bumper stickers. He's got the little lapels and the bigger, like old-fashioned stump stickers.
Order them in bulk and give them to all your friends.
You get them cheaper if you order them in bulk, too. I looked at the prices.
Exactly, you do. You get them cheaper. And go buy some signs and put them in the yard right next to the delegates. There
you go. Hey,
so they can
go
see
check
them
them
every
out.
day.
This is a dream. I know most people probably don't feel I'm a little emotional about it because
why didn't you go buy a sign?
This is what everyone's arguing against. Is we got to get money out of government. I'm tired of rich people buying our politicians. This is regardless of whether your politician's honest or not. This is a politician that is by himself. and his family and his 6 kids and his lovely wife. And your kids look great. Your wife is lovely.
Thank you for
She's
showing
awesome.
up on the show today, and thanks for being patient with us in our
Yeah.
previous interview.
And everyone who's listening, thank you for listening to the slog of mathematics that Jared does not like, or that Jared does not understand, but likes to hear about, hoping that one day it'll break through and he knows what someone is saying.
We really appreciate you guys hanging in there for this. Is never the length of our show ever. So we are an hour past our time. And we'd like to thank you, Josh, and we'd like to thank your wife as well for helping us connect you. And I'll be hearing from you guys soon, I hope.
You will. You definitely will. And please,
you'll get your list from the state party as soon as all the counties have completed their upload.
Yes, we will. We're
Yeah,
already working
and,
on Weber.
I want to apologize for sending the link to the incorrect email earlier. And then, we got that corrected. But thanks for hanging on there. Thanks for coming on a half hour late and everything else. Holly is dancing next to me. So
I've got a kid with a birthday.
we've got to cut this out.
That's
All
Your
right.
house smells delicious.
Josh, thank you very much. Good
Thank you,
luck.
guys.
I love what you're doing. Everyone, have a wonderful, safe, or maybe just a little unsafe weekend.
What?